Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. 2 centuries ago in Qingqing province, China, a radiant baby was born, marking the beginning of an era where individuals with remarkable abilities emerged. This led to chaos, as some exploited their powers for selfish purposes, while others rose to defend against the growing darkness. Thus, a new profession known as professional heroes came into existence. Over time, the use of these abilities became commonplace, referred to as quirks, with approximately 80% of humanity possessing one. However, this was not the first time humanity had developed powers. A millennium prior, anyone could cultivate strength through practice, learning, and dedication, harnessing the natural energy present in all living beings, known as chakra. This energy led to the formation of various factions and nations, each specializing in unique applications of chakra. Gradually, the techniques and knowledge surrounding this power faded from public memory, lost to time, until it was rediscovered in the present age of quirks by someone who, despite lacking powers, would prove to be one of the greatest heroes the world has ever seen. A 5-year-old boy named 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲, with green hair that darkened near the roots, diamond-shaped freckles, and vibrant green eyes, found himself crying in a cave within a forest near his home in 𝗬𝗪 city. He longed to be a hero, even though he was quirkless. Other children mocked his dream, deeming it absurd and unattainable. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he fell asleep in the cave. When 𝗧𝗪𝗲 awoke, panic set in as darkness enveloped the cave. He stumbled along the walls until he pressed down on a specific spot, triggering a series of events. The cave trembled, and torches ignited along the walls, revealing a staircase leading downward. To his dismay, the entrance was now blocked by stone. Despite his fear, curiosity compelled him to explore further. He hoped it wasn't a villain's hideout. Searching for a way to reopen the entrance proved futile, so he cautiously descended the stairs. After 10 minutes of walking, he entered a room resembling an office, filled with books, scrolls, weapons, and a 𝗎𝗪 hanging on the walls, along with a large desk at the center. The items, though old-fashioned, showed no signs of decay. 𝗧𝗪𝗲 noticed a dusty book atop the desk. He picked it up, brushed off the dust, and read the title, The Basics of Chakra by Minato Namikaze. Intrigued, he scanned the room and spotted a lever. Pulling it revealed an inclined tunnel illuminated by torches, leading outside. Grabbing a torch, he hurried toward the exit. Upon emerging, the tunnel sealed behind him, and the cave entrance opened. Using the torch to light his path, he made his way back to the city, extinguishing the flame in a nearby pond before heading home, his mind racing with thoughts of how to explain his adventure to his mother. Arriving at their apartment, he noticed a police car parked outside. As he opened the door, he announced his return. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a green blur as he was tightly hugged, causing his eyes to bulge in surprise. The embrace was so strong that he felt the pressure in his bones. His mother, 𝗏𝗏, with her shoulder-length green hair and worried green eyes, expressed her relief and concern, questioning his whereabouts and safety. Detective 𝗓𝗏𝗄𝐶 𝗂𝐁𝐴, present due to a report of a missing child, introduced himself and inquired about 𝗧𝗪𝗲's experience. Dressed in a trench coat, with black hair and eyes, he had an unremarkable appearance. To ease his mother's worries, 𝗧𝗪𝗲 fabricated a story, explaining that he had simply lost track of time, found a book, and gotten lost but managed to find his way home. Detective 𝗂𝐁𝐴, intrigued, pressed for details about the book's origin. 𝗧𝗪𝗲 described it as being from an abandoned place, perhaps an office. The detective, equipped with a quirk that allowed him to discern lies, scrutinized the boy's response. Satisfied, he concluded the conversation, reminding 𝗧𝗪𝗲 to be more cautious in the future. 𝗏𝗏 instructed 𝗧𝗪𝗲 to take a bath and promised to prepare dinner, adding that he was grounded. He complied, feeling the weight of the day's events. After dinner, 𝗧𝗪𝗲 retreated to his room to delve into the mysterious book. As he turned to the first page, he read about chakra, the natural energy within all living beings, formed from the combination of physical and spiritual energy. Physical energy related to one's fitness, while spiritual energy encompassed willpower and emotions. The text explained that to hrnss chakra, one must meditate and balance these energies. Pausing, Izuku pondered why others had not unlocked this potential if meditation was the key. He resumed reading, determined to uncover the secrets of chakra and his own path to becoming a hero. Unlocking chakra is no simple task. It requires an understanding of both physical and spiritual energy, which must be harmonized. If not, the effort becomes merely a calming exercise. Once chakra is unlocked and the hand signs for jutsus are learned, one gains the ability to manipulate elements and bend nature and chakra to their will. Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the thought of mastering chakra, believing it could help him become a hero like All Might. Weeks passed as Izuku diligently practiced basic exercises, read, and meditated. After 4 months of dedication, he finally experienced a sensation during meditation that felt warm and fuzzy. He realized he had unlocked chakra. Reflecting on his time spent pretending to sleep at school, he thought it was all worth it. Now, he needed to focus on the next step: control. He took a piece of paper and placed it on his forehead, hoping it would serve as a suitable substitute for leaves. He recalled Minato's book, which stated that to practice control, one should stick a leaf to their forehead and direct chakra to keep it in place. Too much chakra would cause the leaf to blow off or even explode, while too little would let it slide away. Izuku began his practice. Within a week, he could stick heavier objects, such as scissors and books, to himself. He decided to take his training to the woods, not wanting his mother to discover the hole he had made in the wall. He aimed to climb a tree using chakra. Placing one foot on the trunk, he focused his chakra and slowly lifted his other foot, repeating the process until he reached the top. He climbed without fear of falling and practiced daily until he could ascend and descend the tall tree while running, achieving this in about 2 weeks. Finally, he was ready to attempt his first jutsu. The next day, he found himself in the woods by a small pond, practicing the hand signs until he felt prepared. He focused his chakra and executed the hand signs for fire style, fireball jutsu, releasing a burst of fire reminiscent of his father's quirk, fire breath. He felt a sense of pride, eager to show his mother what he could do. Later that day, 𝗏𝗏 returned to their apartment and was unexpectedly tackled by Izuku, who excitedly urged her to follow him into the forest. Although confused, 𝗏𝗏 agreed and changed into more comfortable clothing. When they reached the small pond, Izuku held the book he had brought home 6 months prior. He enthusiastically demonstrated his newfound ability, performing the hand signs and unleashing the fireball. 𝗏𝗏's eyes widened in astonishment as she realized her son had finally manifested his quirk, believing he was simply a late bloomer. She embraced him tightly, overwhelmed with joy. However, Izuku clarified that it wasn't a quirk. 𝗏𝗏, puzzled, asked what he meant, as he had just breathed fire like his father. He insisted it was not a quirk and wanted to show her more of what he had learned. He began to run up and down the tall trees, leaping from one to another. He then asked 𝗏𝗏 to read the first few pages of the book, which she found astonishing. The knowledge contained within could lead to trouble if misused. Concerned, she asked if anyone else knew about his abilities. Izuku admitted he had kept it a secret to prevent villains from exploiting such power. 𝗏𝗏 felt a swell of pride for her son's wisdom in understanding the dangers of revealing his abilities. She inquired about the book's origin, to which Izuku sheepishly explained that he had found it while lost, not in the city, but in a cave that led to an office room filled with dust and forgotten items. He expressed a longing to take her to the cave. As they approached the cave entrance, Izuku searched for the spot where he had discovered an oddly shaped button. Upon finding it, he stepped on it, causing the entrance to close and torches to ignite along the walls. 𝗏𝗏 was bewildered by the sudden illumination, while Izuku speculated that it might be part of a seal. He explained that seals were like pre-made, remote-controlled chakra techniques, though he admitted he didn't fully understand them either. As they descended the stairs, they remained unaware of a presence watching them from the shadows. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived in an office-like area filled with shelves of books, scrolls, weapons, and clothing. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 marveled at how, despite the dust, the items appeared pristine. 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐴 excitedly pointed out that this was where he had found the book, believing the contents could aid him in becoming a hero like All Might. 𝗏𝐭 felt a twinge of hesitation about her son pursuing such a dangerous path, even with newfound abilities. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their thoughts, asking if they sought to become heroes and offering assistance. Startled, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 instinctively positioned himself in front of his mother, keeping an eye on the exit. The voice praised 𝗧𝗂𝐁 for his bravery and cleverness, recognizing his instinct to protect his mother while also considering an escape route. When they looked toward the source of the voice, they were surprised to find a talking frog. 𝗏𝐴 quickly apologized for intruding, but 𝗧𝗂𝐁 saw this as an opportunity. The elder frog reassured them that the items belonged to a friend of their people from long ago, easing 𝗏𝐴's concerns. The elder approached 𝗧𝗂𝐁 with a proposition, offering to train him in the shinobi arts. 𝗧𝗂𝐁, feeling skeptical, questioned what the elder would gain from this arrangement. The elder chuckled, expressing his admiration for 𝗧𝗂𝐁's perceptiveness. He explained that in a world filled with quirks, there existed a hero who 𝐻𝐻𝐶D chakra, a long-lost power born from hard work and determination. The elder was eager to help 𝗧𝗂𝐁 discover the potential within him. After discussing it with his mother, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 decided to accept the elder's offer, and with her cautious support, he was ready to begin his training. The elder informed him that they would start the next day and revealed a hidden passageway after performing a few hand signs. 6 months later, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 had been diligently training and was now leaping from rooftop to rooftop, refining his speed and agility in the quiet of the night. He felt a sense of freedom as he navigated the concrete jungle, his green hoodie billowing in the wind. Whenever he witnessed a crime, he would alert the police and nearby heroes, but if they were unavailable, he would step in himself, relying on his taijutsu skills. His fire-style jutsus had been registered as his quirk, surprising his classmates since he was a late bloomer, but he knew he could avoid trouble as long as he didn't use fire. One night, while enjoying the city lights from a building's edge, a gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. A tired hero warned him about the dangers of being out so late and questioned whether his mother knew where he was. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 explained that he was simply enjoying the view and admitted that his mother was unaware of his late-night escapades. Suddenly, a scream echoed from an alleyway. The hero instructed 𝗧𝗂𝐁 to stay put while he investigated. 𝗧𝗂𝐁, however, felt compelled to follow, calling the police for backup as he went. The hero begrudgingly allowed him to tag along. They arrived to find 6 men in black suits on the ground, with 4 others surrounding a young girl who was holding a metal pole defensively. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 quickly relayed the situation to the police, detailing the villains and their quirks. The underground hero stealthily approached, taking down one of the villains with a surprise attack. He capitalized on the confusion to incapacitate another thug, showcasing his impressive combat skills. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 watched in awe, feeling inspired by the hero's prowess. As the hero prepared to confront the last 2 villains, one of them took the girl hostage, threatening her safety. The hero attempted to buy time for backup by asking questions, but the villain remained evasive. Just as the situation seemed dire, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 sprang into action, kicking the villain and freeing the girl. Seizing the opportunity, the hero subdued the remaining villain with his capture weapon, delivering a decisive blow. While waiting for the police to arrive, the hero reprimanded 𝗧𝗂𝐁 for his reckless decision to jump into the fray. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 apologized, explaining that he acted instinctively when he heard the girl scream. To his surprise, the hero, known as 𝗬𝗍𝗪, recognized him as a fan, which left 𝗧𝗂𝐁 excited and eager to learn more from him. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 approached with a notebook and pen in hand, eager to ask for an autograph. After this interaction, they were met by the girl they had rescued. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude for their help, bowing slightly as she spoke. Just then, the police and ambulance arrived, tending to the injured and apprehending the criminals. Officer 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁 was gathering testimonies about the incident, and 𝗧𝗂𝐁 found himself unable to escape this time, as a pro-hero was watching over him. The officer informed 𝗧𝗂𝐁 that he would be calling his mother, to which 𝗧𝗂𝐁 protested, fearing he would have to deal with the neighbor's ceiling repairs again due to water damage. When the detective inquired about his late-night activities, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 explained that he was simply enjoying the cool night air and the city lights while free running. Unfortunately for him, The officer insisted on calling his mother and offered to give him a ride home. As they left, Izuku muttered about mops and drains, his words trailing off into incomprehensibility. After a long night filled with tears, apologies, and repairs, both Izuku and his mother, 𝗏𝗏, finally went to sleep. The next day, upon returning from school, Izuku noticed a line of cars outside their apartment building, which put him on high alert. Entering his home, he heard voices that were not just his mother's. He discreetly retrieved a blunt kunai from a storage seal, concealing it behind his backpack as he prepared to confront the intruder. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find several well-dressed individuals surrounding an unfamiliar man and woman, along with the little girl he had saved the previous night, all engaged in friendly conversation with his mother. 𝗏𝗏 welcomed him back and introduced the guests as Mr. and Mrs. Yororozu, the parents of the girl he had rescued. The Yororozu family was renowned for their wealth and influence, with investments in various industries, including heroics. Izuku quickly understood why their daughter had been targeted. The family possessed an air of high society, and their elegant attire was something the Midoriyas typically only saw on television. The patriarch of the Yororozu family expressed their gratitude for Izuku's bravery and proposed a friendship between him and their daughter, Momo. He explained that Momo often felt lonely due to their busy lives and the superficiality of their social circle. He wanted Izuku to be her friend, having witnessed his courage in saving her. Izuku, surprised yet pleased, remarked that they could have fun together and offered to visit Momo at her home when time allowed. The Yororozu patriarch, intrigued by Izuku's ambition, inquired about his busy schedule for a 6-year-old. Izuku proudly mentioned that he was training to become a hero, prompting Mr. Yororozu to jot down their address. While the two families conversed, Mrs. Yororozu and 𝗏𝗏 reminisced about Izuku's childhood, sharing stories about his first bath and his first toy. 𝗏𝗏 humorously noted that their family lacked anyone with a water quirk. After the Yororozus departed, Izuku curiously asked how they had found him, to which 𝗏𝗏 simply replied that they were wealthy. A month later, Izuku had managed to visit Momo about twice a week, despite the distance from his home. His sensei had encouraged this as good endurance training, reminding him to use weight seals during his runs. On one such visit, while making his way to Momo's house, he received a call from her, informing him that she had to cancel their plans. Understanding, Izuku assured her it was no problem and wished her well before hanging up. Standing atop a building, he contemplated how to spend his newfound free time. Just then, he noticed a large fire in a nearby wooded area and felt compelled to investigate. Rushing from rooftop to rooftop, he made his way into the trees. Upon arrival, he discovered a teenager struggling to control the flames. After the teen extinguished the fire, he collapsed, appearing to be in distress. Izuku approached, noticing the burns on the teen's skin. He offered a special cream made by the toads of Mount Myoboku, which he often used for his own training injuries. After applying the cream, he asked if the teen felt better, to which the teen replied affirmatively. Curious about the situation, Izuku inquired about the teen's activities. The teen, introducing himself as 𝗬𝗏, explained that he had been practicing his quirk. Izuku noticed the burns and asked if that was the result of his training. 𝗬𝗏 confirmed it, sharing his struggle with fire despite having a fire quirk. Izuku pondered this, realizing that elemental quirks often reflected the user's emotions. He decided to ask 𝗬𝗏 what he thought about when using his fire, hoping to understand the connection better. 𝗬𝗏 expressed his longing to emulate his father, yearning for his pride and aspiring to be a hero. Izuku explained that elemental quirks often have an emotional trigger, and the more one becomes accustomed to their quirk, the less reliant they become on that trigger. Confused, 𝗬𝗏 questioned Izuku's intentions. Suddenly, a chill ran down 𝗬𝗏's spine as Izuku launched a kunai, narrowly grazing his cheek. Izuku concealed himself among the trees, unleashing a flurry of kunai from various angles. As 𝗬𝗏 attempted to activate his quirk, wires unexpectedly redirected his hands upward, causing him to miss the kunai that nearly struck him. Izuku charged forward, kunai in hand, his eyes cold and predatory, with 𝗬𝗏 feeling like prey. In his fear, white smoke began to emanate from one of his hands without his awareness, and he closed his eyes, overwhelmed. Just as the kunai approached his throat, Izuku halted. When 𝗬𝗧 opened his eyes, confusion washed over him as he inquired about Izuku's actions. Izuku instructed him to look at his surroundings, particularly his hands and feet. To his astonishment, 𝗬𝗧 noticed the ground was frozen around him, and his hands were ensnared by icy metal wires. Izuku then asked what 𝗬𝗧 had felt just before this moment. Realizing it was fear, 𝗬𝗧 understood that ice was the core of his quirk, while fire served as a safeguard against losing control. Izuku urged him to create ice again. Although slightly irritated by being bossed around, 𝗬𝗧 complied, recalling the chilling fear and helplessness he had experienced. After a few moments, he successfully summoned the cold. Izuku encouraged him, stating he could be his own hero without needing to follow in his father's footsteps, emphasizing that his ice was so cold it felt like it burned. They spent about an hour in the area, with 𝗬𝗧 honing his quirk and Izuku offering guidance. When 𝗬𝗧 invited Izuku to his home, Izuku agreed, noting the house's expensive, traditional style, complete with advanced security features like cameras and voice recognition. 𝗬𝗧 suggested they head to one of the training rooms to practice sparring. The training room was expansive, lined with heat-resistant materials and reinforced plating, designed to withstand intense flames. As they practiced, frost covered the mats, and steam lingered where bursts of fire had melted the edges. Suddenly, the door slid open, and a tall man entered, commanding the room with his presence. He sported a flaming mustache and fire-shaped shoulder guards, exuding authority. Beside him stood a small boy with striking hair, white on one side and red on the other, who observed the scene with curiosity. Izuku's breath caught as he recognized the man as 𝗕𝗏𝗲, the number 2 hero. The realization struck him that this was 𝗕𝗏𝗲's home and these were his children. 𝗕𝗏𝗲's gaze swept the room, taking in the scattered ice shards, burn marks, and the unfamiliar child alongside his son. His expression hardened as he demanded to know what was happening and why an unknown civilian was in his house. Before Izuku could respond, 𝗬𝗧 stepped forward, explaining that he had discovered he could wield both ice and fire. He shared that his ice was the core of his quirk, with fire manifesting when he overused it. He credited Izuku for helping him train. 𝗕𝗏𝗲 paused, calculating the implications of 2 children capable of wielding fire and ice, something he had long sought. A slow, delighted laugh escaped him as he envisioned the potential of the two. He expressed that together they could surpass All Might and fulfill ambitions he could not. 𝗬𝗧 stiffened at the implication, while the younger boy lowered his gaze. Izuku, confused by 𝗕𝗏𝗲's prideful statement, stepped forward, questioning why surpassing All Might was necessary and on what basis, power or rankings. 𝗕𝗏𝗲's eyes narrowed, but Izuku remained steadfast, asserting that All Might was number 1 because people felt safe with him, not solely due to his power. He likened it to the difference between holding a knife for safety and receiving a comforting hug. 𝗬𝗧 and the younger boy listened intently as Izuku continued, challenging 𝗕𝗏𝗲's perspective on strength and popularity. He emphasized that true heroes are remembered for their individuality, not for their lineage. Izuku's voice carried a clarity that resonated throughout the training hall, asserting that their lives, powers, and quirks belonged to them, not to 𝗕𝗏𝗲. As 𝗬𝗧 shifted beside him, absorbing every word, Izuku reminded 𝗕𝗏𝗲 of the meaning of his own name, 𝗕𝗏𝗲, someone who perseveres regardless of the challenges faced. Someone who refuses to give up. The words lingered in the air, their weight heavy. But imposing one's ambition onto another was a form of surrender, a recognition of one's own limitations. The impact of those words struck 𝗕𝗏𝗲 harder than the boy likely intended. For a brief moment, 𝗕𝗏𝗲's jaw tightened, a flicker of irritation, shame, or perhaps recognition crossed his face before he concealed it behind a facade of controlled intensity. Izuku stood firm, having just articulated a truth that 𝗕𝗏𝗲 had spent years avoiding. 𝗕𝗏𝗲 found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗧 was both ecstatic and astonished that a 6-year-old had just lectured the number 2 hero. 𝗕𝗏𝗲 instructed Shoto to train either alone or with the others, expressing a need for time to think before walking away. Shoto's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw slack as he processed the unexpected words from a child. After another hour of training, the youngest Todoroki joined them, and Izuku was introduced to the rest of the Todoroki family. He noted that Ray Todoroki was warm despite her ice quirk, while Fuyumi contrasted sharply with Tuya, shy and timid, with a low tolerance for ice but a high resistance to fire. Although Fuyumi could use her quirk in combat, she had no longing to become a hero. Izuku also learned of another brother who was not present at the time, enjoying his time with the Todorokis. As night fell, Izuku prepared for his evening stroll until Ray called out to him, inviting him to stay the night due to the darkness. Izuku provided her with his mother's number to explain his late return. After dinner, Tuya noticed something on Izuku's arms and inquired about the armband weight seals. Izuku explained that a friend with a quirk had created them for weight training. The Todoroki family was astonished to learn that they had been sparring with someone wearing such weights. Izuku revealed that he had 10 kilograms on each limb and 20 on his waist. Skeptical, Tuya challenged him, but Izuku removed the seal from his left hand and handed it to Tuya, who struggled to lift it, confirming its weight. Endeavor felt a sense of admiration for the boy's determination to grow stronger. After the earlier confrontation, he found himself reflecting on his treatment of his children. The following day, as Izuku prepared to return home in time for school, he heard Mrs. Todoroki remind him to visit again. Izuku expressed his enjoyment and promised to return before dashing home across the rooftops. Ray mused about how strong he would become as a hero, even while wearing those weights. After classes, Izuku visited the park, where a store selling impressive hero memorabilia caught his eye. While there, he witnessed Katsuki threatening another child with his quirk. Izuku intervened, urging Katsuki to stop as the other child cried on the ground. Katsuki, known for his explosive quirk, retaliated with an explosive punch, but Izuku skillfully dodged and countered, flipping Katsuki to the ground. He reminded Katsuki that this behavior was not what a hero should embody, nor what All Might would endorse. Katsuki, frustrated, insulted Izuku, but his friends hesitated to intervene, deterred by Izuku's fierce glare. Izuku warned Katsuki that he would intervene again if this behavior continued, leaving him with a bruise as he kicked him away from the tree. He extended the same warning to Katsuki's friends, shattering their friendship in the process. 2 months after meeting the Todorokis, Izuku dedicated himself to mastering the shadow clone technique, refining his control over chakra. The elder guiding him reassured him that he was close to success. Once mastered, the technique would allow him to accelerate his training by using shadow clones, with all their experiences returning to him upon dispersal. The elder reminded him that this was a B-rank ninjutsu, and he had only been studying the ninja arts for less than a year. Izuku was determined to succeed, knowing that mastering this technique would make learning new jutsu easier and allow him to maintain his social life while training. The elder reminisced about a legendary shinobi, Naruto Uzumaki, whose story mirrored Izuku's in many ways. A boy who rose from nothing, shunned for circumstances beyond his control, only to prove himself among the greatest. The elder noted Izuku's impressive chakra reserves, which allowed him to produce imperfect clones without exhausting himself. In the nearly 9 months since his chakra had been unlocked, Izuku had primarily trained in taijutsu and ninjutsu, focusing on fire and lightning elements, which he explained as advanced forms of plasma. He also demonstrated a natural talent for seals, ensuring he was never truly unarmed. He resolved to master the shadow clone technique first, believing it would enable him to explore higher-tier jutsu beyond his natural affinities. The elder eventually declared that it was enough for the day and encouraged Izuku to rest, promising to continue their training the next day. Izuku lowered his hands, disappointment flickering across his face after 3 weeks of effort without success in mastering the technique. Inko and Izuku found themselves in another city for the annual hero convention, known as HeroCon. With rumors circulating that All Might make an appearance, Izuku was eager to attend. Fortunately, Hisoshi Midoriya, Inko's husband, earned a comfortable living abroad, allowing them to enjoy the trip without financial strain. They stayed in a nice place, and for Izuku, there were no downsides. Thanks to his ability to be summoned back to Mount Myaboku, the trip did not interfere with his training. HeroCon was an overwhelming experience in the best way possible. Stalls stretched endlessly, and food vendors offered hero-themed meals, including mighty burgers piled high with toppings, thin-crust pizzas branded with Crust's agency logo, and baskets of perfectly seasoned musha fries. Nearby, merchandise booths offered a wide array of items: action figures, clothing, perfumes, and collectibles. Some stalls were designed for a more mature audience, discreetly tucked away in a secluded area that Izuku intentionally avoided. Autograph booths were also present, where heroes like Wash and Captain Celebrity sat behind long tables, signing memorabilia for enthusiastic fans. Izuku could hardly contain his excitement. This was a paradise for hero enthusiasts. As the first day of HeroCon concluded without any sign of All Might, Izuku felt a twinge of disappointment but refused to let it dampen his spirits. There were still 6 more days ahead. His favorite hero could appear at any moment. Izuku and his mother, 𝗏𝗏, had taken time off from work and school for this trip, and for Izuku, it was absolutely worth it. Whatever assignments awaited him, whatever a first grader had to manage, he would deal with them later. The experience alone justified the effort. Still, the idea of switching to online schooling lingered in his mind, as it would provide him with more time to train. His mother had gently reminded him that he also needed to learn how to socialize. Thus, Izuku remained in regular school. He played an important role there, one that the teachers were either unwilling or unable to fill. Whenever trouble arose, especially from bullies like Bakugo, Izuku was there to intervene, ensuring that there would be consequences for their actions when he returned. The teachers, lacking the courage to confront stronger students like Izuku, never documented these incidents. Every eyewitness claimed that Izuku was merely defending his classmates. If the media ever discovered that a student had been punished for protecting others from bullies using powerful quirks, the school would face serious repercussions. Especially since Izuku had video evidence of students misusing their quirks on school grounds while teachers looked the other way. The second day of HeroCon was even more vibrant. New heroes filled the convention grounds. Some hosted their own stalls, others patrolled, and a few were clearly there to enjoy themselves in casual attire. Izuku could easily spot them. Heroes carried themselves differently, exuding an unmistakable aura. That was how he noticed a familiar, albeit unfriendly, face. Dark, messy hair framed heavy-lidded eyes that suggested a lack of sleep, and a hero costume subtle enough to pass as casual wear. It was Eraserhead. He was not alone. Beside him stood a tall man with long blonde hair, sunglasses, and a loud voice, along with a woman with long black hair and glasses, exuding effortless confidence. Izuku recognized 𝗵𝗃 and Midnight. Eraserhead muttered about being dragged to the event, his exhaustion evident. 𝗵𝗃 laughed, encouraging him to have fun, while Midnight playfully reminded him that all his brooding wasn't good for his health. She struck a dramatic pose, emphasizing her radiant appearance and urging them to enjoy the moment while they could. Eraserhead sighed, looking as if he already regretted being there. Izuku approached the 3 pro heroes, his eyes shining with excitement. He pulled out 3 notebooks and a pen, flipping open each one to reveal carefully marked pages labeled with their names. One by one, he presented the notebooks to Eraserhead, 𝗵𝗃, and Midnight. This habit had been encouraged by his elders. Studying how others moved, fought, and reacted was crucial for refining his own combat style and strategies. He earnestly requested their signatures, explaining that each notebook contained a detailed hero analysis entry dedicated to its owner. Eraserhead stared at him for a moment longer than necessary, recognition flickering across his tired face. He recalled meeting the rooftop kid 3 months ago. 𝗵𝗃 was surprised, recalling the incident involving the brick guy. Eraserhead confirmed the connection and asked if Izuku had stopped his nightly strolls. Izuku looked away, and as the heroes prepared to sign, their eyes drifted to the contents of the notebooks, causing them to freeze. Eraserhead read aloud about smoke screens and gaseous irritants, noting the countermeasures. 𝗵𝗃 swallowed as he read his own entry, detailing weaknesses in his costume and how to disrupt his vocal efficiency. Midnight's grip on her notebook tightened as she read about her quirk's limitations. All 3 heroes looked up at Izuku, and Eraserhead carefully inquired who had written the analyses. Izuku answered without hesitation, claiming responsibility for the notebooks. 𝗵𝗃 expressed concern about the dangerous nature of such information. Izuku calmly explained that the notebooks included strengths, weaknesses, fighting styles, and potential support items for heroes. The pros stiffened at the implications of his knowledge. 𝗧𝗂 quickly reassured them that no one else could access the notebooks, thanks to a friend with a storage quirk that used special symbols. The heroes exchanged uneasy glances, unsettled not just by the analysis but by the implications of the child's connections. 𝐒𝐽𝑒𝐽 eventually handed the notebook back after signing it, thanking 𝗧𝗂 and acknowledging that some of the ideas were worth testing. Midnight crouched to 𝗧𝗂's level, her earlier bravado replaced by genuine curiosity, and asked what he wanted to be when he grew up. Without hesitation, 𝗧𝗂 declared his ambition to become a hero. For the first time since reading the notebooks, the three pros felt some tension ease. A mind like his, used for good, could indeed be a blessing. Receiving 3 autographs left 𝗧𝗂 practically bouncing with excitement, especially since he hadn't managed to get Eraserhead's autograph during their last encounter. He rushed back to his mother, nearly tripping over his own feet, and proudly showed her the signed notebooks. 𝐒𝐭 smiled warmly as she examined them, thinking about how, despite being so strong already, 𝗧𝗂 still felt this thrill from meeting his heroes. They continued to enjoy the convention together, weaving through the colorful stalls and lively crowds, when 𝗧𝗂 suddenly froze. He spotted a familiar face and called out to 𝗬𝗧, who turned with a bright expression. They exchanged greetings, and 𝗧𝗂 introduced his mother, who thanked 𝗬𝗧 for being friends with her son. 𝗬𝗧 quickly insisted that he should be the one thanking 𝗧𝗂, noting that things at home had improved since they met, although he preferred not to discuss the details in public. 𝗧𝗂's curiosity was piqued. 𝗬𝗧 explained that he had come alone, as his father was on patrol and the rest of the family was with his mother. He wanted to explore at his own pace and was heading to the support gear booths for fire quirks. Although he had ice powers, he felt it was wise to have fire gear just in case he found himself in a situation where he couldn't use ice. 𝗧𝗂's eyes brightened at the thought of joining him, eager to gather ideas. 𝗬𝗧 smirked, finding it predictable. After browsing the booth dedicated to fire quirk support items, 𝗧𝗂 and 𝗬𝗧 eventually parted ways as the sun began to set. 𝗏𝐭 gently suggested it was time for a break. 𝗧𝗂 sighed, expressing his disappointment that All Might had not shown up that day. 𝗏𝐭 reassured him, ruffling his hair and reminding him that the #1 hero was likely busy saving people. Dinner at a small local diner helped lift 𝗧𝗂's spirits a bit. Afterward, they walked back to their hotel, the city's evening lights glowing around them. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗂 stopped, noticing dark smears along the wall of a nearby alley. It looked like BLD. He quietly instructed his mother to prepare to call the police and paramedics. 𝗏𝐭 stiffened but nodded, pulling out her phone as 𝗧𝗂 cautiously stepped into the alley for a closer look. There, lying on the ground, was a blonde girl with messy buns. BLD was at the corner of her mouth, and beside her lay a small bird, lifeless and pale, with visible puncture wounds on its neck. Without hesitation, 𝗧𝗂 backed out and called for help. The paramedics arrived quickly, checking the girl's vitals before lifting her onto a stretcher. After giving their statements to the police, 𝗏𝐭 and 𝗧𝗂 followed the ambulance to the hospital. 𝗧𝗂 anxiously asked if the girl would be okay. One of the paramedics reassured him that her vitals were stable and nothing seemed obviously wrong at first glance. 2 hours passed before the girl finally stirred, murmuring weakly. 𝗏𝐭 softly informed her that she was in a hospital and that a doctor had been called. When the doctor returned with the BLD test results, his expression was serious. The girl was severely anemic, far beyond what could be explained by injury alone. He noted that it seemed like something had been draining her BLD. 𝗧𝗂 frowned, recalling that when he found her, she was next to a dead bird that had also been drained of BLD, with puncture marks resembling fangs. This caught the doctor's attention. The doctor revealed that they had run her DNA and identified her as Himiko Toga, with her quirk listed as a cat mutation. 𝗧𝗂's eyes narrowed, realizing that the information had been falsified. He immediately contacted the police, and 𝗏𝐭 firmly told the arriving officer that they believed the girl had not been properly cared for and that her parents had deliberately misrepresented her quirk. While the adults spoke, 𝗧𝗂 stayed by Himiko's side, quietly encouraging her. Eventually, she confessed the truth about her quirk but hesitated, glancing at him. She asked if she could have some of his BLD. 𝗧𝗂, unfazed, cleaned his forearm with alcohol and offered it to her. Himiko drank, and moments later, her form shifted, transforming into another Izuku Midoriya. The evidence was unmistakable. Once everything settled for the night, Inko and Izuku returned to their hotel, exhausted. With the chaos behind them, they allowed themselves a moment to rest, unaware that this encounter would change more than just one life. The next day marked the third day of HeroCon, yet Izuku struggled to enjoy himself. His thoughts kept drifting back to Himiko, wishing he could have done more. That feeling of helplessness gnawed at him, leaving him unusually quiet. Someone noticed his mood. A familiar voice called out, asking what was bothering him. Izuku looked up to see 𝗵𝗃, fully suited up in his hero costume. After a brief hesitation, he shared everything that had happened in the alley, the hospital, and what they had learned afterward. 𝗵𝗃 listened attentively and, once Izuku finished, pulled out his phone to make a quick call. A moment later, he turned back with a confident grin, assuring Izuku that he had a plan. A hero friend of his, who also had a BLD-related quirk, agreed to take the case. Izuku's eyes lit up at the thought of a hero who could truly understand Himiko. Relief washed over him, easing the tight knot in his chest. He felt assured that she would receive the help she needed and that justice would be served. With that weight lifted, Izuku spent the rest of the day exploring the convention with his mother. HeroCon was massive, and even 3 days in, they still hadn't seen half of what it had to offer. While browsing a stall selling water hose-themed sodas, they encountered a familiar group. Inko greeted Mitsuki Bakugo enthusiastically, who stood there with her spiky blonde hair and sharp red eyes, resembling an adult version of her son. Nearby, Masaru Bakugo quietly examined a stall advertising fabrics favored for hero costumes, while Katsuki glared at Izuku. Izuku, pretending not to notice, sipped his water hose-branded blueberry soda while studying a nearby booth displaying replica weapons used by famous heroes. He tidily told Katsuki not to let their feud ruin their mother's friendship and suggested he just ignore him. Katsuki snapped back, acknowledging the temporary truce formed for the sake of their mothers. As the day wound down, the two families parted ways. Inko cheerfully suggested they do this again sometime, to which Mitsuki agreed, mentioning that her son had behaved well that day. As they said their goodbyes, Izuku's attention drifted to a nearby stall draped in purple and violet cloth, a fortune-telling booth. Although he doubted its authenticity, it looked intriguing. Inside, an elderly woman gestured for them to sit before a crystal ball. She instructed anyone wishing to know their fortune to place their hand upon the sphere. Izuku complied, and the teller began to peer into his future, cautioning that it was not set in stone and could change with his actions. Izuku pondered the point of knowing it if one choice could alter everything. The woman rubbed the crystal ball, her expression shifting. She remarked on the uniqueness of his power, stating that there would be great battles in his future that would determine the fate of the world, good versus evil. As she continued, she ominously mentioned that he would become a deciding factor in a feud between brothers that had raged for centuries. This revelation felt increasingly strange. The teller warned that once revealed, his power would shake the very foundations of the world. Both Izuku and Inko shifted uncomfortably, wondering if the woman truly saw something significant. She concluded that through his character, hearts would connect, eyes would open, and others would be inspired to unite and stand together. You will become a hero of legend, stronger, wiser, and more refined than those who came before you. She withdrew her hands from the crystal ball, stating simply that he was exceptional and would change the world. After paying the teller, Izuku and Inko stepped back into the open air. Izuku expressed his concern, mentioning that some of the fortune teller's words were too specific, wondering who she was. Inko forced a small smile and suggested they forget about it, proposing they return to the hotel to rest. Izuku nodded, but the words lingered in his mind long after they walked away. Unbeknownst to them, the stall began to fade away, leaving no trace of its existence, only memories remained. The fourth day of HeroCon began with a surprise. Izuku noticed Momo waving from the balcony of a restaurant overlooking the convention grounds, accompanied by her parents and several bodyguards who were not very well concealed. Izuku thought they could use more practice as he felt their stares. They were invited to join the Yororozu family for breakfast, and 𝐒𝐭 accepted graciously. The restaurant was elegant, a stark contrast to the bustling HeroCon. Momo explained that her family was there to support a company they partially owned that was showcasing new equipment. Izuku understood and shared that he was there just to have fun, enjoying autographs and merchandise. After breakfast, they headed to the equipment demonstration, where the highlight was a compact grappling launcher, slim, wrist-mounted, and capable of lifting and reeling in up to 200 kilograms, all while being smaller than anything currently on the market. Izuku found it incredibly cool, and one of the engineers expressed pride in the demonstration. As the demonstrations concluded, it was already lunchtime. They chose another nearby restaurant and began walking when suddenly, an explosion erupted from a nearby booth. Izuku reacted instantly, stepping in front of Momo and his mother, ready to protect them if necessary. As the smoke cleared, a girl with pink hair styled in messy locks emerged from the wreckage, wearing overalls and sporting crosshair-shaped pupils, her face smeared with soot. A tall woman, who looked suspiciously like an older version of the girl, shouted at her about testing inventions outside secured areas. The girl flatly replied that she was told not to do it. The Midoriya and Yororozu families silently turned and walked away, recognizing that anyone reckless enough to let inventions explode without precautions was a disaster waiting to happen. As the day came to an end, it was time to part ways. Momo remarked on how enjoyable the day had been, and Izuku agreed, expressing that it had been loads of fun. As they said their goodbyes, Izuku quietly noted that All Might still wasn't there. The 5th and 6th days passed without anything particularly notable, aside from Izuku significantly expanding his autograph collection. But on the 7th day, fate had other plans. It was the final day of HeroCon, and Izuku still hadn't seen or heard anything about All Might. No announcements, no rumors, nothing. They wandered into a more secluded section of the convention, hoping to find something different. They discovered a stall that stood apart from the rest, not because it was flashy or eye-catching, but because it was utterly ordinary, with simple shelves and plain goods. It was an antique stall. Something drew Izuku in. An elderly vendor greeted him warmly, asking if he was interested in his wares. As Izuku scanned the items, his breath caught at the sight of symbols from different Konoha clans. Even 𝗏𝐭 seemed to recognize a few markings. The vases, teapots, brushes, and cups all bore symbols from clans long associated with Konoha. Izuku asked the old man where he had acquired these items. The old man explained that he and his son were archaeologists who excavated ancient human settlements. They had found these items scattered across different regions of the world, with no written records explaining their origin, but many shared strange markings. He sighed, mentioning that they had accumulated too many and were trying to sell them. Izuku continued browsing, feeling a strange certainty that something was meant for him. Then he spotted it, a plain wooden box, roughly 2 feet by 2 feet by 3. He lifted it easily and inquired about the price. The old man chuckled, saying that if Izuku could open it, it was his, otherwise, it would cost 50,000 yen. Izuku smiled faintly and accepted the challenge. The markings on the box were unmistakable, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, renowned seal MSTRS. He studied the patterns carefully, realizing it was a seal that required chakra, not brute force. The lines formed a maze, and the chakra had to flow from the center through the correct paths to the edges. He focused, channeling chakra, and the box clicked open. The old man stared in astonishment as Izuku declared that he had opened it. The man acknowledged the deal but asked how he had done it. Izuku closed the box and smiled, stating that it was a secret. Cradling the box carefully, Izuku felt excitement bubbling within him. He thought about what was missing when he suddenly heard a familiar voice announcing his arrival. Izuku froze, recognizing All Might. The moment shattered his self-control, and with a flash step, he vanished, leaving his mother behind, and reappeared in front of the #1 hero. All Might blinked in surprise as Izuku materialized out of thin air, moving at a speed invisible to most of the crowd. Izuku began to excitedly share his admiration, pulling out his hero analysis notebook and presenting it with trembling hands, pleading for an autograph. All Might laughed warmly and signed the notebook without hesitation. The instant the pen lifted from the page, Izuku clutched the book to his chest like a priceless treasure. The crowd soon realized what had happened, surging toward All Might with cheers and camera flashes. Izuku expressed his gratitude before using another flash step to return beside his mother, grinning so widely that his cheeks hurt. Later that evening, the elder spoke calmly, asking if Izuku had enjoyed his break. Izuku confirmed that he had, also sharing that he found the box from the Shinobi era, which belonged to the Uzumaki clan. The elder examined the box closely, recognizing the sealing pattern. He gravely informed Izuku that the box used a recognition seal lock, which could only be opened by someone with Uzumaki blood. The elder looked at him steadily, asking if he understood what this meant. Izuku's breath caught as he realized he was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Stunned, Izuku watched as the elder opened the box fully and removed a sealed scroll, unfurling it with care. He announced that it was the scroll of the adamantine chains technique, a jutsu that manifested indestructible chakra chains to do the user's bidding, excelling in both offense and defense. The elder rolled the scroll back up and smiled, congratulating Izuku for uncovering a remarkable inheritance. With it came a legacy. Izuku, now 9 years old, felt his training finally bearing fruit. He could carry 20 kilograms on each limb, wield the lowest tier elements even without a natural affinity, use shadow clones effectively, and summon a single adamantine chain. His friends had also made significant progress. Tuya had become a hero student at Ua trained with Izuku every other week after developing an interest in heroics, and Shoto Todoroki did the same. Shoto's quirk was exceptionally powerful. He could freely use both ice and fire simultaneously, unlike Tuya, who had to rely on ice first before using his flames to avoid injury. 5 months after discovering the adamantine chain scroll, an incident occurred. After a training spar with Shoto, Mrs. Todoroki entered the room to offer tea and snacks. The area was marked by scorch marks and melting ice. She slipped on a wet patch, spilling hot tea onto Shoto's left side, his fireside, which was highly resistant to heat. Forgetting this crucial detail, Rei instinctively used her ice quirk to cool the area rapidly. The sudden thermal shock left a mark on his skin. Rei immediately broke down, apologizing so desperately that one might think she was a Midoriya. Shoto forgave her without hesitation, but she struggled to forgive herself for harming her youngest son. While his clones practiced and learned more ninjutsu, and one clone attended school for him, he was running to different parts of Japan, hoping to find more shinobi memorabilia. Most of what he found were old weapons from antique shops, and even those were few and far between. His best find was an old headband with the symbol from the Land of Water, which he acquired from a street stall at a festival. He hoped to find diaries depicting the lives of shinobi from that era so he could learn more about the legacy of chakra he now carried. Although Inko worried for her son's safety during these excursions, she recognized how strong he had become. As long as he called her every night at 7 p.m. if one of his trips would take longer than a day, she would not hesitate to reverse summon him home. Inko Midoriya may not have fully embraced the ninja arts like Izuku, but she had learned a thing or two, particularly using her chakra to reverse summon her son, a skill taught to her by an elder. Izuku was currently in the northeastern part of Japan, in a heavily wooded area near a small town that was quite peaceful, with no villains and only minor criminals handled by the police. He thought about inviting his mother to this serene place, knowing she would enjoy the atmosphere. As he ventured deeper into the forest, unsure of what he was searching for, he had heard rumors of strange knives being found in this region. His search was interrupted by a distant explosion. While a normal person might have run away and called the authorities, Izuku was anything but ordinary. He moved toward the source of the explosion, discovering a modern building that resembled a giant warehouse, rectangular in shape with vines and moss growing on its sides. It might have seemed abandoned if not for the lights emanating from the area where the explosion had occurred. Izuku concealed himself behind a tree with thick foliage, using a flash step as soon as he noticed movement. In the distance, he saw a short old man in a yellow costume bouncing around and taking out opponents with powerful kicks. Further back was a man in a business suit, wearing glasses and sporting a stern expression, incapacitating the presumed villains with precision. Izuku recognized 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and wondered what he was doing there. If 𝗧𝗏𝗏 was present, then All Might must be as well, but where? When another explosion occurred, Izuku caught sight of All Might engaged in a fierce battle against a man with white hair in a suit, who was holding his own against the symbol of peace. Each time All Might threw a punch, the villain countered by deforming his hand, resembling the arm of a monster, matching All Might's strength. The villain shot beams from his fingers, and All Might ducked under them before charging at top speed, readying a punch. The villain countered with one of his own, creating a pressure wave upon impact. Izuku realized he needed to conceal his presence. He shouldn't interfere in a fight between heroes, especially not one involving All Might. He watched the epic battle unfold, feeling the shockwaves from their fists and witnessing the villain's lasers, spikes, and even manipulation of the earth. Izuku pondered how this was possible, suspecting it wasn't from chakra. Could it be that the villain possessed multiple quirks? While All Might was busy deflecting a giant tentacle spike, a smaller one aimed for his right side. All Might noticed it at the last moment and braced himself to mitigate the damage. Suddenly, a silver-colored, cone-shaped object attached to a chain emerged from the ground, deflecting the spike aimed at All Might and then pursuing the villain. The villain attempted to block it with a hardening quirk, but the object pierced through his arm guard, embedding itself in his arm. Both the hero and villain were taken aback by this unexpected interference. Seizing the opportunity, All Might poured all his strength into one final attack. He shouted his signature move as he delivered a powerful punch to the villain's head, achieving victory at last. The villain lay on the ground, breathless, marking the end of a long battle. All Might proclaimed that the symbol of evil was no more while scanning the area for the one who had aided him. He had rushed here the moment he learned of the villain's location, without backup. He soon noticed the old man and Sir Night-Eye running toward him. The old man congratulated All Might on his victory, while All Might expressed gratitude but insisted he hadn't done it alone. This revelation surprised the other two heroes. All Might explained how a chained knife had deflected the spike that could have harmed him, allowing him the time to gather his strength for his final attack. The heroes wondered about the identity of their unseen ally, unaware that he was hiding in the trees nearby. Feeling a surge of urgency, Izuku realized he needed to leave. He couldn't believe there was someone so powerful who could stand against All Might without him ever having heard of him. He knew he had to become stronger, for the day might come when he would face someone like that as a hero. His determination burned brighter than ever after witnessing a legendary battle between titans. At Mount Myoboku, Izuku exhaled slowly, frustration evident on his face. He acknowledged to himself that he needed more real combat experience. Taijutsu drills and sparring sessions were beneficial, but nothing could compare to real fights. The old toad regarded Izuku for a moment before suggesting he use his shadow clones. Izuku frowned, expressing his concern that he already knew every move they would make. The elder clarified that he didn't mean for them to fight each other but to send them into the real world to face actual enemies. Izuku's eyes widened as the idea clicked into place. The elder explained that this way, Izuku would gain experience, and if a clone was captured or defeated, it would simply vanish without consequences. Excited by the prospect, Izuku realized they were truly making the most of the shadow clones. The elder encouraged him to summon 10 clones to handle any criminals foolish enough to cross their path. Just like that, a vigilante was born. Across the city, whispers spread among criminals about a mysterious figure who appeared without warning and vanished just as quickly. Izuku adopted the name Smoke, as he would disappear in a cloud of white mist whenever he was injured or restrained, remaining silent and elusive. Later, back at home, Inko watched as Izuku dismissed a clone, impressed by his mastery of the technique. She appreciated the arrangement, knowing his real body was safe. Izuku mentioned he would also use the transformation technique, ensuring no one would recognize him. Inko smiled, reassured, unaware that her son had taken his first step into a much larger and darker world. 2 weeks passed since the Shadow Clone Vigilante plan began. Initially, everything went smoothly. The clones dealt with small-time criminals, purse snatchers, muggers, and street thugs, appearing and disappearing before anyone could react. Eyewitnesses were quick to share their accounts of the vigilante showing up in multiple places at once, sometimes just minutes apart. By the second week, Izuku decided to raise the stakes. The clones began targeting larger operations, criminal groups, syndicates, and underground organizations. In just 7 days, 6 major crime rings were dismantled, groups wanted for serious offenses like weapon smuggling and human trafficking. Izuku acknowledged that the escalation was rapid, but his impatience and the thrill of protecting the innocent fueled him. This caught the attention of the heroes. Police precincts and hero agencies were inundated with reports of timelines that didn't add up and crime scenes too clean for a single person to be responsible. Investigators speculated about how one vigilante could take down 6 organizations in such a short time. Some wondered if he possessed a cloning quirk, while a pro-hero noted that witness statements described different abilities, suggesting a coordinated group. As a clone dissipated due to a lack of chakra, Izuku thought to himself that he was gaining real combat experience without anyone suspecting him. If someone tried to chase him, he could simply dismiss the clones and vanish, maintaining the perfect cover as long as his secret remained safe. Despite the clone's successes, the media had yet to catch wind of the story. Rumors were circulating, but nothing concrete emerged, just whispers of someone taking down criminals and disappearing before the authorities arrived. Another week passed, and that was when the Shadow clones encountered their first A-class villain, Muscular. This massive blonde man, known for his muscle augmentation quirk, was already wanted for multiple serious crimes and had returned to the city, seemingly ready to wreak havoc once more. One of the clones spotted him moving through a crowded street, prompting an immediate response. Several clones converged, channeling lightning chakra between them to form a glowing cage that snapped shut around Muscular. The electricity surged repeatedly, locking his muscles in place until he finally collapsed, unconscious. This incident finally drew media attention, with reports flooding in about a vigilante group operating with uncanny coordination, all dressed in similar, ninja-like gear. The name The Shadows quickly gained traction. Izuku sighed upon hearing it, noting it wasn't the name he had hoped for, but it made sense given that no one had managed to land a hit on them. A month had passed since the vigilante group, known only as Shadow by the authorities, emerged from the darkness, and their name had spread rapidly through the underworld. In a dimly lit conference room, a gathering of heroes and law enforcers convened to discuss how to capture these elusive vigilantes. Detective 𝗬𝗁𝗁, Police Chief 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Rock Lock, Eraserhead, Sir Night Eye, Fat Gum, Miruko, Midnight, and the symbol of peace, All Might, were all present. Chief 𝗧𝗵𝗲's gravelly voice broke the silence as he reported that in just 1 month, Shadow had dismantled 23 villain organizations, uncovered intelligence on the Meta Liberation Army's return, and apprehended numerous small-time criminals. Their effectiveness was undeniable, but the Hero Public Safety Commission was pressuring him. Despite their results, they were still vigilantes, breaking the law. Sir Night Eye adjusted his glasses, seeking leads on the vigilantes' operations, patrol routes, quirks, and numbers. The chief exhaled heavily, explaining that from testimonies, video footage, and police reports, they had pieced together fragments of information. The members wielded similar abilities: pyrokinesis, enhanced strength, and more. They estimated Shadow's numbers to be around 120, but their nomadic nature made them difficult to track. Midnight leaned forward, suggesting that their only option was to set a trap and interrogate one of the vigilantes. Detective 𝗬𝗁𝗁 expressed concern about the difficulty of the task, noting they would need luck for one of them to stumble into their net. Thus, the plan was set in motion. False rumors were spread about a powerful villain organization rising in the abandoned docks of Musutofu City. Undercover officers and heroes disguised themselves as common thugs, while the heavy hitters concealed their presence nearby. The bait was laid, and they waited to see if Shadow would take it. After a week of anticipation, the trap finally worked. A vigilante took the bait just as he was overwhelming police officers armed with handguns and holding his own against several heroes. At that moment, the stronger heroes revealed themselves, commanding him to surrender as they closed in. The clone assessed the situation, recognizing the formidable heroes surrounding him. Realizing it was a setup, Izuku remained calm, acknowledging their cleverness but asserting that they couldn't catch him. He charged at Eraserhead, engaging him in close-quarters combat. Although Aizawa was skilled, he struggled to keep up with Izuku's clone's raw strength. Miruko jumped in next, launching a high-axe kick aimed at his head, but Izuku stepped in instead of back, catching her knee on his shoulder. In one fluid motion, He grasped her leg, seized her head, and drove his knee into her face. She was thrown aside, her nose bleeding. 𝗏𝗏 charged at him, trying to immobilize him with his quirk. Izuku deftly slapped his wrists away and struck precise pressure points, causing pain to flare as 𝗏𝗏 collapsed, incapacitated. Izuku then noticed Midnight tearing her sleeve, preparing to use her quirk. A knife flew from his hand, grazing her cheek. Within moments, her body went limp as drowsiness overtook her, and she fell asleep. Night-Eye hurled a chess piece. Izuku caught it, momentarily surprised by its weight, before throwing it back. It slammed into Night-Eye's gut with tremendous force, knocking him unconscious. A grey scarf suddenly lashed toward him. Izuku sliced through it with a knife imbued with wind chakra and lunged back toward Eraserhead, only to be forced into evasive movement as police bullets whizzed through the air. He tossed a flash pellet at Aizawa. It detonated right in front of his face, blinding him and removing him from the fight. Then All Might moved. The symbol of peace threw a punch, and Izuku summoned the adamantine chain, blocking the blow. All Might whispered about the weapon, intrigued. Izuku acknowledged the compliment, stating he wasn't ready to defeat him yet but was working on it. All Might hesitated, questioning why Izuku chose to be a vigilante instead of a hero. Izuku explained that being a hero would require him to limit himself, which would only lead to more chaos in the world. A cloud of smoke erupted, and he vanished. The heroes stared at the empty space, confused and searching for any sign of escape. Eraserhead wondered if one of them had a warping quirk, to which Night-Eye replied that they would conduct a sweep of the area just in case. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 muttered that things had just become much more complicated. Izuku mused elsewhere, hands moving through practiced seals, reflecting on how they had caught him this time. He acknowledged the trap but felt they would need to do better to keep him contained. He continued training, executing intermediate-level wind jutsu, despite lacking affinity for it. However, he had already advanced in fire and lightning techniques. While one clone kept the heroes occupied, the others infiltrated HPSC headquarters, gathering every scrap of data they could access. Anything useful was copied, classified files, internal communications, and information that would be impossible to obtain through normal channels. Some of it would serve as leverage, even blackmail if necessary. They moved efficiently. Heroes stationed as guards were quietly neutralized. Sleeping gas filled corridors and offices, incapacitating security personnel and civilian employees alike. By the time alarms should have been raised, most of the building was already unconscious. What they discovered was disturbing. Buried reports, sealed directives, and quiet authorizations revealed actions the public would never forgive if exposed. Izuku realized he couldn't handle this alone. He needed an accomplice, someone influential, powerful enough to ensure these revelations could not be buried, and someone with a deep, personal grudge against the HPSC. According to the rumors, he knew exactly who to approach. 𝗫𝗫, the creature that defied easy classification, part rat, part dog, part bear, part mouse, sat in his office, a thin scar cutting across one eye as he sorted through stacks of paperwork. Most of the documents centered on one name, Shadow, a vigilante group that had emerged quietly and grown alarmingly effective. Without warning, someone entered his office. There was no alarm, no distortion in the security systems. 𝗫𝗫 welcomed the stranger, apologizing for the lack of hospitality due to their unannounced arrival. A masked figure stood before his desk, placing a data drive on the surface, stating that 𝗫𝗫 would have more use for it than they would, having made copies. The figure turned to leave. 𝗫𝗫 finally looked up, questioning whether the vigilante intended to remain one rather than become a pro-hero. Behind the mask, the vigilante smiled, and 𝗫𝗫 noticed. Moments later, the office filled with smoke, and the figure vanished. 𝗫𝗫 stared at the empty space for a long second before letting out a quiet chuckle, finding the encounter interesting. Izuku, now 10 years old, was being told by the elder to take a break. The elder advised him to learn to get a hobby, warning that training to get stronger should not be his only priority. Izuku frowned, insisting that training was his #1 focus. The elder explained that without proper rest, he would burn himself out, not just physically, but mentally as well. He emphasized the importance of balance, reminding 𝗂𝐭 to train well, eat well, learn well, and sleep well. 𝗂𝐭 sighed and nodded, deciding to do some research after training. When he began looking into hobbies, 𝗂𝐭 quickly realized he had no idea where to start. Naturally, he asked his mother for advice. 𝐒𝐭 smiled gently, asking what he enjoyed doing outside of training or anything hero-related. 𝗂𝐭 froze, realizing he had never done anything that wasn't related to training or studying heroes. Admitting this, 𝗏𝐭 suggested he ask his schoolmates first before approaching the 𝐎𝐻𝑖𝐻𝑖𝐻 or the 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐻𝑖𝐻, believing they would suggest something he might not be interested in. The next day at school, 𝗂𝐭 began asking around. One boy suggested playing video games, but 𝗂𝐭 thought that was redundant since he already experienced intense battles daily. A girl mentioned gardening, which he occasionally did at 𝗵𝗲 Another boy grinned and suggested looking at girls, to which 𝗂𝐭 replied that it was inappropriate. Someone else asked if he had tried sports, but with his abilities, everything felt like slow motion. A girl suggested applying for one of the clubs, which piqued 𝗂𝐭's interest. Since the school housed students from elementary to high school, there were plenty of clubs and people willing to teach beginners. 𝗂𝐭 started with the art club. During a demonstration, he decided to give it a try, intending to start simple but soon found himself drawing all might in meticulous detail. The room fell silent as the club members were impressed and asked him to draw one of them instead. The subject was a middle school girl with a ponytail and a quirk that allowed her to grow sharp fingernails. Everyone else drew her as well. 30 minutes later, they compared their results. Most drawings were good, showcasing varying skill levels, but 𝗂𝐭 stood out. He had depicted her in her school uniform, posed like a hero, her claw-like nails outstretched and ready to fight. One hand faced forward as if stopping an unseen villain, her confident smile radiating reassurance. The drawing evoked a feeling of safety and hope. The room erupted in excitement, and the girl herself turned as red as a tomato, staring at the image. 𝗂𝐭 felt a surge of confidence as he admired his drawing. When he left, the club expressed their longing to keep it, and he agreed. They planned to showcase it during the school festival as part of an exhibit titled Anyone Can Be a Hero. Next, he visited the music club, which welcomed newcomers, even those who had never played an instrument, as long as they were eager to learn. The club president, Shiro-yuki, a first-year student, introduced 𝗂𝐭 before they demonstrated their instruments. After listening, 𝗂𝐭 smiled and asked if he could try. Assuming it was just youthful enthusiasm, they allowed him to choose an instrument. He picked up a guitar and began to strum. The rhythm, beats, tone, and pitch resonated with him, akin to the dynamics of a fight, an opponent's rhythm, strength, emotions, and resolve. However, his playing was predictably clumsy, reminiscent of someone who understood fighting theory but had never fought. Despite this, he enjoyed it. 𝗂𝐭 expressed his uncertainty about attending every day, stating that he wanted to learn as much as possible while he was there. The club welcomed him with enthusiasm. A middle school boy inquired why he couldn't come daily, to which 𝗂𝐭 explained that he was training to be a hero, and that was his main focus. He would attend when he had spare time. The club members admired his dedication. Even after joining the music club, 𝗂𝐭 continued to explore other clubs. His next stop was the drama club, where he was met with a flurry of activity. Students practicing choreography, rehearsing lines, and preparing props and costumes. A senior approached him, confirming he was the one checking out clubs. 𝗂𝐭 nodded, and the senior introduced herself as 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲, the drama club president. She explained they were preparing for the school festival, which was months away, emphasizing the importance of practice. She handed 𝗂𝐭 a script and asked him to pick a character and read their lines, noting they hadn't cast everyone yet. The play was a classic tale of an evil villain bent on world domination, ultimately defeated by heroes. 𝗂𝐭 chose to portray the villain. A wave of confusion swept through the room as he expressed his longing to explore the role of a villain. For fun, he let slip a hint of intense presence. With a manic grin, he declared that the heroes were too late, and soon, his army of bioengineered monsters would bring the world to its knees. For a brief moment, the room was filled with an image of a devastated city, with 𝗂𝐭 at its center, before it vanished. 𝗬𝐭𝐽 was visibly impressed, exclaiming how amazing his performance was and begging him to play the villain. The room erupted with excitement, with students expressing their astonishment at his portrayal. Izuku quickly apologized, not intending to frighten anyone. A middle schooler nervously asked if he truly hadn't meant to scare them. Okami, filled with enthusiasm, grabbed Izuku by the shoulders, praising his commanding presence and timing, declaring he was destined to be the villain for the play. Izuku looked around at the others, who nodded in agreement, affirming he was indeed the villain. He hesitated, explaining that he was busy with training and had already joined the music club, so he couldn't promise to be there every day. Okami assured him that as long as he could memorize his lines and deliver that performance again, they would make it work, understanding he couldn't be everywhere at once. Izuku contemplated the possibility of managing both commitments and finally agreed to take on the role. Later that week, during a visit to the 𝐎𝐻𝑖𝐲 estate, Izuku shared his experiences with the clubs and the play. Momo's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked what role he would play. When he revealed he would be the supervillain, laughter erupted from her. She playfully accused him of frightening everyone with his intense presence. Izuku looked away, slightly embarrassed. Momo continued, expressing her delight and stating she would inform her parents, who would be thrilled to see him on stage as the main antagonist. At the Todoroki Manor, after a sparring session with 𝗬𝗧, Izuku mentioned the play. 𝗬𝗧 grinned, suggesting it sounded fun and that he would invite the whole family, even hinting that their father might show up. Izuku was surprised but pleased. 𝗬𝗧 explained that their father had become more relaxed after a conversation with Izuku years ago, and while training remained rigorous, it was nothing compared to what Izuku endured. He glanced at Izuku's weights, astonished by their heaviness. For months later, the school festival was in full swing. Food stalls run by students filled the grounds, and laughter echoed as families and locals enjoyed the day together. A large, muscular man in a jacket, baseball cap, and face mask observed the scene with a quiet smile, thinking about the beauty he fought to protect. This was All Might in disguise, Toshinori Yagi. He wandered through the stalls, waiting for a friend who had invited him. Detective Naomasa Tsukochi approached him, prompting Yagi to ask why he had been invited. Tsukochi adjusted his coat, reminding Yagi that he needed a break after tirelessly dismantling every business connected to All for One. He advised Yagi not to overwork himself. Yagi chuckled softly, acknowledging the truth in Tsukochi's words. As they continued their stroll, they paused at the sight of 𝗎𝗫𝗓, the number 2 hero, enjoying time with his family at a ring toss booth. 𝗬𝗧 cheered for Shoto as he attempted to toss rings, missing all of them but laughing nonetheless. Enji calmly advised Shoto not to compare himself to Izuku, who practiced precision and accuracy. A camera shutter clicked, capturing the moment, and Yagi thought that 𝗎𝗫𝗓's fatherly demeanor would likely attract more fans. Unlike Yagi, 𝗎𝗫𝗓 did not hide his identity, and a small crowd gathered around him. He noticed the detective and the large man beside him but chose to focus on his family. Meanwhile, the Yoiorozu family arrived with discreet SCRTS to avoid drawing attention. Momo remarked on the quaintness of the public school, as it was her first visit. While touring the grounds, they spotted 𝗎𝗫𝗓 with his family, recognizing him immediately. The Yoiorozu patriarch suggested they not disturb him as they turned away just as 𝗎𝗫𝗓 signed an autograph for a child. Soon, it was time for the play, held on the gym stage. Given the diverse cast of elementary, middle, and high school students, the performance was going remarkably well. As the others delivered their lines, Izuku scanned the audience, spotting the Todoroki family, the Yoiorozas, and then a familiar figure, a big guy with blonde hair and a baseball cap. He wondered what All Might was doing there. Izuku contemplated as the final confrontation approached. He stepped onto the stage alongside the rest of the cast. Over the past few months, he, and occasionally one of his clones, had helped choreograph the fight. Since quirks were not permitted, the combat was entirely hand-to-hand, meticulously designed to appear realistic, fluid, and intense. Izuku ensured it would be a memorable experience. As his cue arrived, a smirk appeared on his face. He decided to add an element of excitement and playfully unsettle All Might. He released a controlled surge of intimidating energy. The effect was immediate. The heroes stiffened, and the audience fell silent. Fear rippled through the crowd as every gaze fixed on the stage. When Izuku stepped into view, he exuded absolute confidence, an aura of conviction, 𝗔𝗵𝗄𝐻, and a hint of terror enveloped him. For a brief moment, the audience genuinely believed a real supervillain stood before them. Endeavor's flames flared instinctively, and All Might stood abruptly, his hands trembling. That feeling. This dreadful, unnerving sensation. It reminded him of someone else. Even the 𝗵𝗃𝗁 appeared shaken. 𝗂𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya merely sighed, accustomed to her son's antics by now. Izuku spread his arms theatrically, declaring congratulations to the heroes for defeating his minions, dismantling his operations, capturing his spies, and even finding him. However, he added with a wider grin, this was where their luck ended. He charged forward, and the clash erupted into a breathtakingly choreographed battle. Punches, kicks, and acrobatics flowed seamlessly, as if the audience were witnessing a genuine hero fight. Cheers filled the gym. At last, the villain fell. Izuku, feigning weakness, remarked that they may have bested him, but there would be another. And another. The hero replied firmly that as long as injustice existed, heroes would rise, whether it was them or others. The curtain fell, and thunderous applause shook the room as the audience rose to their feet, shouting congratulations. Yagi sat frozen at the edge of his seat, feeling like a child again. He knew it was fake, but the pressure felt real. That aura was terrifyingly similar to someone he had encountered before. Rei Todoroki observed softly that Izuku could really act. She glanced at her children. Tuya had ice creeping up his arms, while the others were drenched in cold sweat. Then she looked at her husband, Endeavor, whose fiery mustache was blazing. Gently, she asked if he was all right. He snapped out of his trance and extinguished the flames, gruffly admitting that the kid was a good actor. Mitsuki remarked that when Izuku stepped on stage, it felt like the air grew heavier, making it harder to breathe. Masaru nodded in agreement. Katsuki clenched his fists, scowling, wondering just what Izuku was. After the wildly successful performance, Okami-senpai announced a celebration party for the cast. Izuku excused himself to find his friends. He first spotted his mother with the 𝗵𝗃𝗁. He asked her what she thought of his performance. 𝗏𝗏 warmly responded that he was wonderful and played a very scary villain. Mitsuki added that he had freaked her out, making it feel like someone had a knife to her throat. Katsuki merely glared. Next, Izuku found the Yoroi-Rosas, the Todorokis, All Might in disguise, and Naomisetsu conversing together. The moment Izuku approached, the heroes tensed. He sheepishly reassured them that it was just him and asked if he had really been that scary. They relaxed, and Naomisa dryly replied that if heroics didn't work out, he could be a movie star. Tuya praised him, calling him one hell of a villain, and his siblings nodded in agreement. Momo congratulated Izuku warmly, stating he performed remarkably well. Yagi remained silent, and Izuku noticed. After ensuring no one was listening, he leaned closer to Yagi and asked what he thought. Yagi choked slightly, surprised by the question. Izuku casually explained that it was his aura, the way the air felt around him, and noted that he was large, blonde, and those V-shaped hair tufts were not exactly subtle. He smiled and asked for Yagi's opinion. All Might laughed weakly, acknowledging Izuku as a great actor who almost made him jump into action. Izuku smiled knowingly as Yagi prepared to leave, his eyes lingering on the scene. A framed drawing displayed nearby depicted a middle school girl in a heroic pose, accompanied by the words "Anyone can be a hero." Toshinori Yagi smiled at the sight. At just 14 years old, Izuku Midoriya was already managing more secrets than most underground heroes. He sat in his room, files spread across his desk, his eyes scanning information about the 𝗓𝗏, a Yakuza group infamous for producing and distributing Trigger, a highly addictive quirk-enhancing drug. This substance significantly amplified quirks while diminishing self-control, often leading users to lose their sanity. Izuku, along with several of his shadow clones, had been tracking supply routes in hopes of discovering the location of their main production facility. Progress was slow and frustrating. With a quiet sigh, he decided to set the investigation aside for the night. Instead, he ventured out for one of his nightly excursions, though walk was a generous term. It was more accurate to describe it as free running. Vaulting over rooftops, sprinting along fire escapes, and weaving through alleyways had become routine. Local underground heroes had long since given up on telling him to stop. Some even joined him, partly to keep an eye on him. Izuku welcomed the company and genuinely enjoyed it. Whenever they encountered a crime, Izuku promptly reported it, and the underground hero accompanying him would intervene as quickly as possible. They allowed him to assist, though in reality, they couldn't truly prevent him. As long as he refrained from using his so-called quirk, the worst he faced was a verbal warning. That night, his running partner was Eraserhead. As they traversed the rooftops, Aizawa remarked on Izuku's tardiness. Izuku smoothly fabricated an excuse about having a lot of homework. Eraserhead cautioned him not to make it a habit, reminding him that he had school the next day. The following morning, as Izuku made his way to class, a sudden commotion drew his attention away from his thoughts. A hero battle had erupted nearby. A massive man resembling a shark, his body swollen from a gigantification quirk, was rampaging through the street, clashing with a hero whose body sprouted and controlled living wood. Izuku recognized him as 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏. In a desperate move, the giant shark man uprooted a telephone pole and hurled it at 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏. The hero reacted too slowly, and the pole missed its target, flying straight toward Izuku. As screams erupted and the crowd scattered, 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏 reached out, but he was too far away. Without hesitation, Izuku launched himself forward, twisting midair to deliver a powerful kick to the pole, slamming it into the asphalt with a resounding crash. The street cracked under the impact. For a moment, everything went silent. A stunned crowd stared at the teenager standing beside the fallen telephone pole, and 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏 froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. Before the hero could react, 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏 initiated his special move, lacquered chain prison, surging forward to bind the villain. Then, a massive shadow descended from above. A giantess drop-kicked the villain into 𝗵𝗵𝗲, claiming the capture in a spectacular display. This was the debut of Mount Lady. She announced that the crowd no longer needed to worry about the villain while confidently showcasing her presence. As the cameras focused on her, muttering about the attention she was receiving, 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏 sighed, feeling overshadowed. As he turned, clearly intent on finding the kid who had just used his quirk in public to embed a telephone pole into the road, Izuku had already vanished. Inside a classroom at 𝗎𝗪𝗓 Middle School, students filled the room with noise and chatter until the teacher entered. He instructed everyone to settle down while placing a stack of papers on his desk. He held up the career assessment forms, urging the students to take them seriously, as they could determine their futures. He paused for a moment before smirking, acknowledging the reality of the situation. Everyone aspired to be heroes. The teacher scattered the papers into the air, and the room erupted with cheers as students eagerly activated their quirks. The teacher sighed, acknowledging their enthusiasm. However, he reminded them that quirk usage was not permitted on school grounds. A bold voice interrupted, declaring that he should not be associated with the others, suggesting they would be fortunate to become sidekicks to a lesser-known hero. Katsuki Bakugu stood confidently, a self-satisfied grin on his face. The teacher looked at Bakugu, recognizing his usual bravado. At the desk, Bakugu announced his ambition to attend UA High School, causing the room to fall silent. The mention of the prestigious hero school sparked disbelief among his classmates, who remarked on its notoriously low acceptance rate. Bakugu reveled in the attention, confidently declaring that he had excelled in the mock exam. He was determined to enroll in UA, become the top hero, surpass all might, and earn more money than any hero before him. The teacher then turned to Midoriya, inquiring if he was also applying to U. Midoriya nodded absent-mindedly, focused on his writing. Notes about the new heroine from that morning filled the air with excitement. Praise surrounded Izuku as classmates expressed their admiration. They believed he was capable of achieving great things, noting his perfect score on the mock exam and the strength of his quirk, which was reminiscent of Endeavor's. Even without his quirk, he was impressively strong. Izuku chose to focus on his own thoughts, tuning out the noise around him. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the classroom. Bakugu, filled with anger, warned Izuku not to attend UA, expressing his frustration with a fierce glare. He charged at 𝗧𝗂𝘁, but 𝗧𝗂𝘁 skillfully caught 𝗵𝘃𝑗's wrists and brought him down, holding him firmly against the ground. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 spoke calmly, asserting that his choice to attend UA was not 𝗵𝘃𝑗's decision to make. The teacher intervened, commanding both students to return to their seats. 𝗵𝘃𝑗 continued to glare at 𝗧𝗂𝘁 for the remainder of the day, but 𝗧𝗂𝘁 remained unfazed. As class ended, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 swiftly disappeared before 𝗵𝘃𝑗 could approach him. On his way home, he entered a tunnel when his danger sense suddenly activated. He jumped just in time to evade a mass of slime that lunged at him. The slime villain cackled with delight at the sight of his target. A medium-sized camouflage suit had been acquired, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt a surge of gratitude toward the kid who had helped him. He quickly jumped back, formed hand signs, and unleashed a powerful technique known as wind style. Great breakthrough. The force of the blast sent the villain crashing against the tunnel walls and ceiling. Sensing someone racing through the soars, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 assumed it was a hero in pursuit. He swiftly flash-stepped away and concealed himself among the trees. Moments later, 𝗬𝗏 emerged, scooping the villain into containment bottles before leaping away. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 watched him depart, puzzled by the urgency in 𝗬𝗏's demeanor. Meanwhile, high above, 𝗬𝗏 was struggling with discomfort. He lamented his choice of an extremely spicy curry, questioning who would consume something so fiery. Distracted by his predicament, he accidentally dropped one of the containers from his pockets. Elsewhere, 𝗵𝘃𝑗 was in an alley with his companions, feeling irritated. He expressed his frustration about 𝗧𝗂𝘁, insisting that they should simply ignore him since he did the same. His minions agreed, trying to light their cigarettes. 𝗵𝘃𝑗, however, was not pleased. He felt that 𝗧𝗂𝘁 looked down on him, and he was determined to prove him wrong. He swatted the cigarettes from their mouths, warning them not to ruin his perfect record. Suddenly, one of his companions shouted a warning, but it was too late. 𝗵𝘃𝑗 found himself ensnared by a sludge-like substance. The villain taunted him, declaring he would make a perfect skin suit. When 𝗧𝗂𝘁 returned home, he called out to his mother. 𝐒𝐭𝐻's voice responded warmly from inside the apartment, welcoming him back. She mentioned her plans to make katsudon but noted they were short on ingredients. She asked him to go to the store near Tatwan Station to pick up what they needed, mentioning a special sale. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 agreed and quickly left, still in his uniform, ready to help his mother. He sped through the streets, and some might have thought he possessed a speed quirk. On his way to the store, he noticed a commotion on a nearby street. Driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate. He maneuvered his way to the front of the gathered crowd, and what he saw made his eyes widen. It was the sludge villain from earlier. He wondered how the villain had escaped from 𝗬𝗏. Scanning the scene, he recognized several heroes present. Backdraft, actively spraying water, Kamu Woods, Death Arms, a hero with a strength-type quirk, and Mount Lady. Despite their presence, they seemed to be struggling. Backdraft was the only one making any headway against the flames. Then he noticed something alarming. The villain had taken a hostage. He realized the villain intended to use the hostage for a sinister purpose. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and one of the nearby heroes visibly reacted in horror at the danger the hostage was in. When he looked more closely at the captive, and when the captive looked back at him, his breath caught. It was 𝗵𝘃𝑗. Fear was evident in 𝗵𝘃𝑗's eyes. Before he could think, his body acted on its own. The heroes shouted for him to stop, but he was already running. As he sprinted toward 𝗵𝘃𝑗, he picked up a loose stone from the shattered street and threw it at the villain's eye. The impact caused the sludge monster to recoil, loosening its grip just enough for 𝗵𝘃𝑗 to gasp for air. Seizing the moment, he grabbed 𝗵𝘃𝑗 by the shoulders, channeled chakra into his feet to anchor himself, and pulled with all his strength. 𝗵𝘃𝑗 broke free, and he immediately carried him out of harm's way. The heroes were stunned by the actions of what they could only assume was a middle schooler due to his uniform. He shouted at the heroes, urging them to take action now that there was no longer a hostage. As the heroes finally began to re-engage the villain, he hurried 𝗵𝘃𝑗 toward the medics, carrying him as if he weighed nothing. 𝗵𝘃𝑗 began to yell almost immediately, expressing his frustration. He ignored 𝗵𝘃𝑗's protests and kept moving, maintaining a steady pace even as 𝗵𝘃𝑗 continued to shout. Glancing back at the fight, he saw that it was not going well. The heroes were struggling to inflict any real damage, and Backdraft was still battling the flames. He considered summoning a shadow clone to assist. Just then, a familiar voice boomed across the scene, announcing the arrival of All Might. All Might wasted no time and delivered a single punch to the sludge villain, so powerful that it seemed to change the weather itself. Dark clouds rolled in, and rain began to pour. While the heroes praised Bakugo for his bravery and searched for Izuku to scold him, he quietly slipped away unnoticed. By the time they realized he was gone, he had already vanished. He ducked into a nearby alley and used water jutsu to wash the remaining sludge off his body. Once he was clean enough, he headed to the store, purchased the ingredients needed for his favorite meal, and then made his way home, using Flash Step to avoid drawing attention. Upon returning, he was immediately reprimanded for his reckless behavior. The news was already airing footage of the incident, reporting that a green-haired student wearing the same uniform as the hostage had saved him from the sludge villain. He explained everything: how Bakugo had been the hostage, how the heroes hadn't acted in time, and how his body had moved before he could even think about it. As he spoke, his mother's anger gradually subsided. In the end, she simply sighed and instructed him to take a bath and have dinner afterward. Others had also seen the news and quickly recognized the teen who had saved the hostage. A blonde-haired girl reflected on the situation, noting how instinctive Izuku was. Just then, another voice interrupted, delivering recent reports for the ongoing case. Darby, also known as Tuya Todoroki, acknowledged the report while dressed in his hero costume, which featured a long black coat, a purple respirator, and dark blue armored breaths and body armor with white highlights. A man with white hair, an underbite, and sharp fangs reminded his daughter, Himiko, not to forget her homework, expressing his concern about marking her work poorly. Himiko assured him she was on it. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge at UA, Eraserhead muttered to himself about a problem child who couldn't seem to stay out of trouble. Momo, sipping tea that Izuku had brought her, praised him for always exceeding expectations, describing him as truly amazing. Meanwhile, All Might found himself surrounded by reporters and thought about escaping, feeling the pressure mounting. He thanked everyone for their support before leaping away, leaving the crowd puzzled by his words. The next day, Izuku spoke with Momo about the upcoming UA entrance exam, which was 10 months away. He inquired if she had any special training planned. Momo mentioned that she would be taking the recommendation exam but found the idea of special training appealing, as it would make her a more formidable opponent. Izuku proposed sensory practice, where she would be bond-fled and required to dodge RBB projectiles, helping her to rely on her other senses in combat. Momo accepted the idea without hesitation, knowing from experience that Izuku's training methods were effective. She recalled how he had helped her train to become a hero, starting with just 1 kilogram on each limb and now being able to handle 50 kilograms per limb. He had infused some of his chakra into her during their training sessions, allowing her body to adapt more quickly to the added weight. Although Izuku contemplated revealing his true power to her, he hesitated, concerned about the risks associated with chakra overuse. Momo then asked Izuku if he had any special training regimens planned before the exams. He teased her, claiming it was a secret, which caused her to pout adorably. As the exams approached, Momo made significant progress in her sensory training, now able to dodge over 70% of the projectiles thrown at her. Izuku praised her efforts and decided that she would train without the BLNDFLD for the remaining months, encouraging her to focus on her target and synchronize her senses. Momo then invited Izuku and his mother to join her family on a 1-week vacation at a resort in southern Japan, expressing her gratitude for his training. Izuku agreed to ask his mother, excited about the prospect of spending time with Momo outside of their usual training. When the time came for the trip, Izuku and his mother prepared their luggage. He offered to carry hers using his storage seal, but she declined, explaining that they would attract suspicion if they boarded a plane empty-handed. As they made their way to the airport, they were surprised to find a limousine waiting for them, with the 𝐎𝐻𝑖𝐻𝑜z𝑢 inside. Mr. 𝐎𝐻𝑖𝐻𝑜z𝑢 instructed Izuku to turn off his weights before entering the vehicle. He praised Izuku for training Momo to be so strong, noting the impressive feats achievable without augmentation quirks. Mrs. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 inquired about 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's strength, and he calmly responded that he could lift 500 kilograms in total, with 80 kilograms for each limb and an additional 180 kilograms on his torso. Mr. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 was astonished, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 explained that it was due to a friend's quirk that only worked on organic substances. Upon arriving at the airport, they boarded the 𝗬𝗎𝗎 family's private plane, which would take them to the resort. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 was surprised to discover that the resort was an entire island. As he looked around, he noticed celebrities, politicians, and pro-heroes mingling casually, which made the Midoriya family feel out of place. Mrs. 𝗬𝗎𝗎, sensing their discomfort, suggested they head to their private section of the resort, which provided them with relief. Servants scurried them to their individual rooms, giving everyone time to unpack and relax until dinner. Meanwhile, one of 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's shadow clones abruptly dispersed, sending back information. He realized someone was planning to attack the guests to steal something and decided he needed to discreetly ask the 𝗬𝗎𝗎s if there was anything valuable on the island. He regretted not being able to gather more information from the hired help he had followed, as they were unaware of the actual meeting location. More operatives were still on their way. Dinner soon followed, providing 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 with the perfect opportunity to gather information. Whatever the thieves were after had to be valuable enough to risk infiltrating one of the most secure resorts in the world, a place often visited by heroes. Mr. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 received 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's respectful bow and expressed his warm gratitude for the invitation extended to 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 and his mother. He emphasized that their presence was a way to show appreciation for everything 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 had done for Momo over the years, including training her. Mr. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 felt confident in Momo's abilities, knowing she could defend herself against formidable villains thanks to 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺's guidance. 𝗬𝐿𝐼𝐺 shyly accepted the praise and smoothly redirected the conversation, inquiring about places worth visiting during their stay. Mr. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 smiled and shared the various amenities available, including a private beach, a spa, multiple restaurants, and an entertainment bar. He also mentioned a nearby casino and an arcade featuring the latest technology, along with physical activities like sports, hiking, swimming, zip lines, and a museum. 𝗬𝐿𝐼𝐺 expressed his interest in visiting the arcade first, followed by the obstacle courses and the museum, inviting Momo to join him. She agreed with a gentle smile, looking forward to spending time together. As 𝗬𝐿𝐼𝐺 contemplated the potential targets, he carefully asked Mr. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 about any guests they should be particularly mindful of during their stay. Mr. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 chuckled, noting that most guests were celebrities, politicians, or heroes, which meant everyone was a potential target. 𝗬𝗍 then inquired about restricted areas on the island. Mr. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 mentioned construction zones, security facilities, and staff quarters, but also mentioned the ruins, which were under archaeological investigation. He handed the Midoriya's sleek black VIP cards, explaining that they could go anywhere and do anything as long as it was legal. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. 𝗬𝗍 lay on his bed when he heard a knock at the door. It was his mother, 𝗵𝐺, who entered with a serious expression. She asked him what he was planning, warning him not to lie as she had trained with the elder and could easily notice his tells. 𝗬𝗍 sighed and shared everything he had learned, his suspicions, and his plans to gather information using shadow clones for surveillance and security. 𝗵𝐺 nodded, reminding him to be careful and to enjoy his time with Momo the next day before leaving the room, leaving 𝗬𝗍 feeling flustered and blushing. Morning arrived quickly. After breakfast, the group split off to pursue their own plans for the day. Mr. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 intended to review the resort's operational statistics before heading to the entertainment bar area, while the matriarchs planned a day at the spa. 𝗬𝗍 hoped his mother wouldn't embarrass him in front of Mrs. 𝗬𝗎𝗎 again. 𝗬𝗍 and Momo made their way to the arcade, with 𝗬𝗍 mentally noting that he needed to check out the archaeological site at some point. Upon arrival, they registered for an augmented reality laser tag free-for-all. One by one, participants were eliminated until only 𝗬𝗍 and Momo remained. Their clash was spectacular, with lasers flashing as they moved with the grace of action movie heroes, dodging shots with incredible precision. 𝗬𝗍 executed movements reminiscent of martial arts, while Momo countered with perfect timing. Their match became a beautifully intense dance, lasting nearly 5 minutes. Then, Izuku made his move. He backflipped to avoid a laser, twisting midair to disarm Momo. Before she could recover, he fired, striking her chest plate and ending the match. For a moment, silence filled the arcade before it erupted in applause, as no one had expected such a display during their vacation. After a few more games, they proceeded to the obstacle courses. The resort offered a variety of challenges, and Izuku and Momo quickly opted for the expert-level wilderness course. A voice called out, warning them to start at the beginner courses to avoid injury, but they ignored the advice. Momo counted down, and they took off. Izuku quickly pulled ahead, easily swinging from vine to vine. They scaled a 20-foot vertical rock climb without hesitation and navigated a barrage of soft-tipped arrows without slowing down. The final stretch was the most challenging, with jagged rock spikes erupting from the ground. They leapt from the tallest spires, using them as footholds. Izuku crossed the finish line far ahead, leaving onlookers stunned by their athleticism. The pro hero who had warned them earlier cleared his throat, conceding defeat. They tackled every expert-level course available, and by the end, several heroes who had witnessed their performance silently vowed to train harder. For lunch, they stopped by the entertainment bar area. Izuku eyed a restaurant specializing in foreign cuisine and expressed his longing to try the extra spicy Indian curry. Momo immediately objected, warning him that it would be too spicy. Izuku frowned, confident he could handle it. Momo then mentioned wanting to check on her father, revealing he was fine but a bit teary-eyed after losing several games of pool to a newcomer. Izuku leaned closer and whispered about the politician being a former billiards champion, prompting Momo to grin and ask him not to tell her father. After lunch, they headed to the museum, where Izuku stopped short upon seeing a giant fan displayed in a massive glass case, emblazoned with the symbol of the hidden sand village. He wondered where it had been found, and Momo informed him it had come from the ruins on the island, noting that nothing else like it had been discovered. When it was first discovered, the artifact was in poor condition. Using modern technology, experts managed to restore its original appearance by analyzing the remaining paint fragments. Izuku gazed at it quietly. After the decline of the villages, artifacts like this must have changed hands countless times. A relic from a forgotten era. He was surprised they could even recreate what these items looked like at their peak. They continued through the exhibit, passing vases, cups, teapots, and weapons. Sword sheaths, polearms, broken axes, and shattered bows. Other than the fan, none of these were nearly as old, Izuku noted. Then something else caught his attention, a scroll. He read the display tablet, which explained that the scroll documented the life of a general from the Warring States era. It was his original biography, the only one he ever wrote. The plaque detailed that in his later years, he was believed to have become delusional, claiming to see humans wielding unnatural powers. Some experts theorized this might represent the earliest recorded manifestation of quirks, though the claim remained debated. Izuku found this fascinating and wished he could read it. Momo informed him that scanned copies of the contents were available in the resort's library. Excited, Izuku asked if they could go, and Momo agreed, leading him there. Inside the library, Izuku sat quietly, engrossed in the transcript of the general's autobiography, while Momo was absorbed in one of her favorite fantasy novels. He realized that what he was seeing were not visions of the future but memories of the distant past. The final section of the book described the life of a shinobi in vivid detail: jutsu, combat techniques, elemental nations, and even bloodlines. Those bloodlines were the closest analog to quirks, passed down genetically through families. Izuku recalled that he learned all of this after touching a strange jewel a month earlier. That must have been the catalyst. But how could a jewel do something like that? He thought he should ask the elder about it. Momo gently reminded him that it was getting late and suggested they return to their abode so they wouldn't be late for dinner. Izuku agreed and stood up. Later that night, Izuku sat alone in his room, the door locked with a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging from the handle. He formed the hand seals and summoned the elder. The elder grumbled upon appearing, questioning why Izuku had summoned him when he was supposed to be resting. Izuku lowered his head and apologized, explaining that he had come across something worth investigating. He asked if it was possible for a jewel to store memories using chakra. The elder nodded calmly, mentioning that there had been many experiments involving chakra used in unprecedented ways. He even mentioned a turtle that could manipulate time through chakra, though he didn't know its whereabouts. Izuku blinked, asking if it was truly possible. The elder confirmed it and inquired why he was asking. Izuku showed him the relevant portion of the scroll, detailing the Shinobi era and the passage describing how the general's visions began shortly after touching the jewel. The elder laughed, stating that this might be the greatest Shinobi artifact Izuku had ever encountered. He advised that if Izuku had the opportunity to retrieve it, he should bring it to Mount Myoboku for safekeeping. After dismissing the elder, Izuku made his decision to go to the ruins that night, leaving a clone behind in case someone came looking. He sighed, realizing that this vacation wasn't much of a vacation, given the thieves and the mystery involving Shinobi artifacts. Under the cover of night, Izuku took on the form of Shadow, the same guise his clones used. His mission was to locate and retrieve the memory jewel. As a living silhouette, Shadow moved through the forest silently, with no footsteps echoing, only darkness gliding through darkness. Upon reaching the ruins, he found what appeared to be a collapsed tunnel. Old wooden beams reinforced the walls, supplemented by modern steel supports installed by the excavation team to prevent further collapse. He ventured deeper inside, memorizing every turn of the branching tunnel. However, after a while, he felt he was getting nowhere. He stopped, closed his eyes, and focused. If the jewel uses chakra, he should be able to sense it. An hour passed, and then he felt it, faint but unmistakable. Izuku followed the chakra signature deeper until he reached a dead end. Without hesitation, he used a jutsu to dismantle the rock wall layer by layer until he broke through. At the center of a small chamber stood a pedestal, with a small, round jewel, teal, smooth, and faintly glowing, resting atop it. Izuku carefully handled and secured the artifact using a storage seal. Once done, he retraced his steps, reconstructing the stone walls to conceal any trace of his passage. Then he froze, realizing there were people outside. If these were the thieves, how had they bypassed his clones? He had secured the entire island perimeter, ensuring no one could enter or leave without him knowing, unless they were already there. That meant there was an inside man. Izuku clenched his fists, acknowledging that he still had a long way to go. Outside the ruins, 30 armed men stood in formation, carrying firearms and heavy drilling equipment. Their leader stepped forward and raised his voice, informing the men that they knew what they were there for. The boss wanted it badly, and they were getting paid for results. He instructed them to have the explosives and dynamite ready. At that moment, a shadow detached itself from the darkness, and a figure stepped out of the tunnel. The men froze. It was Shadow. Murmurs spread instantly. The infamous vigilante was among them. The leader shouted that this didn't concern Shadow, but Shadow replied, his voice barely above a whisper yet carrying effortlessly, asking for an explanation of what they were planning to steal from the ruins. Gunshots rang out as the leader ordered to fire. Shadow vanished, Flash stepping to the right flank and appearing behind the outermost thug, dropping him instantly with a single kick. Without hesitation, Shadow moved again, driving a fist into the next man's gut and following with a knee to the face. As gunfire resumed, Shadow was already among them, appearing beside a shooter and flicking a kunai in a clean arc, splitting the gun in half. He ran straight through the formation, slicing barrels, triggers, and stocks apart before the men could react. The leader screamed for them to use their quirks, and the battlefield erupted. Lightning cracked toward him, but Shadow backflipped away at the last second. Fireballs followed, which he ducked beneath, rolling forward. A man with a strength quirk charged, muscles bulging unnaturally, and slammed his fist into the ground where Shadow had stood. Shadow landed on the embedded arm, balanced effortlessly, and drove a punch into the man's face. He didn't stop. It was time to get serious, Izuku thought. Shadow formed seals mid-motion and released a swirling mixture of ash and water. The mixture hardened instantly, pinning groups of men in place, buried up to their necks. With lightning chakra surging around his arm, controlled and restrained, he struck with a powerful technique. One by one, the men collapsed, nerves overloaded but still alive. The leader shouted that it was enough, cutting through the chaos. Shadow halted instantly as a familiar figure stepped forward from the edge of the clearing. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 commanded Shadow to stop, stating that the men were his. Silence fell as Shadow turned slowly, coldly asking why Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 would order men to steal from his own property. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 exhaled, explaining that legally, he didn't own what was inside. He straightened and revealed that he had signed a contract allowing archaeologists to excavate the ruins. In exchange, they retained ownership of the artifacts they discovered. Shadow's gaze sharpened as Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 continued, expressing his longing for a jewel that held memories of a time when people could train to gain power. He wanted to provide every possible advantage for his daughter, Momo, who aspired to be a hero. He clenched his fist, acknowledging that the idea of learned power instead of inherited power might sound absurd, but he was willing to risk everything for her. Shadow remained silent for a moment before instructing the mercenaries to leave. They hesitated, unsure of what to do. Shadow pointed directly at Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎, commanding him to come along. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 ordered his men to depart, silencing their protests with firm reasoning about Shadow's capabilities. Reluctantly, his men left, their footsteps echoing against the cave floor as the air grew colder. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 followed Shadow deeper into the cave, where Shadow sealed the entrance with a rock wall jutsu, the sound of grinding stone leaving them in dim silence. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 admitted he couldn't figure out Shadow's quirk. Shadow clarified that what he had witnessed was not the work of a quirk. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎's eyes widened, but he quickly regained his composure. He asked Shadow why he had brought him there. Shadow expressed his willingness to teach Momo the power Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 sought. Suspicion clouded Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎's face as he questioned Shadow's intentions, accusing him of wanting something in return, perhaps money, influence, or fame. Shadow calmly stated that he wanted to teach Momo because she was his closest friend. In a surprising turn, Shadow transformed into Izuku. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 was taken aback, and Izuku waved his hand in front of him, receiving no response. He playfully slapped Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎, leaving him startled, and tried various methods to snap him out of his daze. Finally, in a moment of desperation, he playfully jabbed him, jolting Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 back to reality. He shouted in confusion, demanding to know why Izuku had done that. Izuku apologized, explaining that he needed to steer the conversation back on track. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 bowed deeply, pleading for Izuku to teach and protect his daughter. Izuku nodded in response. As they walked back toward the villa, the night air felt heavy, filled with the faint rustle of leaves. Izuku spoke seriously, warning Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 to keep their discussion a secret. If villains or the HPSC learned about chakra, it could lead to suffering for many. He painted a picture of a villain with a seemingly harmless quirk suddenly wielding devastating powers, and the potential for the HPSC to create an army of superpowered beings. He cautioned that depleting chakra reserves could be fatal, but training required pushing those limits. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 nodded solemnly, reflecting on Izuku's wisdom and responsibility. The next day, they decided to spend time on the private beach. Izuku lay on a beach mat under an umbrella, applying sunscreen while contemplating how to train Momo. His mother, 𝗏𝗏, approached him, asking what he was thinking about. He mentioned his plans for Momo's training, and she gently reminded him not to push her too hard, as she was just starting out. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 joined Izuku, commenting on the beauty of his family. Izuku remained quiet but acknowledged that Momo was indeed appealing. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 encouraged him to relax and enjoy the trip instead of worrying about future challenges. Momo called out to Izuku, inviting him for a swim, and he smiled at her, determined to protect her joyful spirit. Later during lunch, Izuku leaned close to Momo, asking her to meet him in his room at 1 o'clock. Her face flushed with anticipation as she imagined various scenarios. Mr. 𝗎𝗄𝗎 noticed her reaction and chuckled at her flustered state. At 1 o'clock, Momo stood outside Izuku's door, her heart racing. She hesitated but gathered her resolve and knocked. Izuku opened the door and welcomed her inside. Momo felt her nerves tighten as she entered. Izuku asked her to sit down, emphasizing the importance of what he was about to share. He requested her promise that she would never disclose their conversation to anyone. With determination, She swore to keep it a secret. Izuku revealed that he was quirkless, leaving Momo in shock. He explained that his fire came from an ancient power he had unlocked, allowing him to act as if he possessed multiple quirks. He demonstrated his abilities by leaping effortlessly to the ceiling. He invited her not only to hear his truth but also to learn this power from him. Momo's mind raced with questions. She wondered how this could be possible and if he might have been misdiagnosed. Izuku reassured her that this was not a quirk and asked her to create quirk-canceling cuffs for him while he shared his story. As he spoke, Momo crafted the cuffs with practiced ease. Once finished, she remained in disbelief and agreed to test the cuffs on him while he hung from the ceiling, eager to discover the truth. Izuku moved effortlessly across the ceiling, exhaling a small flame before creating a clone of himself. He landed gracefully and extended his hand, cuffs still secured around his wrists, and asked Momo if she wanted to learn. Momo accepted his hand, and with a sudden pull, she playfully tossed him onto his bed, leaning in to whisper that their time together wasn't over yet. Later that day, Izuku carried Momo into her room, still in a daze from their earlier encounter. He thought about how they were now a couple, a realization that made his heart race. Back in his own room, the air felt stale, prompting him to grab an air freshener and summon clones to assist him in cleaning. He used jutsu to stir the air, reasoning that wind could help disperse the unpleasant smell. When he finally summoned the elder, the old man wrinkled his nose and inquired about the odor. Izuku dropped to the floor, feeling defeated, and handed over the memory jewel he had retrieved. The elder summoned the crystal, its glow illuminating the room, and praised Izuku for finding it so quickly. Izuku explained that sensing the chakra made it easy, and the elder remarked that the training had paid off. At dinner, Momo was initially absent, causing concern until she arrived, walking with a slight limp. Mrs. Yororozu, worried, asked if she was hurt and if she needed a doctor. Momo reassured her that she was fine, attributing her fatigue to the fun she had been having with Izuku. The implication was clear, and everyone turned their attention to Izuku, who sat frozen with a blank expression. He awkwardly claimed they had trained hard that day, but no one believed him. Momo, who could run with weights most struggled to lift. Wobbling from training seemed implausible. Suddenly, applause erupted from the table, with servants and family members clapping in unison. Inko was moved to tears, and one servant even fetched a pump to siphon water from the dining room while congratulating the new couple. The following day, at his mother's suggestion, Izuku went to the spa with Momo. It was his first experience in a modern spa, having only visited hot springs before. He tried various baths, including sulfur and flower baths, and found himself melting into the soothing aroma. Momo joined him in the flower bath, teasing him about spending time together. His face flushed crimson, and he felt the heat rising from his head. Izuku considered the spa trip a success, feeling more relaxed than ever, although Momo's constant presence was both surprising and comforting. He enjoyed every amenity except for the massage, as the masseuses were hesitant to approach him due to Momo's protective demeanor. Back at the villa, Mr. Yororozu greeted them with his afternoon coffee and asked about their spa day. They both nodded, and Momo went to change, leaving Izuku alone with her father. Izuku shared how Momo was always by his side, making advances that left him flustered. Mr. Yororozu laughed, noting that Momo would take any chance to spend time with him. He jokingly warned Izuku not to become a father too early, emphasizing the importance of thinking about their futures. The image was overwhelming, causing Izuku to faint just as Momo returned. She questioned her father about his state on the floor, leaving her curious about their conversation. The remainder of the trip was a success, highlighted by a dart tournament where Inko emerged victorious, followed by a karaoke night where Momo surprised everyone with her confident singing. After their week-long vacation, they returned to the mainland and met at the Yororozu Manor to discuss Momo's chakra training. Izuku revealed that he had been infusing her with a bit of his chakra over the years to help her adjust to heavier training weights. Momo felt a mix of anger and confusion, questioning whether her achievements were truly her own. However, Izuku reassured her that the chakra he infused would have been wasted without her hard work. He emphasized that her strength came from her dedication and effort, encouraging her to be proud of her progress. He explained that they would first need to unlock her chakra, guiding her to feel the energy he was infusing into her. Momo focused intently, and after 2 days of struggle, she finally sensed the warmth flowing from Izuku's hand. Months passed as Izuku taught Momo the basics of chakra control. She learned to run along walls, her balance improving and strength subtly enhancing. Progress was gradual but steady, and now the recommendation exam loomed just 2 weeks before the standard entrance exam. Momo stood before the gates of UA with Izuku and her parents. Izuku expressed his support, assuring her that she would excel. Mrs. Yororozu added her encouragement, reminding Momo of her strength and how if she couldn't get in, no one could. Together, they walked toward the exam hall, determination shining in Momo's eyes as she thought to herself that she would succeed with Izuku by her side. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of chakra escaped her control, which Izuku noticed, causing him to sweat nervously. Upon entering the school grounds, a teacher awaited them to escort Momo to the exam hall. Izuku recognized the man and greeted him. Aizawa paused, raising an eyebrow as he acknowledged Izuku's presence, questioning why he was there since he wasn't on the recommendation list. Izuku cheerfully explained that he was there to support friends taking the exam, which earned him a long look from Aizawa. The teacher sighed, feeling a headache coming on as he realized the troublesome student was close friends with 2 examinees. He finally stated that he would guide Momo to the written exam hall and her family to the viewing area for the practical exam. As they walked down the hall, they wished Momo good luck before she entered the written exam room. She took a seat at the nearest unoccupied desk while Izuku and her parents were led to the viewing area. While waiting for the exam to start, Momo mentally reviewed formulas and concepts. The quiet was interrupted when another examinee entered the room. Momo looked up and smiled politely at Todoroki, who greeted her. He mentioned hearing about her and Izuku from his mother and congratulated her, though he expressed surprise at the timing. Momo thanked him and inquired about his tone, to which Shoto revealed he had lost a bet with his brothers regarding her and Izuku's relationship. Before she could respond, a man in a trench coat entered and instructed everyone to take their seats, announcing the start of the written portion of the exam. Momo immediately focused on the questions, feeling confident in her performance. However, the practical exam lingered in her thoughts. She reminded herself that she had trained with Izuku, who was the original vigilante known as Shadow, and had learned chakra directly from him. She was determined to pass. After the written exam, Momo and Shoto made their way to the UA cafeteria, where Izuku awaited them with her parents. He greeted them and asked how the exam went. Shoto replied that it was okay, while Momo expressed her belief that she had performed well. Izuku grinned, hoping they would all end up in the same class when school started, and then pointed out the food laid out for them. He had arranged a high-calorie but balanced meal for Momo and a cold soba set for Shoto, encouraging them to eat and regain their strength before the next part. As they enjoyed their meal, Izuku inquired about Shoto's father, wondering why he wasn't there as his sponsor. Shoto flatly explained that his father was likely eating in the teacher's lounge after his mother had cooked for him. Meanwhile, Enji Todoroki sat alone at an outdoor table on the UA campus, lost in memories of his own time at the school. After lunch, Izuku and Momo's parents made their way to the observation booth for the practical portion of the exam. Below, Momo and Shoto stood in the test area alongside other contestants, preparing for an obstacle course designed to assess their overall capabilities. Some examinees appeared nervous, while others were excited, all sharing the same goal of getting into U. Momo prepared herself by letting her chakra flow evenly throughout her body, a calming exercise she had practiced many times. Nearby, Shoto focused inward, working to balance his emotions. He aimed for neutrality, a technique developed with the help of his brothers and Izuku. His concentration was abruptly interrupted by an overly energetic teenager who leaned into his space, excitedly introducing himself as Inasa and expressing his admiration for endeavor. Shoto felt his emotional balance tilt toward irritation and firmly told Inasa to leave him alone, indicating he wasn't there to make friends. From the observation booth, Izuku watched the exchange with amusement, while Momo continued her breathing exercises, confident in Shoto's ability to handle the situation. When Endeavor noticed the interaction, he facepalmed in response. Inasa, taken aback by Shoto's demeanor, walked away, puzzled by the coldness he perceived. Present MIC's voice boomed through the comms, announcing the start of the practical exam, which involved a 3-kilometer obstacle course. Contestants were instructed to line up at the starting line, with the emphasis on being among the 4 fastest overall. Momo and Shoto took their positions, their eyes meeting with a spark of determination. Momo confidently wished for the best hero to win, and Shoto nodded in agreement. At the signal, everyone surged forward. The first section was a 500-meter straightaway without obstacles. Momo quickly created a scooter to conserve her stamina and chakra, utilizing her quirk, creation, to produce non-living objects. Shoto formed a trail of ice beneath his feet while using bursts of fire to propel himself forward, taking advantage of his quirk, half cold, half hot. 𝗂𝐬𝐴 rode the wind, and the remaining contestants pushed themselves to keep up, but a clear gap had already formed. By the end of the course, Shoto was in the lead, closely followed by 𝗂𝐴, with Momo in 3rd place. The first challenge was a rock climbing course. Shoto propelled himself upward using ice pillars, while 𝗂𝐴 skillfully manipulated wind currents to lift himself with ease. Momo opted to climb manually, using her chakra control to enhance her grip and prevent slipping. Although she could have run up the surface, revealing her chakra was too risky, as its existence was meant to remain a secret. The next section featured a simulated destroyed cityscape, where rubble cluttered the streets, complicating movement for those who couldn't fly. Shoto lost some of his lead here, allowing 𝗂𝐴 to catch up. Momo skillfully navigated the piles of debris, staying close behind the 2 leaders. Then came one of the most challenging obstacles. 6 narrow bridges, just 2 feet wide, spanned across water. Tennis ball machines lined both sides, relentlessly firing at anyone attempting to cross. Each contestant had to choose a separate path, no overlaps allowed, even if another student had already finished. Shoto raised walls of ice to shield himself from the projectiles, while 𝗂𝐴 redirected the incoming shots with wind. Momo evaded every single one, moving as if she could foresee the trajectory of each projectile before it was launched, sidestepping and weaving gracefully. To the spectators, it appeared as though she had an uncanny awareness of her surroundings. The combination of the narrow paths and constant barrage slowed Shoto and 𝗂𝐴 significantly, allowing Momo to close the gap even further. The final stretch was a straight sprint toward the finish line. Shoto regained the lead, with 𝗂𝐴 and Momo close behind. As the finish line approached, 𝗂𝐴 made a desperate last-ditch effort, unleashing a powerful burst of wind that propelled him ahead of Shoto. Just as victory seemed within his grasp, Momo gathered chakra into her feet and executed a swift movement, propelling herself forward in a blur. She crossed the finish line first, with 𝗂𝐴 following in 2nd and Shoto coming in 3rd. After the race, Shoto approached Momo and raised a hand to congratulate her. He acknowledged her impressive performance, and she expressed her gratitude, still feeling a bit flustered by the close finish. Izuku emerged from a nearby tunnel, beaming with pride for Momo's achievement. She thanked him warmly, recognizing that she wouldn't have made it this far without his guidance. Izuku praised Shoto for his performance as well, expressing genuine happiness that both of them placed in the top 3. He added that unless someone could fly, they were sure to be accepted. Once the practical exams concluded, it was time for the interview portion. Unfortunately, the interviewer was UAS principal, Nezu. All 3 were aware of his eccentric nature, and the thought of Momo and Shoto being interviewed by him sent shivers down their spines. Izuku wished them luck, jokingly suggesting he would send their bodies back to their families. A week later, Momo received a letter containing the results of the recommendation exam. Excited yet nervous, she immediately called Izuku to share the news. She expressed her longing to read the results together with him and her parents. Izuku assured her he would arrive quickly, leaving her puzzled by his comment. Upon entering the living room, Momo was surprised to find Izuku already there, along with his mother, chatting with her parents as if it were completely normal. She questioned how he had arrived so quickly, and he explained that he had used a special technique to teleport. Momo was astonished that her mother had arranged this surprise without telling her. Momo turned her attention to the letter, noticing a holodisc included with it. Activating the disc, a hologram of Nezu appeared, introducing himself and praising Momo for her exceptional performance in the recommendation exams. He informed her that she had placed first overall and was welcomed into UA High School's hero course, with further details included in the letter. After the hologram faded, the room fell silent for a moment before Izuku erupted with excitement, congratulating Momo. She embraced him tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Her parents expressed their pride in her achievement, and Inko, Izuku's mother, added her heartfelt congratulations. A week after Momo's acceptance, the day of the general entrance exam arrived. Izuku stood before the gates of UA, feeling a mix of nerves and anticipation. He thought about how different it felt to take the exam compared to watching it. Suddenly, Bakugo stormed past him, scowling and demanding he move aside. Izuku calmly pointed out that there was plenty of space, teasing Bakugo about his inflated ego. Bakugo snapped back, sparks crackling in his palms, but Izuku warned him not to act out, reminding him of the cameras nearby. Bakugo grumbled as he walked away, vowing to defeat Izuku. Inside the written exam room, Izuku was excited to see 𝗕𝗏𝗄, the pro hero, at the front. 𝗕𝗏𝗄 instructed the examinees, creating multiple clones to distribute the exam papers and reminding them to write their identification numbers clearly. After the written exam and lunch, it was finally time for the practical portion of the entrance exam. Unfortunately for Izuku, the seating arrangement placed him right next to Bakugo. As soon as Izuku settled into his seat, Bakugo emitted a low growl. Izuku chose to disregard him entirely, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. The atmosphere grew tense until 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 bounded onto the stage, his voice booming through the microphone as he greeted the audience with enthusiasm. He encouraged everyone to respond, and Izuku eagerly shouted back, while Bakugo twitched in annoyance. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 expressed his approval of the crowd's energy before announcing the practical exam. He explained that examinees would be transported to different training grounds based on their examinee passes, a measure designed to prevent students from assisting their friends, even if their numbers were adjacent. Bakugo snapped at Izuku to stop looking at him, but 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 continued, outlining the task, defeating foe villain robots. He explained that points would be awarded based on the robot models, with each type presenting a greater challenge than the last. Suddenly, a student with blue hair and square glasses stood up, his voice cutting through the air as he pointed out an oversight in 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸's explanation regarding the robot types. He then turned his attention to Izuku, accusing him of distracting others and suggesting he leave if he wasn't serious about the exam. Izuku regarded the boy for a moment before smirking, commenting on the boy's attitude with a dry remark about his demeanor. The room fell silent as Izuku continued, calmly addressing the boy's concerns about the exam and pointing out that 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 was about to explain the fourth robot, the zero pointer, which was detailed at the end of the handout. He advised the boy to sit down before further embarrassing himself. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 quickly intervened, instructing the blue-haired student to take his seat and advising Izuku not to scare him. The boy, shocked by the revelation of Izuku's connection to 𝗕𝗏𝗵, complied. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 then cleared his throat and explained that the zero-pointer was an obstacle worth no points, advising everyone to avoid it. He concluded with an inspiring quote from Napoleon Bonaparte, urging the students to strive for greatness. The crowd responded with enthusiasm as the students changed into their gear, boarded the buses, and were transported to their respective training grounds. Izuku stood before the massive gate leading into his battlefield, his eyes scanning the area. He contemplated his strategy, knowing he needed to check inside buildings while preparing for potential emergencies. His attention was drawn to a girl with brown hair nearby, who appeared extremely nervous. As he prepared to approach her, he noticed the blue-haired boy reaching toward her shoulder. Izuku deftly sidestepped, avoiding the boy's hand, and instead focused on the girl, encouraging her to take deep breaths to calm herself. They practiced the breathing exercise together, and she visibly relaxed, thanking him for his help. Just as she began to introduce herself, the gate slammed open, and Izuku shot forward into the battlefield with explosive speed, leaving the girl in shock. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸's voice echoed over the comms, urging the examinees to move quickly. The other students rushed forward, only to find the entrance littered with destroyed robots. Izuku had already gained a significant head start. In a dark monitoring room, illuminated by numerous screens, a deep voice remarked on the promising batch of examinees this year. Another figure agreed, noting the diversity of skills among the students. They discussed Izuku Midoriya, with one silhouette expressing surprise at his apparent dual abilities. However, a young woman clarified that his strength was the result of rigorous training, not multiple quirks. As they continued to observe, Momo Yororozu, who had been invited for her high score in the recommendation exam, shared her confidence in Izuku's abilities. She believed he would place first, citing his potential and skills. Nezu, intrigued, pressed for her reasoning, and Momo expressed her faith in her trainer without delving into their personal relationship. Nezu smiled slightly and decided to test Izuku further by pressing a large red button, sending a chill down Momo's spine. Meanwhile, Izuku had just dismantled another robot, muttering to himself about the time it took to locate them. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, alarms blared, and a colossal robot emerged, towering over the cityscape. Izuku shouted in disbelief at the sight of the massive machine. Just then, he heard a voice calling for help. It was the brown-haired girl from earlier, trapped beneath fallen rubble near the entrance. Without hesitation, Izuku sprinted to her side, asking if she was okay. She gasped that she was trapped, and he prepared to assist her. Izuku felt utterly drained and suspected he had sprained his ankle. He effortlessly lifted the debris and scooped the girl up, urging her to hold on as he sprinted toward the gate at full speed. The girl screamed in surprise at the rapid pace. Once they reached the safe zone, Izuku gently set her down and instructed her to stay put, stating he needed to confront the giant robot. Before she could respond, he dashed away. The colossal robot immediately detected him, its massive fist crashing into the ground. Izuku skillfully dodged and ran up its arm, channeling fire chakra within himself. He unleashed a powerful fireball that erupted from his mouth, striking the robot's head. The impact caused a tremendous explosion, sending metal flying and systems failing as the structure began to collapse. Izuku leaped off the falling debris and landed safely on a nearby rooftop. Present MIC's voice echoed through the comms, announcing that time was up. Izuku took a deep breath and returned to the gate to check on the injured girl. All the examinees watched in awe, wondering about his quirk. An elderly woman called out for anyone injured to come forward if they could walk, while those who couldn't were instructed to stay put and get her attention. Izuku called out to Recovery Girl, quickly reporting his findings about the girl's sprained ankle. Recovery Girl nodded, healed her injury with a gentle kiss on her forehead, leaving her exhausted but able to move. She was then given a gummy treat. With that taken care of, Izuku quietly slipped away. In the observation room, the teachers stared at the screens in stunned silence. Momo stood up calmly, asserting that she had predicted this outcome. She turned toward the exit, stating she needed to plan a celebration for their acceptance into UA. Before leaving, she glanced back and added that if they were placed in different classes, she would ask her parents to withdraw their support from UA. The room fell silent, and Aizawa muttered about having 2 problem children. Momo sweetly replied that it was actually 3 before departing, leaving the teachers feeling unsettled. A week later, the Midoriyas and the Yororozus gathered in the living room of the Yororozu Manor. The atmosphere was light yet filled with anticipation as all eyes were on the envelope in Izuku's hands, his acceptance letter from UA. He stared at it, still unopened. Momo, trying to ease his nerves, assured him that she believed he had done well. Izuku hesitated before admitting, a bit shyly, that he wasn't worried about his results but rather about being in the same class as her. The implication made Momo blush slightly, and she quickly composed herself, encouraging him to open the letter so they could see the results together. Taking a deep breath, Izuku tore the envelope open, and a sleek holodisc slipped out, landing softly on the table. Moments later, it activated, projecting a familiar, larger-than-life figure into the room. Izuku was stunned to see All Might. He wondered why All Might was delivering the message if it was from UA. All Might cheerfully announced that he had been present during the entrance exam and that Izuku had impressed everyone. He leaned closer to the projection, lowering his voice as he revealed that he was one of UA's newest teachers. A muffled voice interrupted him off-screen, asking how many takes they had done. All Might cleared his throat and continued with the results. He informed 𝐒𝐫𝑢 that he had performed excellently on the written exam, tying for a perfect score. For the practical portion, he congratulated 𝐒𝐫𝑢 on earning 60 villain points, which qualified him for admission. All Might's expression softened as he explained that UA also rewarded true acts of heroism through a hidden scoring system called hero points. Thanks to 𝐒𝐫𝑢's actions, the staff awarded him 60 hero points, bringing his total score to 120, placing him first overall in the entrance exam. All Might struck a familiar pose, welcoming him to UA. The holodisc powered down, and for a moment, the room fell silent before erupting in celebration. Congratulations filled the air as both families rejoiced, proud of the two students who had achieved first place in their respective entrance exams. Momo proudly announced that she had already planned a party for the occasion. 𝐒𝐫𝑢 asked if they needed to wear suits, to which she replied no. Then, stepping closer, she whispered something that made 𝐒𝐫𝑢 turn bright red, feeling the familiar rush of emotions as if it were the first time all over again. Momo cherished that effect she had on him. On the morning of their first day of class, 𝐒𝐫𝑢 teleported to Momo's house, hoping they could go to UA together. He appeared near the front gate and approached the driveway, where Momo stood with her parents in front of a sleek luxury car, exchanging goodbyes. He greeted them, causing a momentary surprise. Momo asked why he was there, noting that he should already be heading to UA. 𝐒𝐫𝑢 apologized for the intrusion and asked if she wanted to go to UA together. Without hesitation, Momo stepped into the car and motioned for him to come closer. As soon as he did, she pulled him inside and slammed the door shut, instructing the driver to go. The driver, accustomed to the 𝐎ăroiurozu heiress's eccentricities, complied and drove away as Mr. and Mrs. 𝐎ăroiurozu waved goodbye. Inside the car, the driver discreetly closed the separator, granting the young couple privacy. When they arrived at UA's gates, Momo stepped out first, her uniform slightly disheveled, followed by 𝐒𝐫𝑢, whose face was bright red and uniform wrinkled. Nearby students, mostly male, glared at 𝐒𝐫𝑢, creating an ominous atmosphere around him. Ignoring the stares, the two made their way to Class 1A. As they approached, loud yelling could be heard from inside. 𝐒𝐫𝑢 opened the door and frowned at the sight before him. A blue-haired boy was scolding another for disrespecting the classroom. "What school did you even come from?" The blue-haired boy took a breath, visibly calming himself before speaking again. He introduced himself as 𝗤𝗏𝗏, stating that he came from 𝗬𝗵𝗲 Private Academy. Bakugu grinned dangerously, noting that 𝗏𝗏 was an elite and expressing his eagerness to defeat him. 𝗏𝗏, clearly irritated, questioned Bakugu's longing to be a hero. 𝐒𝐫𝑢 guided Momo to her seat, and as he turned to take his own, 𝗏𝗏 noticed him and quickly approached. He began to introduce himself, but 𝐒𝐫𝑢 interrupted, acknowledging 𝗏𝗏 as the younger brother of Tensai 𝗏𝗏, 𝗫𝗏𝗏, from the 𝗫𝗏𝗏 Hero Agency. 𝗏𝗏 froze, flustered as he recalled his brother mentioning 𝐒𝐫𝑢's dangerous nightly training and questioned why he engaged in vigilantism by confronting villains with his quirk. 𝗏𝗏𝗏u sighed and explained that if 𝗏𝗏 wanted to reprimand someone based on the law, he should understand both the law and the facts. The room quieted as 𝗧𝗍𝗍 clarified that he never used his quirk when dealing with criminals. He positioned himself between the victim and the perpetrator, acting in self-defense if necessary. 𝗏𝗏 stiffened at this revelation. 𝗧𝗍𝗍 continued, stating that he always called the police or the nearest hero before intervening, stepping in only if help wouldn't arrive in time. He added that his nightly runs were mostly for enjoyment, with a bit of training, and were not illegal, especially since underground heroes sometimes accompanied him. 𝗧𝗍𝗍u gestured casually toward the doorway, suggesting that 𝗏𝗏 could ask the teacher for confirmation. Everyone turned just in time to see a bright yellow caterpillar crawling across the floor toward the podium. The caterpillar rolled over, revealing the tired, half-lidded face of a man. "Problem child" was a fitting description, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 muttered from the floor. The class scrambled into their seats as 𝗬𝗏 stood, unzipped his sleeping bag, and pulled out a stack of folded sports uniforms. He noted that it took them 4 seconds to sit down, which was good but not good enough. 𝗬𝗏 introduced himself as their homeroom teacher and instructed them to change into the uniforms and meet him on the training field in 15 minutes. Without another word, The class stood and hurried out toward the lockers. On the PE field, the students lined up in their UA sports uniforms. Aizawa announced that they would be testing their limits and creativity using the same physical tests they had taken back in middle school. He glanced over the class, unimpressed, and criticized the government's belief that everyone was the same, calling it illogical. A brown-haired girl from the entrance exam raised her hand, asking about orientation. Aizawa flatly replied that they were skipping it, as heroes didn't have time for niceties and teachers at U had the freedom to run their classes as they saw fit. He turned his attention to Izuku, referring to him as the problem child and asking for his middle school score for the ball throw. Izuku replied that it was 500 meters, give or take. Aizawa added sharply that he wanted the score without Izuku's quirk. Izuku repeated his score, and Aizawa frowned, demanding proof. He tossed Izuku the ball and instructed him to throw it from inside the circle while Aizawa erased his quirk. Izuku stepped into the circle as Aizawa activated his quirk, locking his gaze onto him. Without hesitation, Izuku wound up and hurled the ball with full force, sending it soaring through the air. Aizawa turned off his quirk, applied eye drops, and activated the measuring device. A minute later, it beeped, announcing a distance of 652.2 meters. Aizawa stared at Izuku, realizing he had a mutation-type quirk that wasn't in his registry. Izuku calmly explained that he didn't have two quirks. It was a result of pure training, mentioning that Ms. Yororozu could do something similar since they trained together. Aizawa exhaled slowly and called Momo over, instructing her to throw the ball as well while he erased her quirk. Momo accepted the ball, took a steadying breath, assumed a pitcher's stance, and threw with all her might. Aizawa announced her distance as 511.8 meters, leaving the class in disbelief. Throwing that far without quirks was unheard of. Bakugo, furious, stormed toward Izuku with crackling palms, only to be yanked mid-step as Aizawa's capture scarf wrapped around him, causing his explosions to fizzle out. Bakugo shouted in frustration, demanding to know what the scarf was made of and why he couldn't use his quirk. Aizawa replied that it was made of steel alloys and carbon fiber, reminding Bakugo that he erased quirks. He sighed tiredly, expressing his annoyance at having to use his quirk, which caused him dry eye. Izuku glanced at Aizawa, asking if he believed him now. Aizawa remained skeptical, thinking that feats like that had to be quirk-related, but he decided to let it go for now. He instructed both Izuku and Momo to throw again, this time using their quirks. Izuku took another ball and threw it once more, conjuring a dragon of fire that surged forward, propelling the ball even farther. Aizawa recorded a distance of 1,232.1 meters. Momo then created a cannon, placed the ball inside, and fired, achieving a distance of 2,447.5 meters. The class erupted in excitement, with a blonde boy with a black lightning bolt streak in his hair exclaiming how cool it was to use their quirks, while a pink-skinned girl with horns cheered that it would be so much fun. Aizawa, irritated by the word fun, coldly stated that they would make it more interesting. Whoever placed last overall would be expelled. The field fell silent as the brown-haired girl protested that it was unfair. Aizawa shot back, questioning if natural disasters, accidents, or villain attacks were fair. He scanned the terrified students, reminding them that they were training to be heroes, whose job was to confront unfairness head-on. At UA, they used a freestyle teaching approach to forge heroes worthy of going plus ultra. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Tenya Ida and Tsuyu Asui stepped forward, with a timing machine set up at the finish line. At the signal, engines burst from Ida's calves, propelling him forward, achieving a time of 3.04 seconds. Ida noted that at this distance, he could only reach third gear. Asui then bounded forward in long hops, finishing in 5.54 seconds. Next was Mina Ashido, who sprayed acid onto the ground and skated across it with ease. Yuga Amar followed, firing lasers from the belt around his waist to move himself forward, but near the end, he clutched his stomach in pain, likely from using his quirk too long. Eventually, it was Izuku's turn, paired with Bakugo, who glared at him with open hostility. Izuku ignored him as the signal sounded. Bakugo blasted forward with explosions while Izuku simply ran, surprisingly pulling ahead. The timer recorded 3.16 seconds for 𝗧𝗂 and 4.03 seconds for 𝗵𝘃𝗂, who snarled in fury at being slower. Next were Shoto Todoroki and Hunter Zero. Shoto launched himself forward using fire and ice, sliding effortlessly, while Zero fired tape from his elbows, anchoring it to the finish line. Zero reeled himself in, achieving a time of 3.89 seconds, while Todoroki finished in 5.67 seconds. Momo was among the last to run, paired with a short purple-haired girl with phone-jack earlobes named 𝐒𝐫𝐁𝐵. At the signal, Momo created small rocket boosters along her arms to aid her sprint, finishing in 3.56 seconds. Next came the grip strength test, with Mizo Shoji, a tall boy with white hair, a face mask, and 6 arms, stepping up first. He divided several of his arms into smaller ones, wrapping them around the device and applying pressure. The machine announced a weight of 540.8 kilograms. Denki Kaminari, the blonde with a lightning bolt streak, laughed and remarked on the impressive display, likening him to a gorilla or an octopus. A short boy with purple ball for hair, Minoru Mineta, stared blankly, prompting Izuku to take note of him. When it was Izuku's turn, he gripped the device firmly and squeezed, registering 321.7 kilograms. He noticed Mineta staring at Momo, which made Izuku's grip tighten. The machine then recorded 419.3 kilograms. Momo approached next, calmly creating a hydraulic clamper around the device, which immediately maxed out. The next exercise was the standing long jump. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 went first, propelling himself across the field with explosive bursts, clearing the sandbox entirely. Rikido Soto, a bulky boy, consumed sugar to enhance his muscles and jumped nearly the full length of the pit. Izuku frowned thoughtfully, realizing he lacked a technique to help him here. He jumped normally, clearing the sandbox in a single bound. Momo followed closely, almost falling short but creating a steel pole at the last moment to vault herself forward just enough to pass. Shoto glided effortlessly across an ice bridge he created. For the repeated side steps, Mineta used his sticky hairball to ricochet back and forth, achieving the highest score. Next was the ball throw. Since Izuku and Momo had already participated, they were excused. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 stepped up, hurled the ball with a fierce shout, and recorded 705.2 meters, seething when he realized it was still less than Izuku's earlier throw. Okako Uraraka, the brown-haired girl with pink cheeks, went next and tossed the ball lightly. It rose and rose, eventually prompting Aizawa's device to blink with the word infinity. Izuku whispered to Momo that it was likely the highest score in UA history. The sit-ups event followed, which felt painfully boring for Izuku and Momo. After 20 minutes, when everyone else had collapsed, Aizawa finally waved them off and assigned them both the highest score. 𝗧𝗄 Kirishima, a red-haired boy with jagged spikes, remarked on how manly they were. The toe-touch flexibility test came next. Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl, was assisted by Masahiro Ojiro, who carefully felt for her fingers to measure her score. Asui and Ashido were currently in the lead. Momo casually asked Izuku if he agreed on their flexibility, adding a playful warning not to ogle. Izuku protested that he wasn't, but Momo leaned close and suggested he help her bend later. Izuku froze, his face turning bright red as he stumbled over his words, which did not go unnoticed by the self-proclaimed gossip queen. The final event was the endurance run. Izuku took off immediately, settling into a steady pace. Momo created a scooter, Shoto skated atop ice, and 𝗵𝘃𝗂 used controlled explosions to conserve stamina. Ida, determined not to fall behind, revved his engines to match their speed. 2 hours later, only Momo and Izuku remained, with Izuku maintaining his pace while Momo cruised on her scooter. Aizawa eventually declared he would give them both the highest scores. Izuku dryly reminded Aizawa that he could keep pace with underground heroes during rooftop patrols, to which Aizawa replied it was for Yororozu. Izuku pointed out that she was on a scooter, leading Aizawa to facepalm, lamenting the time he could have used for rest. The class gathered in front of their teacher, who stated that reading individual scores would take too long and instead displayed the final results on a hologram. Momo Yororozu took first place, followed by Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, and 𝗵𝘃𝗂 Katsuki in fourth. Bakugo looked as if he were grinding his teeth in frustration, while Mineta burst into tears at being in last place. Aizawa then revealed that he had lied about expulsion, explaining it was a logical ruse to ensure everyone took the assessment seriously. Momo leaned toward Izuku, whispering her doubts about Aizawa's honesty. Izuku responded that Aizawa would have expelled them if he saw no potential, just like last year when the entire class faced the same threat. Momo's eyes widened in realization, and she was relieved she hadn't said anything to the others, unaware that someone had overheard their conversation. Aizawa instructed them to get dressed and place their syllabi on their desks. In the girls' changing room, as Momo changed back into her regular school uniform, Mina Ashido sidled up beside her, sparkling with curiosity. She asked about the relationship between Momo and Izuku, noting how obvious it was from their interactions during the quirk apprehension test and how Izuku had reacted to Mineta's gaze. Momo hesitated before admitting that they had become official a few months ago, explaining they were not hiding it but rather trying to avoid unwanted attention. In the boys' locker room, Kirishima excitedly approached Izuku, praising his performance and inquiring about his strength without a quirk. Izuku explained that it was due to consistent weight training, keeping his response vague to protect his secret. Kaminari expressed skepticism, prompting Izuku to suggest they try strapping weights to their limbs. Shoto interjected, revealing that Izuku had a friend who made special weights using their quirk. Izuku shot him a look but did not contradict him. Kirishima eagerly asked if Izuku could get him a set, to which Izuku paused, explaining they would have to come from someone not registered in the system. Kirishima froze, realizing the implications of that statement. Izuku clarified that the person was not a villain but someone who had never had a fair chance in life, having grown up in difficult circumstances. He shared that he had asked Momo to help place them into a charity program to prevent them from turning to crime for survival. As he continued, the others listened intently, realizing the depth of Izuku's compassion. It was a carefully constructed lie, one that the Yoroi Rosas and Midoriyas had agreed upon long ago to conceal the origin of the weights. Zero questioned why they hadn't registered their quirk if things were better now. Izuku explained that they had grown up witnessing corruption firsthand and learned early on how perilous it could be when the wrong people knew about their abilities, especially with rumors circulating about a figure in the underworld who could steal and grant quirks. The mention of this figure caused everyone to visibly shudder, and Izuku noticed one person flinch slightly more than the others, prompting him to think he would investigate that later. Kaminari expressed disbelief, nervously stating that there was no way a quirk like that could exist. Izuku took a moment before responding, noting that in a world filled with quirks, anything imaginable could be possible. He referenced All Might, who could change the weather with a single punch, and other extraordinary abilities like teleportation and reality manipulation, similar to Star and Stripe in America. He concluded that stealing quirks was not impossible, and a heavy silence followed. Finally, Izuku mentioned he would get Kirishima a 5-kilo set in a few days and urged everyone to get dressed, as they had already taken too long. This snapped everyone back to reality, and the boys hurried to finish changing, the weight of Izuku's words lingering long after they left the locker room. In the classroom, a few girls waited near the desks while the boys gathered their belongings. Uraraka, Momo, Mina, and Hagakure among them. Mina asked what had taken the boys so long, and Kirishima explained that he had asked Midoriya for some weights and received a few unsettling revelations. The mood among the boys was noticeably somber. Momo and Izuku collected their things and walked out together, but hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Uraraka called out for them to wait, and they turned to see her and Ida catching up. Uraraka cheerfully confirmed their identities, but both Izuku and Momo felt a bit awkward. Izuku quickly clarified that Deku was just an old insult from Bakugo and requested to be called Izuku Midoriya instead. Uraraka accepted the handshake and introduced herself, suggesting they walk together until they had to part ways. Curious, Uraraka asked what they thought of their first day at U. Momo described it as enlightening, stating she had never tested her limits like that before. Izuku added that, knowing Aizawa-sensei, it was about what he had expected. Ida, however, disagreed with Aizawa's teaching methods, particularly the use of deception as motivation. Izuku reflected on this, explaining that as heroes, they would need to use every method available for the greater good, as long as it wasn't too extreme. He acknowledged that while it did make them trust Aizawa a little less, it had been effective. When they reached US main gate, a car pulled up for Momo and Izuku. Izuku bid farewell and reminded her to be careful on her way home. Ida stood frozen in place, while Uraraka looked mildly surprised and casually mentioned that Izuku hadn't told them he and Momo were dating, a revelation that left Ida in shock. Later that night, after their training at Mount Myaboku, a small group gathered in the Patriarch's office of the Yororozu Manor, consisting only of those familiar with chakra. Mr. and Mrs. Yororozu sat at the head of the room, with 𝐭 nearby. Momo and Izuku stood together in front of the desk. Mr. Yororozu asked if Izuku had told them the cover story, to which Izuku confirmed he had to prevent further questions about the weight seals and their strength. He noted that Shoto had diverted attention by showing off his weights. Mrs. Yororozu expressed relief that they had expanded on the story beyond the simple explanation of a friend making the weights. Izuku playfully pouted, earning chuckles from everyone in the room. 𝐭 glanced at the clock and suggested Izuku teleport them home, or if he wanted to stay with Momo, it would just be her. Izuku froze, his face turning crimson at the implication. He stammered about having had a tiring day, but Momo firmly interrupted him, insisting he stay. 𝐭's smirk widened mischievously as she teased them before turning back to her son and asking him to teleport her home. After sending his mother back, Izuku barely had time to recover before Momo took his hand and led him out of the office. They moved quickly through the manor's corridors, passing servants who greeted them politely, until they reached Momo's room. She leaned close, whispering for him to know what to do. The next morning, Izuku pressed a gentle kiss to Momo's lips before teleporting home. He showered, changed clothes, greeted his mother, and sat down to enjoy her home-cooked breakfast. 𝐭 casually asked if he was excited for his first heroics classes that day, and Izuku's eyes lit up as he expressed his enthusiasm for being taught by pro heroes. 𝐭 then inquired about his investigations. Izuku paused mid-bite, his expression turning serious as he considered how to phrase his findings. He mentioned hearing rumors of an emerging villain group that had not yet named themselves or made a move, as well as tracking some of the Meta Liberation Army's base operations to Deku City. He had also investigated bases belonging to the Creature Rejection clan and heard rumors about a group called 𝗵𝗲, though he was not yet fully aware of their intentions. He took a breath and added that there were too many dismantling operations to mention. 𝐭 shared that she had heard on the news and through rumors that many people wanted Shadow to become an official hero team. Izuku set down his utensils and quietly expressed his concerns about the world barely holding itself together, noting that quirks already created enough division. He shook his head, stating that if people learned about an entirely different power system that anyone could learn, it would only worsen the situation, as the world was not ready for that yet. 𝐭 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words unless something drastic occurred. After breakfast and a bit more conversation, Izuku teleported back to the Yororozu estate. He greeted the staff, walked out the front door, and found Momo waiting for him beside the car they would be riding in together. Once seated and on their way to UA, Momo turned to him and asked what he thought they would be doing on their first day of classes. Izuku thought for a moment and replied that according to the syllabus, they would have homeroom followed by regular classes taught by pro heroes, lunch, and finally heroics. Since most individuals had yet to learn how to utilize their quirks in combat against others, the focus was on the fundamentals. At UA, even one of Japan's most esteemed hero academies, staffed by professional heroes as instructors, the regular academic classes remained dull for most students. However, for Izuku, the experience was entirely different. The green-haired aspiring hero felt exhilarated just being in the presence of pro heroes, making even the most mundane tasks like homework seem thrilling. As the day progressed, excitement grew steadily, with the most anticipated class drawing near. When Momo and Izuku sensed a familiar presence approaching their classroom, they immediately recognized who their heroics teacher would be. The door swung open dramatically as All Might made his entrance, with Aizawa following behind, visibly annoyed by his colleague's exuberance. All Might greeted the class with a booming voice, announcing himself as their instructor for the most crucial class. Heroics. The room buzzed with excitement, with students expressing their disbelief and enthusiasm at having All Might as their teacher. All Might continued, holding up a sign that read Battle Trial in bold, colorful letters, indicating they would be covering the basics of heroics. Bakugu's expression turned wild with excitement. Before diving into the lesson, All Might struck a pose, declaring that the first step to becoming a hero was to look good. He pressed a button on the podium, causing briefcases to slide out from hidden compartments, each labeled with a number. He explained that these briefcases contained their hero costumes, designed based on their Quirk registrations and submitted designs. Students were instructed to take the briefcase matching their seat number, change, and meet at ground gamma. With that, All Might exited, followed by Aizawa, leaving the students to scramble for their costumes and rush toward the nearest changing rooms. After nearly 10 minutes of searching, they finally arrived at the training site where All Might and Aizawa awaited them. All Might wondered aloud what was taking so long, while Aizawa noted that this was their first time in hero costumes, which slowed them down. As the first students arrived, All Might scanned the group, noticing the absence of Izuku and Momo. Almost on cue, they entered the room, apologizing for their tardiness. Momo wore a dark red, form-fitting suit with reinforced padding and protective weaves, equipped with holographic databases at her wrists for quick material references. Her outfit featured a zipper for easy access to her skin for large creations, and she had pouches for storage on her hip. A full-face mask concealed her identity, topped with a forehead protector bearing the symbol of Konoha. Izuku, dressed in dark green breathes with reinforced knee pads and a matching vest, sported a wakizashi at his hip and a light green hari with dark green flames, the kanji for legacy emblazoned on the back. His full-face mask also concealed his features, with only his emerald eyes visible. Okako complimented their looks, and All Might expressed pride in their costumes, declaring that they all looked fantastic. Ida, adjusting his armor-like costume, inquired if they would be fighting robots again, but All Might clarified that they would be dealing with a different scenario. He asked the class where they typically found villains, and Izuku raised his hand, explaining that while public fights occur in open spaces, most crimes happen behind closed doors, where villains often hide in the shadows. All Might nodded in approval and informed the class that they would be conducting indoor battle simulations. He explained the exercise, detailing a scenario where villains had placed a nuclear bomb inside a building. The villains needed to incapacitate or capture the heroes or protect the bomb for 10 minutes, while the heroes had to either touch the bomb or capture the villains. Ida raised a question about how teams would be decided, and All Might revealed a box filled with alphabetized ball for the selection process. While Ida expressed concern over the randomness, Momo pointed out that heroes often had to adapt quickly to unfamiliar situations. After the draw, Izuku found himself paired with Uraraka on Team D, while Momo was placed on Team C with Mineta. Izuku approached Mineta, leaning down to whisper a warning about his intentions toward Momo, expressing his protective nature. All Might cleared his throat, preparing to announce the first teams. As he began to draw, Aizawa expressed his frustration with the situation, while Izuku reassured him that a little flair was part of All Might's style. All Might announced the teams, but abruptly retracted one of the villain teams, insisting he would not allow his students to be traumatized early in their careers. The class looked on in confusion as All Might explained that he was concerned about Izuku's potential actions against the villains. Izuku calmly reminded All Might that they would soon face real villains in the future. It would be best for them to become accustomed to fear. All Might continued to glare, and Izuku quickly rubbed the back of his head, agreeing to tone it down. All Might affirmed he would hold him to that promise and announced that the villain team would be Team D, Midoriya and Uraraka. Shoto and Momo exchanged quiet laughter, anticipating the upcoming spectacle, while the rest of the class remained puzzled. Inside the building designated for the exercise, Izuku and Uraraka moved swiftly. They set traps at strategic choke points, stairwells, corners, and random doors, using precariously balanced debris. The bomb was placed on the 4th floor. Izuku quietly instructed Uraraka to float the bomb when he gave the signal and to keep moving with it, explaining that Bakugu would likely abandon Ida to focus on him. He looked her in the eye, advising her that if 𝐒𝐫 found her, she should head to a corner with a trap and set it off, as 𝐒𝐫 struggled with tight turns. He emphasized the importance of not letting him notice the floating bomb. Uraraka nodded, curious about how he was so sure Bakugo would engage him. Izuku flatly stated that they did not get along, describing Bakugo's oversized ego and how he often ended up on the ground after their encounters. Unbeknownst to him, both teachers monitoring the exercise overheard this. Aizawa considered notifying Recovery Girl and Hound Dog. All Might's voice echoed through the building, announcing that the exercise had begun. Uraraka called out to Izuku, but received no response. When she looked around, he had vanished. Izuku had already made his way to the first floor, moving silently toward the sounds of explosions. He decided to confront 𝐒𝐫 first, knowing he was a formidable opponent, far too dangerous for Uraraka to handle alone. As the explosions grew louder, Izuku masked his presence completely, blending into the background. Bakugo rushed past, with 𝐒𝐫 following closely behind. That was the opening Izuku needed. He struck with precision, delivering a kick that sent 𝐒𝐫 crumpling to the ground, unconscious before he could react. Izuku swiftly bound him with capture tape, the impact echoing through the building. All Might announced that 𝐒𝐫 was out of commission. Bakugo, furious, charged toward Izuku, unleashing a barrage of explosions. Izuku turned and ran, leading Bakugo deeper into the building, carefully selecting a structurally reinforced area, far from Uraraka and the bomb. If Bakugo lost control here, no one else would be harmed. Meanwhile, the other students in the control room watched in stunned silence. Kirishima remarked on the sneak attack, questioning its manliness, while Aizawa noted its effectiveness, emphasizing that heroes must stop villains by any means necessary, especially to minimize civilian casualties. He reflected on how long it had been since he had seen Midoriya fight and was eager to gauge his progress. Asui commented on how quickly Izuku had taken down 𝐒𝐫. Ashido, eyes wide, asked Momo how her boyfriend had accomplished that feat, as he had vanished in an instant. A record-scratch silence filled the room as several boys froze at the mention of boyfriend. Momo calmly clarified that Izuku had hidden his presence and offered to demonstrate. She closed her eyes and focused, and a moment later, she stood quietly in a dark corner of the room, nearly invisible to their perception. Shoto was also present, though barely noticeable. Momo explained that it was a technique that made one virtually unnoticeable, even to those looking directly at them. She illustrated the concept using a crowded restaurant scenario, where people might not notice specific details despite being in plain sight. She gestured subtly, describing it as an advanced form of misdirection that required concentration. She noted that while Shoto had begun learning it a year ago, Izuku had mastered it to a much higher degree. Aizawa added that even underground heroes struggled with this technique, and the fact that two 15-year-olds could use it so effectively was impressive. Ashido asked if Aizawa could also use the technique, to which he confirmed that all underground heroes could, to some extent, and that these two were about average among them. 𝐒𝐻𝐵 felt disheartened, thinking her quirk was no longer special. Momo immediately offered her hand, reassuring 𝐻𝐻𝐵 that they had planned to teach her this from the beginning, and mastering it would make her the world's greatest stealth hero. 𝐻𝐻𝐵 expressed her gratitude with enthusiasm. Back inside the building, Bakugo relentlessly pursued Izuku, detonating explosions whenever Izuku allowed himself to come within striking range. When they reached the area Izuku had chosen, he vanished. This location was far from the bomb, far from Uraraka and 𝐒𝐫. Even if Bakugo caused destruction here, the rest of the structure would remain intact. Bakugo snarled, demanding to know if Izuku was finally done running. Slow clapping echoed through the room, causing Bakugo to freeze. From atop a pile of crates, Izuku emerged, wearing an eerie grin that radiated a suffocating aura. Anyone watching felt manipulated, belittled, and most importantly, afraid. The control room fell silent, with several students frozen in place, trembling as if breathing would invite danger. For a moment, Midoriya Izuku did not resemble a hero, he appeared villainous. All Might shouted for him to tone it down, noting that the other students could barely breathe. Izuku lightly acknowledged this, reining in his aura, and the oppressive pressure dissipated. The control room erupted with questions and exclamations. J.I.R.O. expressed her shock, while Asui quietly remarked on feeling like prey. Momo explained that what they had witnessed was aura projection, the act of making others feel the emotions one wished them to feel, in this case, fear. Several students swallowed hard as she elaborated that Izuku described it as weaponizing one's presence. She pointed out that they experienced this sensation regularly, using All Might as an example of someone whose presence instilled safety. She paused before explaining that Izuku had projected the embodiment of evil. The room went silent again. All Might gravely stated that he had not wanted young Midoriya to play a villain because he did not want the students to experience that fear so early in their careers, especially since Izuku had been holding back. Shock rippled through the control room as Izuku continued his slow clapping, his gaze fixed on Bakugo. The heavy aura remained, softened just enough for movement but still stifling confidence. Izuku smoothly commended Bakugo for foolishly following him, claiming it made things easier. Bakugo, sweating, felt frustrated as he recognized that Izuku was employing that unsettling technique again. He shouted in anger, demanding to know if Izuku was looking down on him. Izuku tilted his head slightly, noting that he was indeed standing on a pile of boxes. Izuku looked down at Bakugo with a smirk, clearly enjoying the moment. Bakugo, fueled by frustration, declared that he would drag Izuku into the dirt where he belonged. In a flash, Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion, obliterating nearby boxes. Izuku effortlessly leaped away, taunting Bakugo about his short temper, which seemed unbecoming of a hero. Bakugo propelled himself forward, launching a powerful right hook. Izuku anticipated the move, catching Bakugo's gauntlet just as he had done years ago, attempting to flip him. However, Bakugo had learned from their past encounters. An explosion from his free hand redirected his momentum, freeing him from Izuku's grip. He surged forward again, twisting midair to line up another explosive strike. Izuku kicked Bakugo's arm upward, deflecting the blast and coolly reminding him that instinct alone wasn't enough against skill. Bakugo paused for a moment, then grinned, revealing that his gauntlets were finally ready. Izuku's expression shifted to one of concern as Bakugo explained how his quirk worked, indicating that the gauntlets were full of sweat and ready to unleash a devastating attack. All Might's voice crackled through the comms, warning Bakugo not to use that weapon, fearing for Izuku's safety. Bakugo snapped back, confident that Izuku would be fine if he dodged. Izuku remained unfazed, having led Bakugo to this location far from the bomb and positioned between him and an exterior wall. The explosion roared, tearing through the structure and creating a massive hole in the wall. As the smoke cleared, Izuku had vanished. All Might warned Bakugo that another explosion like that would lead to disqualification. Suddenly, Izuku's presence surged behind Bakugo, oppressive and suffocating. He quietly remarked on Bakugo's impressive power but noted it left him open. Bakugo turned, but it was too late. Izuku seized his left arm, twisting it and striking with precision. Bakugo cried out as his shoulder dislocated, attempting to counter with his right arm, only for Izuku to catch it as well. Another cry echoed through the air as Izuku slammed Bakugo's head into the floor, leaving him motionless. With swift efficiency, Izuku wrapped Bakugo in capture tape, signaling his victory. All Might announced that Bakugo had been captured, declaring the villain team the winners. Uraraka's voice crackled through the comms, expressing concern over the explosion and asking if Izuku was okay. He calmly reassured her and suggested regrouping. As he released his aura, the tension dissipated, and he hoisted Bakugo over his shoulder, walking out. Back in the control room, All Might clapped his hands, asking the class who they thought was the MVP. Momo raised her hand and, when called upon, stated that Uraraka deserved the recognition. All Might was intrigued and asked for an explanation. Momo pointed out that while Izuku had defeated both heroes, the objective was teamwork, which he hadn't relied on. She noted Uraraka's contributions in setting traps and concealing the objective, emphasizing that her positioning would have allowed her to escape if Izuku hadn't intervened. Momo glanced at Izuku, noting that he hadn't taken the fight seriously, and if he had, Bakugo would have been defeated much sooner. Izuku stiffened at the observation. Momo gently critiqued him, advising against toying with opponents. Izuku accepted the feedback, acknowledging the critique. All Might affirmed Momo's assessment, declaring Uraraka the MVP, which prompted applause from the class. Aizawa remained silent, his gaze fixed on Izuku, pondering the speed and control he had displayed without using his quirk. The next match featured Team B, consisting of Todoroki and Shoji as the heroes, against Team I, made up of Ojiro and 𝐻𝐸𝐽. As soon as the heroes entered the building, Todoroki unleashed a wave of ice, freezing the entire structure solid, immobilizing the villain team. He calmly walked through the frozen corridors toward the bomb, commenting on the anticlimactic nature of the situation as he tapped it. He then defrosted the building. Izuku shouted through the comms, warning everyone to evacuate immediately. Todoroki reacted quickly, grabbing 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and Ojiro while Shoji followed suit. He created an ice slide, propelling all four out through a shattered window just as cracks spread across the walls, the structure groaning under the pressure. Izuku inquired about the weight of the ice and how much water expands when it freezes. Todoroki confirmed it was very heavy and that it expands by about 10%, realizing his mistake and apologizing. All Might reassured Todoroki, reminding him that they were there to learn in a controlled environment. The next match featured Momo on the villain team with Mineta, facing Kaminari and Gyro as the heroes. Mineta, still shaken from earlier, wisely followed Momo's instructions without hesitation. Under her guidance, he placed sticky spheres along the edges of closed doors, creating diversions and obscuring the location of the bomb. Meanwhile, Momo set up discreet surveillance cameras throughout the hallways. As the match began, Gyro deployed her jacks to listen for heartbeats. Suddenly, a flashbang detonated around the corner, disorienting Gyro. Momo seized the opportunity, rushing Kaminari and wrapping him in capture tape before he could react. Gyro struggled to regain her footing, but another flashbang went off, and Momo quickly restrained her as well, securing victory for the villain team. The next match was Team H versus Team J, with Tokoyami and Tsuyu as the villains against Kirishima and Zero as the heroes. As soon as the heroes entered, Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow, which surged forward, filling the hallway with darkness. Zero reacted quickly, firing his tape to create distance while Kirishima charged ahead, hardening his body. Dark Shadow collided with Kirishima, sending him skidding back but still on his feet. Tsuyu seized the moment, leaping across the ceiling and using her tongue to pull Zero off balance, slamming him into the wall. Zero attempted to fire tape, but Dark Shadow intercepted it effortlessly. Tokoyami calmly stated that their restraint wouldn't work here. Kirishima charged Dark Shadow again, landing a punch that barely affected the shadow, which reformed immediately. Tsuyu then bound Kirishima's legs with her tongue, pulling him down. With both heroes restrained, Tokoyami commanded Dark Shadow to capture them. The shadow expanded, pinning Kirishima and wrapping around Zero before either could escape. Tokoyami declared the heroes immobilized, and All Might announced the villain team's victory. As the shadow retracted, Tokoyami relaxed his stance, and Tsuyu politely released the heroes, hopping back lightly. Kirishima laughed awkwardly, acknowledging their strength, while Zero groaned, admitting they hadn't stood a chance. All Might then announced the next match. Team E versus Team F. Team E, the heroes, consisted of Aomar and Mina, while Team F, the villains, were Aikido and Koji. The teams took their positions inside the building, waiting for All Might's signal to begin. Aomar shot forward immediately, firing his laser with precision, while Mina followed closely, coating the floor with acid to create slippery surfaces that forced their opponents to adjust. Aikido, ready with his sugar rush quirk, charged into the corridor. The sudden surge of energy transformed him into a blur, propelling him forward and sending the acid aside with sheer force. Koda maintained a distance, summoning animals to obstruct sightlines and guide the heroes into predictable paths. Birds and small creatures filled the corridors, creating chaos. Mina skidded on her own acid, evading Koda's animals while unleashing small streams to push them back. She called out to Aikido, urging him to join the fray. Aikido grinned, ready to amplify the excitement. He fully activated his quirk, his speed and strength surging dramatically. He charged toward Aomar, intent on overwhelming him before he could unleash another laser. 𝗂𝗄𝗵𝗲 fired just in time, the laser narrowly missing Rikido and striking a wall instead. The impact sent debris cascading down, prompting all four to react swiftly. Mina seized the distraction to deliver a surprise slap on Rikido's back, causing him to stumble slightly. Koda's summoned animals surged forward, but Mina leapt back just in time, her acid dissolving any that ventured too close. Rikido recalibrated and charged again, while 𝗂𝗄𝗵𝗲 attempted to slow him down with a combination of laser blasts and evasive maneuvers. In the end, 𝗂𝗄𝗵𝗲 and Mina found themselves outpaced by Rikido's relentless speed and Koda's control over the environment. Rikido delivered the final decisive blow, securing the bomb. All Might announced the outcome, declaring the villain team as the winners. 𝗂𝗄𝗵𝗲 and Mina, breathing and glaring at their opponents, acknowledged their defeat. Mina remarked on their speed, while 𝗂𝗄𝗵𝗲 added a comment about too much sugar. Rikido and Koda exchanged nods, affirming their teamwork. Later, 3 shurikens sliced through the smoke, spinning gracefully. Each struck true, 2 in the creature's eyes and 1 between them. The creature reeled back with a guttural sound, clawing at its face as dark fluid trickled down. Izuku was already in motion, closing the distance in an instant, flames trailing behind him. His wakizashi flashed upward, slicing through the creature's defenses. The blade cleanly severed the head from the body. After class, in the boys' changing room, Mineta excitedly pointed at a small hole leading into the girls' changing room, announcing it as a gift from those who came before them. Kaminari warned him against doing anything foolish, instinctively stepping back as he sensed Izuku's intense aura. Mineta froze, swallowed hard, and called out for Yorozu to seal the hole before he got into trouble. Moments later, a cork shot through the hole, followed by plaster sealing it completely. On the boys' side, Zero reinforced the patch with layers of tape. Ida declared the need to report this behavior to the teachers, making authoritative hand motions. Zero glanced at Izuku, curious about his skills. Izuku calmly replied that it was a secret for their safety, causing everyone to shudder at the implications of his connections. In the girls' changing room, Ashido grinned at Momo, asking when she learned her ninja skills from her boyfriend, finishing with an exaggerated eyebrow wiggle. Momo smoothly replied that she wouldn't discuss their private moments but mentioned that he trained her after she expressed her longing to become a hero when they were young. Gyro inquired about how they met, and Momo explained it was not in any way one would expect. Asui suggested she ran away from home, but Momo denied it. Hagakure guessed they met in school, and Momo explained she attended a private school while he went to public schools in Musutafu. Uraraka asked if they bumped into each other on the street, and Momo revealed that they were brought together when Aizawa-sensei saved her from being kidnapped when she was young. She added that his nightly walks, as he called them, were how they first met, though she kept to herself that she had asked her parents to track him down. Ashido squealed at the romantic notion, and Gyro shifted the topic to Todoroki, asking how he met Izuku. Momo suggested they ask Izuku that question. After class, as Izuku walked out of school with Momo, he suddenly halted, his expression sharpening as new information flowed in from one of his clones. A wide grin spread across his face, prompting Momo to ask what was wrong. He mentioned he had thought of something nice, leaving Momo blushing and suggesting they talk in private. Once at the Yororozu residence, Momo softly asked what he had thought about after class. Izuku revealed that one of his clones had located the main 𝐒𝐭𝐲 base. Momo blinked in surprise as he explained he could leave surveillance there. When she asked why not deal with them immediately, he elaborated on the need for caution after studying them for so long. He listed the necessary information he needed to gather, the number of members, their quirks, their schedules, the layout of the building, and any hidden passageways. His determination was evident as he stated he would not let this opportunity slip away. That night, Shadow returned to observe the base, moving through the darkness like a ghost, remaining undetectable to cameras and surveillance systems. He meticulously noted patrol routes, guard rotations, blind spots, and escape routes. Hours passed as he gathered intelligence. Eventually, Shadow perched atop a nearby building overlooking the warehouse. Just as he was about to leave behind another clone for continued surveillance, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. A small child burst from one of the side entrances, stumbling away from the base. Bandages wrapped her arms and legs, and her long white hair flowed behind her as her wide red eyes reflected terror. A small horn protruded from the right side of her forehead, and fear was etched across her face. Shadow silently dropped down behind her and caught her mid-run, gently covering her mouth to prevent her from screaming. He assured her he would take her somewhere safe, away from the bad people. The girl struggled weakly in his arms. Shadow quickly created 2 clones to continue surveillance and information gathering before activating 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐈𝐺 to teleport himself and the child to a temporary base on the outskirts of town, an abandoned, half-collapsed building. As soon as he released her, the girl scrambled away, pressing herself against the wall, fear blazing in her eyes. She shakily expressed her longing not to return, not wanting to endure any more pain. Shadow reassured her that he would not hurt her and promised she would never go back. His gaze was firm and protective as he gently asked for her name. She replied, introducing herself as Eri. Izuku softly commented on the name, intentionally calming his tone. He reached into a storage scroll, and a wide variety of food appeared before them. He felt grateful to his mother for providing this feast. Eri stared in astonishment at the sudden spread of food. Izuku encouraged her to eat whatever she desired, noticing her gaze lingering on a bowl of sliced apples. He promptly handed it to her, urging her to try it, describing it as nice and juicy. Eri hesitated but eventually took a slice and bit into it, the sweetness easing some of the tension in her small frame. As she ate beside the man who had rescued her from danger, her guard gradually lowered. They shared a quiet meal, with Izuku still in his vigilante gear, only pulling his mask back enough to eat in the dimly lit room. He asked Eri if she was full, and she nodded before looking up at him with uncertainty. She questioned whether he truly intended to keep her safe and not return her to the bad people. Izuku reassured her that he had taken her away from them and would not bring her back after providing her with food. He promised to protect her, emphasizing that he always kept his promises. Eri's eyes filled with tears as she expressed her fear of being a curse that made her father disappear, calling herself a monster. Izuku gently patted her head, assuring her that she was not a monster. The real monsters were those who had hurt her so badly that she was covered in bandages. Eri calmed slightly but then backed away, pleading for him to stay away to prevent him from disappearing too because of her curse. Izuku firmly stated that she did not have a curse but a gift she needed to learn to control. He offered to take her to a place that could help her, where someone could assist in managing her power if it became overwhelming. He smiled gently, suggesting that if she learned to control it, no one would ever disappear again. After a moment of hesitation, Eri nodded in agreement. Izuku took her hand and teleported them to an alley about 1 kilometer away from UA, near one of his pre-placed seals. He immediately activated a transformation technique, changing into a muscular, middle-aged man with a square jaw, stubble, and plain civilian clothing. Eri gasped in shock, but Izuku quickly reassured her that it was still him. She relaxed as he pulled out thin blankets from a storage seal and carefully wrapped them around her, concealing her hair and horn. Lifting her into his arms, he leaped onto the rooftop and moved swiftly toward UA. At the school gates, Izuku stood still, holding Eri close. He pressed the communicator by the gate, and 𝗫𝑒𝑧u's voice came through, asking how he could assist at that hour. Izuku briefly considered whether 𝗫𝑒𝑧u lived on campus before explaining that the girl needed help and asking to let her in. He promised to explain everything. 𝗫𝑒𝑧u agreed and instructed him to wait. Minutes later, the gates opened, and 𝗕ktoplasm stepped out alongside 𝗵𝗵𝗲, who looked like a block of cement in civilian attire. 𝗕ktoplasm instructed them to follow. Izuku complied, feeling relieved as they entered the UA corridors. Eri looked around with wide, curious eyes at the light blue walls and large windows, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. Izuku mirrored her behavior, glancing around occasionally to maintain the image of a concerned civilian. Upon reaching 𝗫𝑒𝑧u's office, the door opened automatically, and 𝗫𝑒𝑧u invited them in for tea, stating they had much to discuss. Izuku introduced himself as Yakudatsu and explained that Eri had been chased by several men wearing plague doctor masks. He described how he couldn't walk away when he saw she was covered in bandages. He continued, explaining that calling the police or a hero would have taken too long, and when she turned a corner, he had grabbed her and climbed the nearest building, managing to avoid detection. Once they were far enough away, he used a fire escape to get them down and took some blankets from a nearby store to conceal her features before making their way to UA by train and on foot. 𝗫𝗠 questioned why he hadn't gone to the nearest police station or contacted any nearby heroes. Izuku lowered his voice, explaining that during their escape, 𝗬𝗏 had mentioned her power, which could make people disappear. He expressed concern that ordinary heroes wouldn't know how to handle such a quirk, and the police would only have restrained her. He emphasized that 𝗬𝗏 had already been through enough and believed only 𝗬𝗏 had the resources to truly help her, providing protection from dangerous individuals and experienced guidance. Without hesitation, Yaku dropped to his knees, bowing deeply until his forehead touched the floor, pleading for them to take care of her. The room fell silent as the pro-heroes exchanged surprised glances at this stranger's willingness to humble himself for a child he had saved on impulse. 𝗫𝗠's expression softened as he acknowledged Yaku's heroic heart, suggesting he might consider becoming a hero himself. Izuku awkwardly laughed, explaining that it had been a childhood dream but was now impossible due to being quirkless and his complicated background as the child of villains. He added that he was too old for hero work, as even running away strained his back. 𝗫𝗠 nodded thoughtfully and assured Yaku that UA would take 𝗬𝗏 in as their ward, giving his word as principal. 𝗬𝗏's voice trembled as she asked if he was leaving her, tears forming as she clutched at Yaku's sleeve. He pulled her into a gentle hug, promising to always protect her and that he would always be closer than she thought. He lightly tapped over her chest before stating it was time for him to leave, as he had work the next day. As he was scurried toward the gate, he looked around the campus in awe, wondering if he could have joined you as a child if he had a quirk, though he doubted villain parents would enjoy being arrested by their own children. He thought about how close he was to completing his mission and wanted to retire the persona of Yaku Datsu as soon as possible. 𝗕𝗏 quietly remarked that he believed Yaku would have made a fine hero, with or without a quirk, to which Yaku sincerely thanked him. At the UA gates, he bid his final goodbyes, entrusting 𝗬𝗏 to their care. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 assured him they would protect her. Yaku reassured himself that there was no need for concern as he turned and walked away, retracing his steps. He boarded a train bound for another city. Upon arrival, he meandered through unfamiliar streets until he found himself in a dilapidated district. After assessing which apartments were occupied, he chose an unoccupied unit. Using a jutsu, he summoned a skeleton key from a storage seal and unlocked the door. Once inside and certain of his solitude, Yaku dispersed. In Izuku's real body, back in his own room, he jolted awake as memories from his clone surged in. He groaned, bewildered by the complexity of the backstory he had just experienced. Rubbing his face, he pondered whether Momo had any books on creative writing, deciding to address that later. Yawning, he collapsed back into bed and fell asleep. The following morning at the Yoroi Manor, Momo inquired about the scouting mission. Izuku had arrived earlier than usual, needing to explain something significant to her. He also felt the urge to express his frustration about having to create an entire false identity on the spot, navigating through UA's faculty to ensure 𝗬𝗏's safety. Momo rubbed her temples as she summarized the situation. She noted that Izuku had scouted a Yakuza base, rescued a young girl, brought her to UA, and then cleverly navigated 𝗫𝗠's questioning. She sighed, clearly overwhelmed by the absurdity of his accomplishments overnight. Momo acknowledged that disguising himself had been a spur-of-the-moment decision but suggested there had been an easier way to get 𝗬𝗏 into you. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. Momo suggested bringing 𝗬𝗏 to Aizawa-sensei during one of his patrols, allowing her to accompany him as himself. Izuku froze, struck by the simplicity and effectiveness of the idea. Despite Aizawa's usual demeanor, he genuinely cared. If he saw Izuku trying to protect another troubled child, he would have raised questions. Izuku could have explained that he had seen her fleeing from men in bird masks, and Aizawa would have taken care of the rest. Without warning, Izuku turned and lightly bumped his forehead against the nearest concrete wall, creating a few cracks. Momo chuckled, pointing out that he had just given himself a headache. After several more moments of self-inflicted punishment, they finally prepared for school. While riding in the car to UA, Momo broke the comfortable silence with a question about what Izuku would do if he saw Eri. He stared blankly ahead, his mind momentarily stalled. He admitted that he would probably act natural and pretend they had never met, expressing relief that she was safe. Momo nodded thoughtfully, noting that Aizawa-sensei would likely be watching over her, while Nezu would investigate the kidnappers and their motives. Izuku revealed his plan to raid the facility that night, aware that the boss was paranoid and would likely relocate once they realized Eri had escaped. He clenched his fists, mentioning that his shadow clone had confirmed scouts were already searching for her. Momo raised an eyebrow, reminding him that Nezu had all might on speed dial. If he provided the base's location, they could launch an attack that very night. Izuku's expression shifted as he realized the potential of his information. If he provided proof of the operations, along with Eri's injuries, they would have sufficient cause to raid the place immediately. He embraced Momo tightly, expressing his love for her, which she reciprocated warmly. The driver, accustomed to their interactions, kept the divider closed, unaware of their conversation. As they approached UAS gates, the driver noted a crowd blocking the entrance. Momo decided they would walk from there. Stepping out of the car, they were met with a throng of reporters clamoring for information about All Might. Izuku internally groaned, realizing that having the veteran #1 hero take a teaching position would attract attention. He wished for a day off, reflecting on his recent oversights. As the reporters recognized them, they quickly surrounded Izuku and Momo, bombarding them with questions about All Might. They struggled through the crowd until they noticed Gyro walking past without being stopped. When Izuku asked how she managed that, Gyro casually explained that she had simply stated she was from general education, and the crowd parted for her. Izuku's jaw dropped in disbelief, realizing the missed opportunity. They spotted Uraraka finally escaping the reporters, just as the gate shut, nearly hitting a nosy journalist. Inside the 1A classroom, Aizawa entered just as the bell rang, greeting the seated students. He distributed notes he had prepared for each of them based on the previous day's heroics class. Aizawa then announced that a certain someone would be present while he was around, gesturing toward the slightly open door. Eri stepped in, a young girl with white hair, a small horn, and red eyes, wearing a modified school uniform. The class erupted in excitement at her appearance, startling her. Aizawa activated his quirk, commanding silence and instructing the students to be respectful and mindful of Eri's feelings. Eri scanned the room nervously, hiding behind Aizawa when she spotted a particular student. Aizawa gently reassured her, introducing 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐻 Tokoyami as a good person training to be a hero. Slowly, Eri peeked out and introduced herself, her gaze landing on Izuku's kind, familiar eyes, which brought her unexpected comfort. He offered her a small wave and a wink, and she understood the unspoken message to keep her thoughts private. Aizawa noted their interaction, setting it aside for later consideration, pondering how the problem child had crossed paths with Eri in the past. A man named Yaku Datsu had brought her there, which piqued his curiosity. The students introduced themselves one by one, and Izuku was genuinely surprised when it was Bakugu's turn. Not a single curse word escaped his lips. When it was his turn again, Izuku spoke softly, introducing himself to Eri as Izuku Midoriya and expressing his pleasure in meeting her. Once the introductions were complete, Aizawa, wrapped in his caterpillar sleeping bag, announced that they would be selecting a class representative and vice representative. Eri moved to sit at the podium, and the class erupted in excitement once more. 𝗂𝗓𝗄 declared that the role was obviously meant for him, while Ashido shouted to be chosen. Mineta proudly proclaimed that if he were made representative, he would ensure the girls showed more leg. Ida interjected, insisting they should vote to decide their leader democratically, seeking Aizawa's approval. Aizawa, uninterested, simply told them to get it over with. Asui raised a question about how the voting would work, noting that they had only known each other for a few days and might just vote for themselves. Ida explained that gaining the trust of others in such a short time was a sign of a great leader. He passed out slips of paper for the vote, and after counting, the results revealed that Izuku had won with 3 votes, followed by Momo with 2, while everyone else received 1 or none. Bakugu was furious, questioning who had voted for Izuku. Aizawa confirmed that Midoriya and Yororozu would be the representative and vice representative. The two stepped forward to give brief speeches. Momo confidently vowed to uphold her duties and help the class excel together, earning applause. Izuku simply promised that everyone would come out alive, urging them to believe him. Bakugo bristled at Izuku's words, insisting he didn't need help and that anyone who did was a weakling. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as he flatly stated that heroes need help, whether it be someone watching their back or working toward the same goal, emphasizing that no one was invincible. Bakugo retorted that needing help meant one couldn't be a hero. Izuku darkly congratulated him, suggesting that by Bakugo's logic, he would be the first to fall. Bakugo declared himself the best and strongest, but Izuku calmly pointed out that he was not even the strongest in their class, referencing Bakugo's rankings in various tests. Bakugo stiffened as Izuku continued, explaining that he lacked an understanding of how fragile life could be and that running into a fight unprepared could lead to dire consequences. He emphasized that All Might worked well with others because he understood that he couldn't save everyone alone. Izuku acknowledged Bakugo's combat instincts but asserted that instinct alone wasn't sufficient. Bakugo trembled with anger, ready to shout, but Aizawa coldly ordered him to sit down, which he begrudgingly did. Izuku thanked Aizawa and continued, proposing extra training every Friday, with a teacher overseeing it. Participation would be voluntary, but he and Momo would attend every week. Shoto immediately expressed his interest, followed by Kirishima and Ida. Asui said she needed to think it over, and Izuku welcomed anyone else who wanted to join. During lunch in the cafeteria, Izuku sat with Uraraka, Ida, Shoto, and Momo. Momo playfully teased him about his newfound popularity as the representative. Izuku admitted he was surprised to have won with only 3 votes, revealing he had voted for Momo. Uraraka, Ida, and Momo all confirmed they had voted for her as well, leading Izuku to realize that Shoto must have voted for Momo too. Meanwhile, a shadow clone disguised as Shadow, the vigilante, stood in Nezu's office, handing over a hard drive. Nezu inquired about its contents, and Shadow explained it contained information on the 𝐒𝐻𝗫, including their bases, quirks, and criminal activities, as well as the reason they were pursuing the girl under Nezu's protection. Nezu's smile sharpened slightly as Shadow added that if they didn't deal with the situation within 3 days, he would take matters into his own hands. Nezu questioned why the infamous vigilante group would ask heroes to intervene, to which Shadow replied it was for the child's sake. He believed that if her protectors defeated her tormentors, it would aid in her healing, as she likely still suffered from panic attacks and nightmares related to her time with the Yakuza. Nezu understood and agreed to take care of it, and as Shadow turned to leave, Nezu asked him to return the following week, hinting at something that could be useful. As Shadow vanished, Izuku felt a flicker of curiosity about what Nezu might have for him. Just as he finished his meal, a blaring alarm echoed through the PA system, announcing a level 3 alert and instructing everyone to evacuate calmly. The shrill noise pierced Izuku's ears as he observed students panicking and rushing toward the exits. Ida grabbed the arm of a passing upperclassman, demanding to know what the alert meant. The older student shouted that it meant someone had infiltrated the school before breaking free. Izuku quickly ordered Uraraka to make Ida float and instructed Ida to check outside for the situation. As Uraraka lifted Ida off the ground, he reported that the media had breached the gate. Izuku scanned the chaos, realizing it was no use as everyone was in a frenzy. Momo created a megaphone and handed it to Izuku, who leapt up and shouted into it, urging everyone to calm down and informing them it was only the press. His words cut through the panic, slowing the stampede as students hesitantly began to disperse. He continued, instructing Hero Corps students to escort anyone injured to Recovery Girl's office and reminding them not to panic in future situations. After handing the megaphone to Lunch Rush, Izuku briefly wondered why he hadn't intervened but quickly shifted his focus. At the destroyed front gate, All Might was physically pushing reporters back, firmly telling them to vacate the premises as they bombarded him with questions. He assured them he would provide an official statement later that afternoon, emphasizing the need to maintain order for the students' sake. Until then, they were instructed to leave immediately, or they would face apprehension for trespassing. Faced with the threat from the #1 hero, the reporters quickly retreated. All Might stood alongside 𝗫𝗫, Midnight, Eraserhead, and present MIC, surveying the remnants of the barrier. Midnight expressed her concern, questioning what might have happened, noting that even desperate reporters wouldn't be foolish enough to break into UA. All Might responded gravely, suggesting that either a villain was toying with them or it was a declaration of war. Only a pile of fine grey dust remained where the gate had once stood. 𝗫𝗫 crouched down to inspect it, noting the metallic residue, likely from the barrier itself. He observed the absence of blast marks, liquid traces, or oxidation indicators, concluding that whoever was responsible possessed a quirk capable of completely dismantling or disintegrating objects, a rather terrifying ability. Later that day, after classes concluded, All Might held an impromptu press conference from his hero agency. He began by addressing the audience, sharing that he had recently accepted a teaching position at UA High School. Over the past 4 years, he had studied to obtain his teaching certification to guide the next generation of heroes. He smiled faintly, acknowledging his aging and the need for others to step up as pillars of society, emphasizing that even small acts of kindness could make a significant difference. With that, he concluded the broadcast, hoping it would be enough to ease the pressure on him. That night, in US conference room, 𝗫𝗫 convened an emergency meeting with members of the hero faculty, including All Might, 𝗧𝗏, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, and the big three of UA, 𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵, and 𝗔𝗵𝗲 𝗵𝗲. 𝗫𝗫 began the meeting by sharing information regarding a Yakuza group known as the 𝐎𝐻𝗫𝐁𝐻𝐵, acknowledging 𝗫𝗏's investigation into them. 𝗫𝗏 confirmed his involvement, and 𝗫𝗫 revealed that the intelligence had been provided by Shadow earlier that day. Ryukyu questioned why the vigilante group would involve them, given their usual methods. 𝗫𝗫 explained that Shadow believed if heroes were the ones to apprehend Ares' tormentors, she would be able to move on, free from her fear. 𝗫𝗏 shared his ongoing investigation but noted he hadn't found a clear reason for the group's interest in the girl. 𝗫𝗫 grimly revealed that they had been using Ares' BLD to create experimental weapons, quirk-erasing bullets. The room fell silent at the thought of weaponizing a child's BLD. 𝗫𝗫 expressed his longing to conduct the operation that night, sharing his personal connection to the issue and his determination to remove the threat from the streets. Police and heroes surrounded the 𝗓𝗏𝗫𝐻𝗫𝐁 main base, with additional units positioned farther out for emergency escape situations. The plan was straightforward: strike hard and fast, with All Might leading the opening attack. Unbeknownst to them, several shadow clones observed from the darkness. Izuku thought about the importance of ensuring everyone made it out alive, reminding himself that this was for Eri, who needed to feel safe around heroes. All Might approached the warehouse gate and unleashed a powerful strike, creating a massive opening. Inside, the heroes surged forward, overwhelming the grunts while remaining alert for hidden escape routes. The assault team, consisting of All Might, 𝗧𝗏, Lemillion, Fat Gum, Sunita, Eraserhead, Ectoplasm, and Centipede, searched for anomalies until 𝗫𝗏 noticed something unusual. He called All Might's attention to scrape marks, prompting All Might to demolish the wall, revealing a hidden stairway leading deeper underground. They descended cautiously, slowing when the passage split in two. Aizawa muttered about the lack of a recon specialist, and Ectoplasm created clones to explore both paths. The real heroes followed one route while the others followed the clone, ready to report any findings. They continued this process until they encountered 7 of the 8 bullets, the most loyal followers of Kai Chisaki, leader of the 𝗓𝗏𝗫𝐁. Kendo Rapper, a muscular man with orange hair and a bird mask, excitedly declared his eagerness to fight All Might. Heikiji Tenkai, calm and composed, reminded Rapper to stay focused on their orders. The group prepared syringes to inject themselves with trigger, but All Might acted swiftly, launching forward and striking before they could react. The confrontation ended before it truly began, with All Might calmly sharing a lesson he had learned about taking action during monologues. Lemillion commented on the feeling of breaking a rule, and Aizawa ordered them to move, emphasizing the need to save time. As they pushed deeper into the base, they discovered laboratories, living quarters, and one bleak room clearly meant for a child, filled with a faint metallic scent of rusty iron. Suddenly, the corridor shifted, and the heroes staggered as the walls and floor began to reshape themselves, attacking relentlessly. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 phased into the moving structure and forcibly expelled a man from the wall. Mimic, a villain capable of bonding with and reshaping objects. Night-Eye noted that Mimic must have used trigger, and 𝗵𝗲𝗄 struck him hard, knocking him unconscious. They split up again and soon encountered 𝗂𝐁𝗄𝑐𝗵, who was easily recognizable by his brown hair, fur-lined coat, and bird mask. Overhaul, with his quirk allowing him to disassemble and reassemble anything at the molecular level with a touch, acted immediately. Spikes erupted from the ground and walls, intent on harming everyone present. Most heroes dodged in time, but Sir Night-Eye was not fast enough, and a spike pierced through his leg. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 quickly moved to evacuate him from the front line. Overhaul continued to reshape the environment, with spikes forming endlessly. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 phased through the chaos, charging directly toward Overhaul, who attempted to disassemble him. However, 𝗵𝗲𝗄's quirk allowed him to evade Overhaul's grasp, and he retaliated with a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. The battle unfolded in a tense rhythm of missed attempts and decisive blows. Overhaul finally succumbed, collapsing unconscious against the shattered floor. Just as the air settled, a gunshot echoed through the chaos. Shin Minamoto aimed directly at 𝗵𝗲𝗄, while the others hurried to clear the spikes and reach him. All Might burst through a nearby wall, only to find 𝗵𝗲𝗄 unexpectedly pushed aside by someone who should not have been there. Shadow calmly stated that he had come to monitor for anti-Quirk bullets and gather information on their connections, expressing gratitude for the opportunity. He gestured behind him, mentioning that the former head of the Yakuza was restrained to a hospital bed in that direction. Minamoto sneered, lamenting his failure to hit a single hero and declaring that Shadow would no longer be a vigilante since his quirk had been permanently erased. Shadow, however, questioned that notion. In a flash, he appeared before Minamoto, delivering a powerful blow that knocked the wind out of him before he could finish his thought. With secrets intact, Shadow reflected on how Minamoto's quirk was even more effective than Tsukochi's for interrogation. He turned to an open briefcase containing several remaining anti-Quirk bullets and, in an instant, activated 𝗓𝗄𝗓, teleporting the case to a secure location. 𝗵𝗲𝗄, astonished, exclaimed that he had seen Shadow get hit by one of those bullets and questioned how he was still using his quirk. Shadow simply remarked that he was a bit unique before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Izuku was watching television, the screen filled with coverage of the aftermath of the Yakuza raid. Although there had been no casualties, the injuries sustained by heroes and police were significant. He hoped that this would allow Eri to move on. Inko reassured him gently, expressing confidence that being with those who had helped her escape her nightmare, along with Hound Dog's assistance, would aid her recovery. She smiled and clapped her hands together, inviting him to dinner to celebrate with Katsuden. Izuku dashed toward the dining table, grateful for a brief respite from his responsibilities, even if his shadow clones had been handling them. After the raid, life returned to regular classes and basic heroics for the rest of the week. Eri appeared noticeably less guarded, her fear no longer looming over her. It felt like any other hero school day, except for the presence of All Might as a teacher and the fact that it was UA, where students were encouraged to strive for greatness. On Friday, interested students gathered for their after-school joint training session, excitement buzzing in the air as they anticipated training under the renowned powerhouse couple. Izuku welcomed everyone to their first extra training day, explaining that they would discuss their quirks and how to improve them, with Aizawa-sensei overseeing the session. The students turned to see Aizawa, wrapped snugly in his sleeping bag, staring at them with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Izuku called on Kirishima to demonstrate his quirk. Kirishima nodded, hardening his right arm. Izuku encouraged him to push further, asking how it felt when he activated it. Kirishima explained that it felt like flexing a muscle. Izuku instructed him to activate it again, emphasizing that quirks were similar to muscles but not quite the same. He urged Kirishima to harden his already hardened fist again, challenging him to break through any perceived limits. With determination, Kirishima focused and, after a moment, his arm transformed, becoming noticeably more jagged. Izuku tested the strength of Kirishima's arm by kicking it, and it held firm. Kirishima, breathing and exhausted, dropped to one knee, but Izuku celebrated his achievement, declaring that he had reached the next level of his quirk. He set off a party popper he'd borrowed from Momo, bringing a sense of festivity to the training. Next, Izuku turned his attention to Uraraka, suggesting that she learn martial arts and acquire a tool to grapple objects. With her quirk, she could toss people around as if they were weightless. He encouraged her to train in hand-to-hand combat with Momo. Uraraka nodded eagerly, envisioning new techniques. Finally, Izuku addressed Ida, who expressed enthusiasm for Izuku's insights. Izuku explained that Ida needed to improve his kinetic vision and enhance his turning radius at high speeds. He handed Ida a stack of cue cards with numbers, instructing him to read them while running laps around Shoto, who would create ice obstacles for him to dodge. Izuku then turned to Momo, suggesting traditional taijutsu training while wearing weight seals. Momo was surprised to find that the seals weighed 100 kilograms, double her current set. Izuku calmly mentioned that he would be using a heavier set of 200 kilograms. Momo questioned the decision to double the weight, and Izuku explained that they had limited training time at UA, so they should make the most of it. Thus, the training commenced under Aizawa-sensei's watchful and weary gaze. When the weekend arrived, both Izuku and Momo found it difficult to leave their beds. Izuku admitted to Momo that their previous training session had been a poor idea. Momo agreed, suggesting they keep the next training session at 75% intensity. Izuku then invited her to hang out later that day after they recovered, proposing a trip to Dagobah Municipal Beach, which All Might had cleaned up recently. Momo playfully remarked that if he wanted to see more of her, he could have just asked. Flustered, Izuku insisted that he simply wanted to spend quality time with her. Momo chuckled softly and confirmed their plans for 5 o'clock. When they arrived at the beach, they enjoyed a carefree day of laughter, splashing in the water, and embracing the simplicity of being ordinary teenagers for a change. The following day, they agreed to keep their activities relaxed. Instead of their usual rigorous training at Mount Myaboku, they opted for a half-day session, having already trained intensively for 5 hours each day since Friday while wearing their heavier weights. They faced a stern reprimand from the elder for their recklessness. The next morning, as usual, Izuku found himself at Momo's house, where Inko had already left for work. He sensed that the day might bring challenges. Momo noticed his serious expression and inquired about it. Izuku confessed to having a bad feeling and advised her not to wear any weights that day, emphasizing the need to be prepared for anything. As they prepared to leave, Mrs. Uerozu noticed their serious demeanor and gently asked if they were arguing. Momo reassured her that it was not the case, explaining that Izuku's instincts were alerting him to something amiss. An eventful day awaited them, and Mrs. Uerozu expressed her concern. She instructed them to activate their GPS location, showing Momo's position on her phone. This way, if anything went wrong, they would know where to find her. She urged them to be cautious, and Momo assured her they would be. As they drove to UA, Momo attempted to lighten the atmosphere. She inquired about the recent 𝐒𝐻𝐳 raid, curious about what Izuku had gained from it since he had teleported into her home. Izuku sighed, revealing that he had obtained anti-quirk bullets, the permanent kind. Momo stiffened at this revelation. Izuku clarified that he intended to use them only against truly dangerous foes and admitted he had 5 more, feeling overwhelmed by their complexity. The day unfolded normally until heroics class began. Aizawa approached the podium with a whiteboard, announcing that they would be heading off campus for training. The word rescue was written on the board, igniting excitement among some students, including Uraraka and Asui, while others groaned. Kirishima enthusiastically declared that this was what being a hero was all about, and Asui chimed in, expressing her readiness if water was involved. Izuku's unease grew, and he voiced his concern about All Might's absence, to which Aizawa explained that All Might was in northern Japan, responding to a reported sighting of Shadow. Momo shot Izuku a sharp glance, and he felt guilty for not informing her about the potential shinobi artifacts in that area. At the bus terminal, Izuku directed everyone to line up for roll call, but Bakugo pushed past him defiantly. Once everyone boarded, Izuku settled next to Momo and confirmed that all students were present. Aizawa instructed them to prepare for departure. Inside the bus, The students chatted animatedly while Aizawa rested in the front seat. Asui leaned across the aisle, candidly pointing out that Izuku had many questionable friends. Izuku explained that not everyone involved with the darker aspects of society chose that path. Some had no other options. He clarified that he had only mentioned one person, and Asui confirmed that others had told her about the boogeyman who stole quirks. Izuku reassured her that he viewed it as a mere possibility, arguing that if such a figure existed, there would be more villains with multiple quirks. Kaminari interjected, questioning why they hadn't seen this villain on television and why he wouldn't be a match for All Might if he had multiple quirks. Izuku reminded them of All Might's first class, emphasizing that the smartest villains operated in the shadows, making them difficult to catch. He elaborated that one could be the greatest villain and still go unnoticed in everyday life. He acknowledged that even All Might would need assistance, not just in combat but in minimizing harm to others. Zero scoffed at the idea of All Might being beaten, but Izuku cautioned against underestimating anyone, even the symbol of peace. He reflected on the 𝐒𝐻𝗁𝐷 raid, noting how Overhaul could reshape his body with a mere touch. He suggested that if Aizawa erased Overhaul's quirk, even a gun could pose a threat to All Might unless his quirk was a mutation type. The bus fell into a contemplative silence after his words, and Aizawa smirked slightly, appreciating at least one student's critical thinking. Aizawa then ordered everyone to quiet down as they arrived at their destination. The students disembarked and were awestruck by the sight of a massive domed structure that seemed to stretch endlessly. Zero remarked on its size, suggesting it could house an entire city. A hero clad in a full spacesuit welcomed them, and Uraraka excitedly recognized her as Pro Hero 13, expressing her admiration. 13 explained that they were at the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, where they would learn to save lives. She emphasized the importance of using their quirks for rescue rather than harm, noting that her quirk, Black Hole, was capable of both clearing debris and causing destruction. The students listened intently as 13 informed them that All Might would not be joining them due to the situation with Shadow. Momo leaned closer to Izuku, questioning Shadow's presence and whether he could be in disguise. Izuku whispered back that Shadow was likely searching for something, and he had a habit of not changing his appearance. As they entered the USJ, the students marveled at the simulated environments, including mountains, cityscapes, and disaster zones. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and Izuku's expression sharpened as he pointed out a swirling black mist forming in the central plaza. Aizawa quickly confirmed that it was not part of the training and instructed Kaminari to call for reinforcements while 13 protected the students. Kaminari reported that their signals were jammed, prompting Aizawa to pull down his goggles. Izuku called out to Todoroki, directing him to create ice walls to funnel the approaching threat. Aizawa questioned Izuku's actions, but Izuku calmly explained that this setup would allow them to confront the villains one at a time. As Aizawa engaged the villains, the students hurried toward the exit, some expressing frustration at being unable to fight while others were visibly shaken. Just as they reached the exit, the black mist reformed, blocking their path. It took the shape of a humanoid figure in a bartender's uniform, with yellow eyes glinting beneath the shadow. The figure introduced themselves as part of the League of Villains, revealing their intent to eliminate the symbol of peace, only to note that he was not present. Had there been a change of plans? 13 responded not with words but with action, detaching the pointer finger of her suit and activating Black Hole, drawing the mist villain toward her. Kirishima and Bakugo surged forward, but Izuku grabbed them both by the collars. Bakugo expressed his frustration, demanding to know what was happening. Izuku warned them not to step into 13's line of fire, his focus unwavering on the villain. Suddenly, he sensed danger. He shouted for 13 to look behind her. With quick reflexes, he held a thin chakra-guided wire, wrapping it around 13 and pulling her back just as a portal formed behind her, clearly intended to redirect her quirk against her. The attack failed. The mist villain acknowledged their impressive reflexes, noting that despite being students, they were US best. He extended his quirk, coldly introducing his comrades and commanding them to disperse and perish. While he spoke, Izuku moved. Slipping behind the spreading mist, he flash-stepped with a burst of chakra, appearing directly behind the villain. He slammed his hand onto the metal bracer, pinning the villain to the ground and releasing a controlled pulse of fire chakra, heating the metal until the villain screamed and went limp. Izuku asked 13 if she had cuffs, glancing back toward the ice funnel and urging for backup. Before they could act, the ice wall shattered. A massive, bird-faced creature with an exposed brain burst through, forcing Aizawa into a desperate fight. The creature charged at the students and reclaimed the captured mist villain. Izuku's eyes sharpened as he noticed the restraints disintegrating. A lanky man with grayish-blue hair stood nearby, actual severed hands, gripping his body. Izuku shouted for everyone to move and urged them to get outside. 𝗬 reached for the door, but mist engulfed her legs. Portals opened everywhere. Izuku yelled for anyone left to call for help, and then the world went dark. When vision returned, Izuku found himself falling. Water rushed up to meet him, and he submerged instantly upon hitting the flood zone. As he surfaced, a shark-type villain lunged toward him but was kicked away just in time. 𝗬 wrapped her tongue around Izuku and vaulted onto a nearby boat. They landed, and Mineta screamed as he was unceremoniously dropped face-first onto the deck. Izuku checked on them, asking if they were all right. 𝗬 confirmed she was fine, while Mineta panicked about being surrounded by villains who wanted to harm them. Izuku let out a slow, frustrated sigh as he scanned the water, noting dark shapes moving beneath the surface, circling them. He muttered that the situation was getting ridiculous and speculated that the villains likely didn't know their quirks, or they would have sent 𝗬 elsewhere. He straightened, voice firm, declaring he would take down the villains while instructing 𝗬 to pull them toward shore and Mineta to use his quirk to restrain them. Mineta stared at him, wide-eyed, questioning how he could remain so calm. Izuku explained that if they didn't, they would die. One rash decision could lead to someone getting hurt. He climbed onto the boat's railing, formed seals, and slammed chakra into the water, unleashing a powerful attack. The water detonated, flames and steam bursting outward to create a vortex that dragged the villains together. Izuku commanded Mineta to throw his sticky spheres into the whirlpool. Though startled, Mineta obeyed, hurling handfuls of the sticky spheres into the churning water, quickly gluing the villains into a struggling heap. Izuku praised Mineta's effort and suggested they get out of there. He turned to 𝗬, playfully suggesting a race to the shore, but she snapped that it wasn't the time for games. Izuku replied he was just trying to lighten the mood. He grabbed Mineta by the scruff of his costume and leaped, landing cleanly on the shoreline as 𝗬 followed closely behind. Izuku looked around, extending his senses, and felt Momo's presence somewhere in the mountain zone. He thought she was strong enough to handle small threats, but it was the monster that worried him. His gaze shifted to the beast standing beside the lanky man. He quietly urged 𝗬 and Mineta to move, explaining they were still in the danger zone, too close to the leader. They nodded in understanding as Izuku led them away, weaving silently through the bushes. When they finally reached the rendezvous point, they found Uraraka, Ashido, Zero, Shoji, and 13 already gathered there. Izuku requested a status report from Uraraka, whose instinctive response surprised everyone. She straightened and reported that a majority of their classmates were scattered throughout the USJ, with Ida en route to the campus to request reinforcements. Izuku nodded, closing his eyes briefly to scan the area with his senses. His classmates were spread across the USJ, but thankfully, none were alone. Except one. He noticed one who wasn't moving but was still alive. As he finished mapping their positions, another presence drew his attention. Eraserhead, confronting a man draped in severed hands. Aizawa had finally pushed through the low-level thugs, clearing a path toward the man who had been observing from the rear, guarded by a grotesque creature. Aizawa thought he had seen odd and exotic mutations in his time as a hero, but nothing like this. He was nearly finished with the cannon fodder when he faintly heard the hand-covered villain muttering numbers. Aizawa lunged, spinning, and adding momentum to a powerful strike that was effortlessly caught by the villain's right hand. The villain revealed he had figured out Aizawa's attack pattern, noting that every time he used his quirk, his hair floated, making it subtle but noticeable. As he finished speaking, the villain lowered his pinky, causing Aizawa's elbow to begin decaying instantly. Without hesitation, Aizawa activated his quirk to halt the decay and followed up with a roundhouse kick that slammed into the villain's chest. Other villains rushed in, trying to capitalize on the opening. The hand villain called out to 𝗂𝗁𝗲𝗄𝐻, inquiring if he had taken down 13 yet. 𝗂𝗁𝗲𝗄𝐻 replied that he had only been able to scatter the students. Shigaraki, the hand villain, expressed his frustration, threatening 𝗂𝗁𝗲𝗄𝐻 with disintegration if he weren't useful. As 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖 continued fighting off the low-tier villains, Shigaraki commented on 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖's impressive abilities with eerie admiration, claiming he was really cool. 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖 retorted that Shigaraki wouldn't get away with this. Shigaraki lightly countered that he wasn't the final boss and commanded the 𝗵𝗄 to get 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖. The bird-faced monster charged forward, clearing a path through the villains. Just as 𝗵𝗄 reached out to grab 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖, fire erupted around him. The creature burst through the flames, scorched but undeterred, yet the attack had done its job. 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖 was already gone. Behind the trees, Izuku crouched beside him, asking if he was okay. 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖 snapped, questioning why Izuku was there when he was supposed to get out. Izuku explained that they had been scattered by the portal mist villain, but everyone was holding their own, and they regrouped at the entrance to intercept any classmates who made it back. Izuku's gaze hardened as he heard 𝗵𝗄 roar in the distance. He declared he would handle that creature while instructing 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖 to deal with the rest. He reminded 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖 that his quirk had no effect on it. 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖 firmly stated he couldn't let Izuku get himself killed. Izuku insisted that if they didn't stop it now, someone else in the class would die, noting that the creature moved too fast and was as strong as All Might. 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑖 hesitated, then exhaled, agreeing to let Izuku handle it but asking him to be careful. With that, they split up. Izuku hoped he wouldn't need to use healing jutsu after that day as he moved forward. That wasn't Momo's specialty. Earlier, in the mountain zone, she fought alongside Kaminari and J.I.R.O., surrounded by fallen villains. Momo wondered if there was no end to these miscreants. J.I.R.O. expressed her frustration, comparing them to roaches. Kaminari shouted as electricity surged from him, taking down another group of attackers. Momo delivered a powerful kick to one villain, sending him crashing into several others. As another attacker swung at her, she leapt over the punch, avoiding the blow as it slammed into the ground, sending debris flying. Momo remarked coolly on the villain's strength, noting how unfortunate it was that such power was wasted on him. In a flash, she used her speed to strike him with her knee, knocking him out cold. After a while, they managed to defeat all the villains in the area. The three teens stood among the fallen enemies, breathing heavily. This had been their first real battle, a true fight for their lives. Momo reflected on her stamina, realizing she hadn't trained her mental endurance enough. J.I.R.O. scanned the area cautiously, asking if that was all of them. Kaminari walked around the unconscious bodies, noting that no one was getting back up and declaring their victory. Momo closed her eyes, extending her senses and sensing one more presence underground, waiting for an ambush. She calmly stated that they were clear, though it was a lie. As she moved forward, she gathered energy into her fist. When she reached the hiding spot of the last villain, she leapt into the air and struck the ground with her fist. The impact created a sizable explosion, revealing the unconscious ambusher beneath the crater. Momo declared that they were truly clear and it was time to return to the exit. Kaminari and J.I.R.O. stared at her in shock, frozen in place until she urged them to go. They quickly complied. Back in the central plaza, Izuku and Eraserhead faced a formidable horde of villains, many battered but still conscious. Shigaraki taunted Eraserhead, noting his new companion and commanding the 𝗵𝗄 to attack. The creature charged forward at terrifying speed. This time, Eraserhead had support. Izuku unleashed flames toward the monster, but 𝗵𝗄 dispersed the fire with brute force. Izuku followed up with small fireballs aimed at its eyes to distract it, while Eraserhead kept the remaining villains in check, especially 𝗂𝗁𝗲𝗄𝐻. Izuku escalated the fight, forming a massive fireball and hurling it at 𝗵𝗄 to test its limits. The monster punched through the attack, and Shigaraki mocked them, claiming they were no match for their bioengineered creature. Grinding his teeth, Izuku condensed a narrow stream of high-temperature fire and rushed in, narrowly dodging a punch aimed at his head, firing point-blank. 𝗵𝗄 blocked with its left arm, which was instantly carbonized from the elbow down. 𝗵𝗄 attempted a backhand swing, but Izuku bent backward just enough to avoid it, feeling the air pressure push him back. Realizing the creature was too strong, he decided to go all out. 𝗏𝗵𝗲 stared at its ruined arm, and Shigaraki commanded it to remove the dead weight. The creature ripped off its own arm without hesitation, and Izuku commented on its lack of hesitation, noting it was down an arm. The stump began regenerating immediately, prompting Izuku to wonder what other powers the monster possessed. Shigaraki laughed, boasting about the 𝗏𝗵𝗲's design, which was meant to defeat All Might. Izuku took note of this information, preparing to go plus ultra. He continued dodging 𝗏𝗵𝗲's relentless attacks until he reached Eraserhead's side, sharing his plan quietly and emphasizing the need for secrecy. Far away at Mount Myoboku, a shadow clone of Izuku dispersed. Eraserhead's eyes widened as Izuku's green eyes turned yellow, glowing with newfound power. At that moment, Shoto arrived, freezing 𝗏𝗵𝗲's feet in place with ice while avoiding fire due to Kurogiri's portals. Izuku instructed Shoto to isolate the area and check other zones. Shoto nodded, setting a massive ice wall that sealed them inside before heading toward the ruined cityscape. Izuku felt confident now that he was in sage mode. He moved swiftly, crossing the distance before 𝗏𝗵𝗲 could react and delivering a fire-imbued punch followed by a blazing kunai. 𝗏𝗵𝗲 skidded back after blocking the strike, and Izuku noted how much of a difference natural energy-imbued attacks made as he continued to hammer the creature with enhanced martial arts, each blow reinforced with fire and energy. Shigaraki screeched in disbelief, accusing Izuku of cheating. Izuku retorted, pointing out that Shigaraki had brought a creature meant to defeat All Might. As the fight continued, Izuku realized he needed to end it decisively without anyone else nearby. A pillar of flame erupted beneath 𝗏𝗵𝗲 as he unleashed a powerful attack. As the monster reeled, Izuku appeared behind it, grabbing its leg and spinning before hurling it skyward. He poured every ounce of energy he had left into a colossal fireball, its intensity rivaling Endeavor's flames. Eraserhead focused on Kurogiri, nullifying his quirk to prevent interference. The fireball struck, and 𝗏𝗵𝗲 began to carbonize instantly, the fire preventing its regeneration. The fight concluded in a blinding inferno, and Izuku dropped to one knee, breathing heavily and nearly drained. He hoped that was the end. Shigaraki ranted in frustration, blaming Izuku for All Might's supposed demise. Izuku flatly replied that All Might wasn't even in the prefecture. Just then, the massive gates of the USJ burst open, and US faculty stormed in, efficiently subduing the remaining villains. Thanks to Shoto's ice walls and Momo's leadership, most of the students were gathered safely near the entrance. Shigaraki trembled with rage, pointing at Izuku and blaming him for everything. Izuku, exhausted, simply stated that All Might had been called away. Shigaraki charged forward recklessly, using Kurogiri's portal to appear directly in front of Izuku, reaching out to disintegrate him. Suddenly, two precise shots rang out, striking Shigaraki and spinning him off balance. Snipe, the cowboy-themed pro-hero known for his precise bullets, lowered his gun calmly. Kurogiri urged Mr. Shigaraki to leave, struggling to create a stable portal under Eraserhead's unwavering gaze. With a snarl, Shigaraki threw a flash grenade at Aizawa, the blinding light providing Kurogiri just enough time to open a portal. As Shigaraki staggered toward it, Izuku seized the moment. He lunged in for a final strike, but Shigaraki attempted to retaliate, reaching out to touch him. Izuku deftly twisted aside, slipped behind Shigaraki, and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Just before the blow could fully connect, Kurogiri warped a portal beneath Shigaraki, pulling him away just in time. The League of Villains retreated. Soon after, the students gathered at the front of the USJ. Izuku moved through the group, conducting a head count and checking his classmates for injuries. Paramedics worked efficiently, tending to scrapes, burns, and shock. Detective 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗏 called out to Midoriya, stating they would need statements, starting with him while the others were checked. Izuku joked weakly about needing to stop meeting like this until he was licensed. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗏 dryly suggested that Izuku should refrain from his nightly strolls. Izuku followed the detective to a quieter area. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗏 rubbed his temples and asked him to share everything he knew. Taking a breath, Izuku began explaining the events that unfolded when they entered the USJ. The lights flickered, and a black mist emerged in the central plaza. Aizawa-sensei fought the villains while they were ordered to evacuate. However, Kurogiri, the mist villain, blocked their path, announcing themselves as the League of Villains and scattering them throughout the USJ. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 listened closely as Izuku recounted being sent to the flood zone with Mineta and Asui. He described detonating an explosion in the water to create a vortex while Mineta used his quirk to capture the villains. After scatting them to the gate, he returned to assist Aizawa-sensei, especially against the 𝗏𝗏𝗄. When 𝗧𝗏𝗁 inquired about the 𝗏𝗏𝗄, Izuku explained it was their biological weapon designed specifically to combat All Might. He managed to defeat it by pushing his fire to the highest temperature he could muster, leaving traces of evidence from when he tested its regeneration. 𝗧𝗏𝗁's expression darkened as Izuku continued, carefully omitting certain details, mentioning that Shigaraki had attempted to attack him but ultimately failed and retreated. Curious, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 asked what other quirks the 𝗏𝗏𝗄 possessed. Izuku scratched the back of his head, recalling how Shigaraki had bragged about it. He listed shock absorption, super strength, and super speed, noting the force it could generate with its punches. 𝗧𝗏𝗁's face paled as he thanked Izuku quietly, stating he would collect the other statements as well. After the class finished giving their accounts of the USJ incident and were cleared by the medics, they boarded the bus alongside 13. Aizawa was taken to the hospital for proper treatment of his injured elbow. Uraraka quietly wondered why Aizawa-sensei couldn't have Recovery Girl heal him, to which 13 replied that after a fight like that, he likely lacked the stamina. Recovery Girl was already on her way to the hospital to handle the finishing touches. 13 sincerely apologized, expressing that the day was meant for learning how to save lives during disasters, not for witnessing live combat against villains. Ashido quickly reassured her that it wasn't her fault, attributing the blame to the villains. Kirishima added with a grin that compared to what Midoriya could dish out, those villains were nothing. 𝗬 chimed in, mentioning that All Might Sensei always told Midoriya to hold back. 13 glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of Izuku sitting quietly among his classmates. They had faced real villains who intended to harm them, and yet they were saying Midoriya was worse. 13 understood now what Aizawa meant about keeping a close eye on that boy. Back at UA, the students changed out of their hero costumes into their school uniforms before heading home. The campus felt eerily empty, with no other students present due to the emergency at the USJ. Zero attempted to lighten the mood by commenting on the craziness of the day. Mineta snapped back, pointing out that they had almost died. Kaminari added that their first real villain fight had nearly cost them their lives. Zero sheepishly admitted that he was just used to Midoriya's intense atmosphere, making the fight feel less overwhelming than he had anticipated. Izuku calmly explained that he had intentionally leaked a bit of killing intent the previous week to help them acclimate for when they faced real villains. Everyone froze as he continued, stating he wanted them to be prepared and not freeze up in a real confrontation. When Soto began to ask where he had learned that, Izuku quickly cut in with a grin, claiming it was a secret friend. He thought to himself that he really didn't want to invent another story about underworld connections, even if it was technically true. Sighing deeply, Izuku muttered about wanting to lie down and take a nap. Following the USJ incident, where villains had successfully infiltrated a UA facility and attacked hero students, Principal Nezu announced that classes would be suspended for a few days while security systems were upgraded. Izuku pondered whether Nezu would implement some kind of omnidirectional scanner to detect unauthorized individuals, worrying about how that would affect his shadow clones. The elder snapped at him to focus, prompting Izuku to straighten instinctively. The elder reminded him that just because school was on break didn't mean he could skip shinobi training. Izuku and Momo responded in unison, affirming their commitment. They were currently at Mount Myaboku, standing in a wide training field filled with tall poles resembling a chaotic bamboo forest. The rules were simple: they would throw paintballs at each other, and the first to get hit would lose. To make it more challenging, they wore weights set to an additional 75% of their usual load. The exercise required constant movement, rapid judgment, and precision. The poles served as cover, and hesitation meant defeat. By the time the training session concluded, both were exhausted but sharper. Later, as they rested, Izuku hesitated before speaking. He carefully mentioned to the elder that during the USJ incident, his teacher had seen him using Sage Mode. The elder's eyes shifted toward him as Izuku expressed his uncertainty about whether to confess about chakra or fabricate a story about a sudden strength boost. After a moment of silence, the elder advised him that he could trust his classmates about chakra, noting that they had proven their trustworthiness by being willing to protect their peers. Izuku nodded slowly, deciding to share information about chakra but not everything. The elder smiled approvingly, affirming that it was the way of a shinobi. Once the brief reprieve ended and US new security measures were installed, classes resumed as normal. Kaminari expressed concern about Aizawa-sensei's well-being, and as if on cue, the bell rang. The classroom door slid open, and Aizawa entered first, his arm heavily bandaged. Eri followed closely behind, holding her bag tightly. The class collectively sighed in relief as Eri settled into her seat, which the students affectionately called the Unicorn Corner. Aizawa began the morning announcements with his usual flat tone. He expressed his apologies for the recent incident at USJ, acknowledging that it was unfair for them to experience such chaos so early in their training. The room fell silent. Aizawa then shifted his tone, expressing pride in how the students had conducted themselves during the ordeal. The class froze in disbelief. Their usually stoic and sleep-deprived homeroom teacher had just praised them. However, Aizawa quickly reminded them not to get too comfortable, stating that their fight was far from over. The tension in the room snapped back as Mineta exclaimed in alarm about more villains, while Kaminari shouted about a pop quiz, and Tsuyu inquired if someone had been expelled. Aizawa clarified that the sports festival was just 2 weeks away. The class fell silent for a full minute before cheers erupted. Aizawa quickly commanded them to quiet down, using his quirk just enough to remind them of his authority. Tsuyu raised her hand, questioning the safety of holding the festival so soon after an attack. Aizawa explained that the festival was too significant to cancel, as it was one of the most anticipated events in Japan and a chance for the students to showcase their abilities. He reassured them that the number of heroes and police present would be significantly increased, which meant fewer heroes available elsewhere. Izuku contemplated the situation, thinking he should create shadow clones to patrol while disguised as civilians. Aizawa then announced that heroics class would be free practice time in preparation for the festival. He glanced at Izuku, informing him that Principal Nezu wanted to see him in his office. He instructed Eri to wait for Present MIC, and she nodded, curling up on her desk for a nap. Izuku and Aizawa made their way to Nezu's office, where they found Principal Nezu, All Might, and Detective 𝗬𝗁𝗁 waiting for them. Izuku felt a rush of excitement at the sight of the detective. Nezu welcomed Izuku warmly and invited him to take a seat. Izuku complied, sitting on the sofa opposite 𝗬𝗁𝗁, while Aizawa stood slightly behind him and All Might sat beside the detective. Nezu's eyes gleamed as he prepared to ask some questions. Izuku was ready to answer, provided he had the information. Nezu got straight to the point, inquiring if Izuku possessed multiple quirks. Izuku simply replied no, and 𝗬𝗁𝗁 confirmed the truth of his statement. Nezu pressed on, asking how Izuku had gained his physical strength. Izuku explained that it was through training, with no other methods involved. The adults relaxed slightly, still puzzled but reassured. Nezu then inquired about Izuku's sudden increase in strength during the encounter with the Nomu, asking if he had been holding back in class. Izuku hesitated, explaining that it was a technique that could be life-threatening if he made a mistake. 𝗬𝗁𝗁's expression paled at this revelation. Nezu pondered this, suggesting it was a technique derived from Izuku's quirk. Izuku denied this, and 𝗬𝗁𝗁 confirmed the truth once again, leaving everyone confused. Nezu pressed further, asking how Izuku had achieved his newfound strength. Izuku explained that he absorbed the natural energy around him and carefully mixed it within his body. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 confirmed this as well. Aizawa, growing impatient, urged Izuku to share everything already, glancing at the clock. He expressed his longing to get back to his sleeping bag. The adults stared at him in silence. Izuku raised his hand slightly, signaling that it was time to clarify matters. He turned to Nezu, asking if their conversation was being recorded. Nezu assured him it was not, as this was merely a small investigation regarding his quirk registry. Izuku then shifted his gaze to 𝗬𝗁𝗁, who also confirmed that nothing was being recorded. All Might leaned forward, solemnly stating that they had all agreed to keep this discussion limited to trusted confidants. Izuku took a deep breath, knowing this was a pivotal moment. He posed a simple question to the adults, asking if they believed someone without a quirk could become a hero. The room fell silent as they contemplated the question. Aizawa acknowledged it would be difficult but possible with extreme training. Nezu added that he himself was physically disadvantaged yet still managed to be a hero. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 pointed out that even investigative heroes like Sir Night-Eye could succeed without a combat-oriented quirk. All Might hesitated before agreeing, though a flicker of conflict crossed his expression. Izuku lowered his gaze, his hair obscuring his face, and quietly thanked them for their honesty. Then he lifted his head, meeting their gazes directly. He revealed the truth: he was quirkless. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 confirmed this immediately, but disbelief lingered in the air. Aizawa, narrowing his eyes, questioned how Izuku could produce fire out of thin air if he truly had no quirk. Izuku took a deep breath and began to share his story. He spoke of chakra, explaining its nature and function, recounting tales of those long forgotten who once wielded it and the ancient practices that had been overshadowed by the rise of quirks. He described how he had rediscovered chakra and learned to harness it. For everyone's safety, he mentioned that everything stored in Minato's chamber had been relocated to a more secure area at Mount Myoboku. Izuku expressed his trust in them, explaining that if people learned about a power anyone could acquire with determination, it could change everything. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air. He emphasized that it could serve as an equalizer for the quirkless and those with weaker quirks, but it could also incite panic if villains learned about chakra. Nezu appeared unfazed, while Izuku extended his hand in a claw-like shape, suggesting that Aizawa could attempt to erase it. A moment passed before a swirling blue sphere of energy formed above Izuku's palm, the air around it twisting like a miniature tornado. Aizawa activated his quirk, but nothing happened. The energy remained intact. Izuku then dispersed the technique, asking if they believed him now. Nezu, intrigued, inquired if anyone else knew about chakra. Izuku named a few individuals, including Momo and her parents, as well as his own family. He admitted there might be others who knew, likely descendants of high-ranking shinobi bloodlines. He sheepishly mentioned his attempts to find them, describing his incursions into various places in search of relics from the shinobi era. Nezu's eyes lit up with curiosity, prompting him to ask if Izuku had found anything significant. Izuku smiled, confirming he had discovered a few good items, mostly pottery and tea sets. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a piece of paper with writing on it, and then retrieved a tea kettle and several cups from a storage seal, carefully omitting the fact that he had found more significant artifacts. He prepared tea for everyone using leaves he had grown at Mount Myoboku. Nezu took a sip and was pleasantly surprised by the delightful aroma, noting it was not too bitter and had pleasant grassy notes. Izuku explained that he had grown the leaves in a secret spot on Mount Myoboku, expressing his frustration about the toads using up his personal stash. Aizawa, sipping the tea, acknowledged that while he preferred coffee, this was quite good. He then asked Izuku what else he could do besides manipulating fire. Izuku replied that he had many abilities, explaining that elemental control was just the beginning. He chose fire for his quirk registry because his father could breathe fire. He continued, stating he could also create illusions. Healing injuries wasn't Izuku's specialty. He glanced toward the door, where Momo waited. She had already begun learning chakra control months before they entered UA. The silence that followed was filled with understanding rather than disbelief. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 casually inquired if it was possible to transform into other people. Without hesitation, Izuku confirmed it was indeed possible and anticipated the detective's reasoning. 𝗬𝗁𝗁's gaze sharpened as he asked if Izuku was part of Shadow. Izuku thought he would ask that. He clarified that he had never engaged in vigilantism and did not know any other human chakra users aside from those he had mentioned. It was a half-truth. The detective studied him for a moment before visibly relaxing. Izuku hadn't lied entirely, He had never been shadow, except for that time on the island, only as his shadow clones. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 then asked if the people in shadow were chakra users. Izuku affirmed this, mentioning he had seen techniques they used that could easily be mistaken for quirks. He paused, recalling some high-ranking techniques, like the lightning cage used against Muscular a few years back. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 stilled, realizing the significance of that technique, which was notoriously difficult. Izuku speculated that they were likely related to once well-known ninja clans. He tilted his head slightly, explaining that he could use it too, thanks to his lightning affinity. Nezu's ears perked up with interest as he asked about affinity. Izuku explained it was about how easily one could learn an elemental jutsu, stating his primary affinity was lightning, with fire as a secondary. The questioning continued for quite some time, but eventually, everyone seemed satisfied. Nezu thanked Izuku for sharing the information, to which Izuku replied it was his pleasure. He wanted his homeroom teacher to be informed, especially since he might need to use techniques that would be inconvenient to lie about, like during the 𝐬𝐽 incident. He smiled faintly, adding that he wouldn't share everything, as it was wise to keep a few cards up his sleeve. Izuku then reached forward, placing a kunai on Nezu's desk, explaining that with it, he could teleport directly into the principal's office in case of emergencies. Nezu accepted the weapon gratefully. As Izuku left the principal's office, All Might asked where he had pulled out the weapon from, but it was too late for that inquiry. Aizawa sighed heavily, muttering that he should probably assume the problem child was always armed. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 commented that at least now they knew Shadow were ninjas, which explained why they refused to become heroes. Nezu added that a large group using identical techniques resembling multiple quirks would attract scrutiny from both villains and the government. All Might noted that at least young Midoriya was pursuing a hero license, but 𝗧𝗏𝗁 pointed out that he was holding himself back, capable of much more than he showed, not even using his main arsenal. Aizawa remarked on the absurd complexity of the problem child's power dilemma. Nezu clapped his paws together lightly, suggesting they move on to the 𝐬𝐽 incident, specifically the remains of the Nomu. As Izuku walked back toward his classroom, his thoughts churned. He might have shared too much information, but he had also left out far more than he disclosed. As he neared the classroom, he slowed, noticing a crowd of students gathered in front of the door. He barked at them to not crowd the hallway and questioned why they were blocking his classroom door. The door slid open, and Uraraka stepped out, echoing his question. Bakugo sneered, stating they were there to scout the competition, having survived the 𝐬𝐽 and wanting to see the ones who fought real villains. He glanced around at the gathered students, dismissively telling them to get out of his way. Ida snapped at Bakugo, insisting he should not refer to unfamiliar students as extras. A boy with purple hair and heavy bags under his eyes stepped forward, stating he came to see the so-called hero who repelled villains, unimpressed and calling him arrogance incarnate. Bakugo growled, shoving past the crowd without another word. Kirishima called after him, asking if he had nothing to say back. Bakugo replied that he didn't care what they thought. What mattered was what they could do in the sports festival. Kirishima declared it was so manly. Izuku, eager to escape the hallway tension and get to lunch with Momo, leapt over the crowd, landing lightly inside the classroom. He turned back toward the gathered students, apologizing for Bakugo's behavior, admitting he was a nuisance even for them. The purple-haired boy scoffed, stating that many from general education wanted to join the hero course after failing the practical exam. He met Izuku's gaze, declaring there was another way, the sports festival, and warned him to watch his back as he was coming for his seat, declaring it a war. Izuku calmly welcomed the boy to join their class if he transferred, but assured him they would give everything they had to stay. He extended his hand with a smile, accepting the declaration. The boy hesitated but then shook it, admitting that hero course students weren't all bad and introducing himself as Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku introduced himself in turn, and Shinso nodded as he walked away, the crowd slowly dispersing. A white-haired boy, suspiciously resembling Kirishima, exclaimed how manly that was. Izuku blinked, realizing Kirishima had not mentioned his brother attended UA. The boy shouted that he wasn't Kirishima's brother, introducing himself as Tetsu from Class 1B. He dramatically pointed out that just because they fought villains didn't mean Class 1B would lag behind Class 1A, declaring it their declaration of war. Before he could finish, 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪 crumpled instantly as an orange-haired girl with teal eyes stood over him, hand raised. She politely apologized for the disturbance, grabbing him by the collar and introducing herself as Kendo Itsuka from Class 1B. Izuku complimented her technique, to which she thanked him, stating it came in handy. Itsuka then turned her attention to Momo, greeting her. Momo replied with a polite salutation, prompting Izuku to ask if they knew each other. Momo confirmed they had met during the first class representative meeting. Izuku was surprised to learn there had been a meeting, while Momo explained it had taken place last Saturday, before their trip to the beach. Izuku groaned, realizing he was the class representative and had missed it. Momo gently reminded him he needed rest, noting that wearing nearly 1 ton of training weights was extreme, even for him. Itsuka's jaw dropped as Momo advised her to stick to 600 kilograms for her everyday set. With a final nod, Itsuka dragged 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗪 away toward their classroom. Izuku stretched, eager to get lunch, stating he was starving. Momo agreed, turning to Uraraka and Ida to invite them to join them for lunch. Uraraka instantly accepted, and Ida agreed as well. The hallway tension finally dissolved, replaced by anticipation for the upcoming sports festival. As they walked toward the cafeteria, Uraraka radiated determination, exclaiming she would do her best. Izuku casually assured her he was sure she would. Momo observed with a gentle smile that Uraraka seemed excited about the sports festival. Izuku tilted his head slightly, asking Uraraka what made her want to become a hero. The excitement in her aura vanished instantly as she stiffened, her cheeks tinting pink. She admitted it wasn't a grand reason, rubbing the back of her head and revealing she was in it for the money. The group blinked in surprise as she quickly clarified that it wasn't what it sounded like. Her parents ran a construction company, but business had not been great. Initially, she had wanted to help them out, explaining that with her quirk, she could eliminate the need for heavy equipment. Momo commented thoughtfully on how that made sense, and Uraraka nodded, explaining that her parents had refused and encouraged her to pursue her own dream, which was to become a famous hero. If enough money were earned, Uraraka believed her parents would never have to worry again. Perhaps she could even send them on a vacation to Hawaii. Her words settled heavily and warmly over the group. Ida clapped enthusiastically, praising Uraraka for her admirable goal, insisting there was nothing shameful about it. Momo agreed softly, calling it a noble aspiration. Izuku flatly added that anyone who disagreed would face his wrath. Despite herself, Uraraka laughed and thanked her friends. After lunch, it was time for heroics class. When All Might entered the room, his presence commanded immediate attention. He boomed a greeting to the class, announcing that the day would be dedicated to supervised personal training. Students were instructed to change into their PE uniforms and head to 𝗵𝗵𝗲, where Aizawa was already waiting. The students exchanged looks and hurried off, eager to avoid testing their homeroom teacher's limited patience. Inside 𝗵𝗵𝗲, Class 1A stood in neat rows as All Might and Aizawa addressed them. Aizawa lazily called out that those focusing on quirk training would be under his supervision, while those working on physical prowess were with All Might. Students not fitting into either category were free to do their own thing. With that, the students began to disperse. Izuku turned to Momo, inquiring about her plan. Momo replied that she would head to the library to borrow a few books and practice creating new items. Izuku nodded, acknowledging her productivity. He confessed he still hadn't figured out how to collect specific items while on the move and decided to join All Might. Nearby, the teachers observed the class divide. All Might quietly wondered what young Midoriya would do, while Aizawa remarked that he was there to prevent students from harming themselves or each other with their quirks. All Might chuckled, expressing excitement to see what Izuku would come up with. Aizawa teased him about playing favorites, suggesting the media would love it, but All Might insisted he was genuinely curious. Despite their curiosity, the students were caught off guard when they saw Izuku doing push-ups with a high-density metal rig strapped to his back, weighing 1,000 kilograms. He thought to himself how he had forgotten his heavier set at home but found this rig worked just fine. Nearby, Kirishima and Shoji were engaged in similar exercises, each carrying different but still absurd amounts of weight. Kirishima muttered that it was tougher than he had anticipated, to which Izuku advised him to focus on stamina and endurance, suggesting he use his quirk in short bursts. From the quirk training area, Kaminari jogged over, asking Izuku for help with his quirk, expressing his frustration about not wanting to go dumb every time he went full throttle. He compared his progress to Ida's improvements and Uraraka's ability to use her quirk longer without feeling ill. Izuku explained that they had figured out Uraraka's issue was related to her inner ear getting confused. Kaminari pressed for ideas, and Izuku studied him before suggesting he take off his shoes. Confused, Kaminari complied, standing barefoot on the gym floor. Aizawa observed silently from a distance. Izuku instructed him to go full power, despite Kaminari's protests about short-circuiting. After some hesitation, Kaminari braced himself and unleashed his quirk at maximum output. Sparks crackled before fading, and he dropped to one knee, breathing. Izuku asked if he had short-circuited, and Kaminari realized he was still himself. Izuku explained that when Kaminari went full throttle, the electricity had nowhere to go, so it looped back through his nervous system. By removing the RBB insulation from his shoes, Kaminari had given the electricity a safe path to ground. Staring at his bare feet, Kaminari was astonished, realizing his biggest weakness had been solved so simply. Izuku, with a playful tone, remarked that lightning couldn't be forced, only guided. He also recommended that Kaminari learn hand-to-hand combat, noting that he would be a formidable opponent in close quarters. Grateful, Kaminari expressed his appreciation and jogged off to spar with Ojiro, clearly taking Izuku's advice to heart. The class watched in quiet astonishment as their classmate managed to avoid becoming a bigger liability after using his quirk. From the sidelines, Tokoyami observed intently, contemplating whether he should seek similar insights. Izuku clapped his hands together, inviting anyone else who wanted pointers to come forward. Tokoyami stepped up, expressing his longing for Izuku's input and asking him not to hold back. Izuku winced at the intensity of Tokoyami's request but assured him he understood. He suggested that dark shadow cover him like armor to improve control and offense, hinting it might unlock abilities Tokoyami had yet to realize. With that, Izuku resumed his training, slinging his weights back on and sprinting around the gym. Tokoyami stood still, envisioning the suggestion before trying it. Dark shadow surged forward, enveloping him completely, its eyes overlapping Tokoyami's own. Shadowy claws formed where his arms should be, and a living cloak billowed around him like a black flame. Izuku glanced over mid-run, thinking it looked pretty cool, but Tokoyami struggled to move under the unfamiliar weight. Elsewhere in the gym, Momo sat on a bench, absorbed in a book detailing various devices and tools. Ashido leaned over, curious about what she was reading. Momo explained it was a compilation of items and how they were made. Mina found it neat but questioned whether Momo knew how to use all of them. Momo admitted she didn't have a clear plan for some items, recognizing that while some were obvious, others left her uncertain about their application. Mina nodded knowingly, advising Momo to focus on the obvious items first, as too many choices could complicate decision-making. The words resonated deeply with Momo, reminding her of a past sparring session with Izuku. He had pointed out that her quirk combined with learning jutsu made her incredibly versatile, but that same versatility could lead to hesitation. Exhausted, Momo gasped for breath as she recalled his words about relying on instinct in fast-paced situations, doing what felt right and natural. People like them faced an abundance of choices. Momo responded with a hint of frustration, noting that it was easy for someone like Izuku, who instinctively analyzed everything. Izuku chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging her point. In the present moment, Momo straightened her posture, her eyes gleaming with determination. She expressed her gratitude to Mina, bowing politely, and felt a surge of clarity about her next steps. Mina, cheerful and energetic, skipped away, leaving Momo to contemplate the creations she needed to instinctively produce. She realized that analyzing on the spot was beyond her current capabilities, so she required something dependable. A soft smile graced her lips as she pondered which items to create. Nearby, Todoroki Shoto trained in silence, concentrating on control and precision. He formed slender ice needles and crafted intricate ice sculptures with great care. Natsuo's earlier suggestion echoed in his mind about practicing fire techniques similar to their father's. Shoto acknowledged that it would be beneficial for honing his fire control, yet he felt that fire needles suited him more naturally. Techniques that required fluid, WHP-like movements were more aligned with Tuia's style, much like his own ice WHP. 𝐻𝐸𝐽's voice broke through his thoughts, filled with genuine admiration for the appealing ice sculptures adorning the training area. Shoto calmly acknowledged her compliment, explaining that this was his preferred method of practicing his ice abilities. When 𝐻𝐸𝐽 inquired about his firepower, Shoto explained that while it might not be apparent, his father emphasized precision to avoid causing destruction. He noted that he could only practice large-scale fire techniques in specialized areas to prevent any harm to his classmates. Control was essential, and he could effortlessly create massive glacier. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 fell silent for a moment before expressing her feelings of jealousy. She felt overshadowed by others who possessed powerful abilities, especially since stealth was supposed to be her specialty. Shoto turned to her, recalling that she had previously sought stealth training from Midoriya. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 confirmed this, admitting that while she was improving, she lacked a secret move. Shoto suggested that she might want to consider physical training or support items to enhance her offensive capabilities. Despite her invisibility, her disappointment was palpable. After a moment, Shoto proposed that she consult Midoriya about her quirk, as he was skilled in analysis and might uncover something she had overlooked. He shared a personal anecdote about how Izuku had helped his brother, Tuia, with his quirk when they were younger. Shoto's expression turned somber as he reflected on the potential consequences had Izuku not intervened. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 absorbed his words in silence before finally agreeing to seek Midoriya's assistance. She expressed her gratitude to Shoto, who requested heavier weights for his next training session. With that, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 made her way toward Izuku, who was seated in a lotus position, balancing heavy weights on his shoulders. All Might observed the scene, whispering to Shoji about Izuku's unusual training routine. Shoji confirmed that the weights indicated a serious commitment to his training. Not wanting to interrupt, they moved on, but 𝐻𝐸𝐽 approached Izuku without hesitation. She greeted him and asked for his help, prompting Izuku to open his eyes, feeling as though he was directly engaging with her. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 found this sensation puzzling but dismissed it. Izuku stood up, maintaining his balance with the weights, and expressed his willingness to assist her. She requested that he analyze her quirk to explore any offensive possibilities. Izuku produced a notebook seemingly from nowhere, prompting 𝐻𝐸𝐽 to wonder about its origin. Before they began, Izuku stated the need to confirm something, setting the stage for their collaboration. Izuku walked away but paused in front of Momo. He greeted her casually, and she felt a rush of warmth at his attention. He mentioned that 𝐻𝐸𝐽 needed assistance and asked if she could create a laser pointer. Momo nodded and quickly produced one, playfully returning his affectionate tone. From a distance, Mina watched, her excitement bubbling silently. Izuku expressed his gratitude with a playful gesture as he took the device. Nearby, Aizawa interjected, reminding them of the school rules against public displays of affection. Izuku flashed a grin, knowing he had successfully annoyed his teacher, and then turned his focus back to 𝐻𝐸𝐽. He aimed the laser pointer at her arm, and the beam gracefully curved around her limb before reappearing on the other side. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 gasped in surprise. Izuku declared that he had made a discovery, explaining that her quirk was not just invisibility but also involved refraction. He elaborated that she could bend light around her body, allowing her to manipulate the visible spectrum. He smiled, impressed by her unique abilities. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 stood still, her eyes wide as she absorbed Izuku's words. He explained that while the flashbang wasn't primarily an offensive technique, it served as an excellent tool for disruption, especially against quirks that relied on sight. Instinctively, she raised her hand and concentrated, feeling the energy gather within her. Slowly, a soft glow began to emanate from her palm, and she realized it was working. Izuku congratulated her on mastering the new technique and encouraged her to continue developing it, suggesting that one day she might create a laser powerful enough to melt metal. With a friendly wave, he jogged away, the sound of weights clinking softly as he moved, focused on absorbing natural energy. 𝗂𝐻𝑒𝐻 expressed her gratitude, calling out to him, and he responded cheerfully. The following day, as Class 1A settled into homeroom, 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑒𝐻 entered the classroom just as the bell rang, with 𝐒R𝐻𝐻 quietly following him. He commanded the class's attention, announcing a significant change. UA would be implementing a new dormitory system starting the following week. Students would have the option to move in, and participation would be completely voluntary. A wave of murmurs swept through the classroom as the students processed the news. 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑒𝐻 explained that the announcement was sudden, especially with the sports festival approaching. Memos would be sent to guardians outlining the dorm rules, amenities, and other important details. He looked around the room and mentioned the benefits of secure training facilities, easy access to hero support materials, and improved commute times, noting that the dorms were only a 10-minute walk from campus. Izuku thought about how convincing the presentation was, but he wondered if the primary concern was safety. 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑒𝐻 continued, stating that students could move in starting next week and emphasized that at UA, each student would have their own private room. With that, he turned and left the room with 𝐒R𝐻𝐻. Almost immediately after, Present MIC burst into the classroom, radiating his usual enthusiasm. Later that day, Class 1A gathered in the cafeteria, still buzzing from the announcement. Uraraka tilted her head and asked about the dorms. Ida adjusted his glasses and suggested that it was likely a protective measure for student safety. Izuku agreed, noting that 𝐒𝐧𝐻𝑒𝐻 had been quite persuasive in his presentation, framing it as a convenience. Momo thoughtfully considered the situation and asked if anyone intended to move in, highlighting the significant advantages, especially for those living far from UA. Uraraka quickly declared her intention to join, mentioning that it would be cheaper than her current living situation. Izuku inquired about her background, learning that she was from Mie Prefecture. He acknowledged that commuting from there would be challenging. Uraraka then looked around the table, asking about everyone else's plans. Momo replied that she needed to discuss it with her parents first to hear their thoughts. Ida expressed a similar sentiment, believing his parents would approve if he decided to move in. Finally, Izuku mentioned that he thought he would join as well. Izuku thought that his mother wouldn't mind. Worst case, he could teleport to her or she could summon him. Uraraka turned to the last remaining member at the table and asked Todoroki what he thought. Shoto continued to eat his soba calmly, stating that he was already preparing a plan of attack. Uraraka blinked in surprise at his words. Izuku explained that this meant Todoroki was embracing dorm life and hinted that he had a surprise in store. Shoto remained silent, his expression steady and unreadable. Later that day, everyone trained independently, just like the previous day. 𝗧𝗏 called out to Midoriya, asking if he was still up for the late Friday after-class training. Izuku nodded, confirming that he had already spoken to 𝗧𝗏-sensei about extending the training time. If 𝗧𝗏 was busy, he would assign a different supervisor, as All Might couldn't be the only one overseeing the students. Kirishima praised Izuku for his efforts, expressing enthusiasm for the non-stop training. Izuku added that Momo had invited some students from Class 1B to join them for extra practice, which Ida found intriguing. As their regular heroics lesson concluded, several students from Class 1B arrived with their homeroom teacher. A tall man with white hair and sharp fangs stepped forward, his presence both imposing and controlled. Sekijiro Khan, known as Vlad King, had a quirk that allowed him to manipulate his own BLD. He greeted everyone, and All Might responded warmly. Khan mentioned that some of his students had been invited to train together, though only a few had come, as others preferred to keep their abilities private. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged this with a flat remark. As some students began to leave for other plans, Okako asked 𝗬 if she wanted to stay for extra training. 𝗬 explained that she needed to care for her younger siblings. Okako then turned to Kaminari, who stated he wanted to keep a new move a secret and would practice at home. The Class 1B students who remained included Itsuka Kendo, whose quirk allowed her to enlarge her arms, Ponitsu no Tori, who could launch her horns as projectiles, and Tetsu, who could turn his body into metal. From Class 1A, the remaining students were Kirishima, Ida, Shoto, Okako, Momo, and Izuku. Izuku welcomed Kendo, who shook his hand firmly. Kendo expressed her gratitude for being there. Shoto, sounding tired, suggested that if Kendo wanted tips on using her quirk, she should ask Midoriya. Okako noticed Shoto's exhaustion and asked if he was okay. He explained that focusing on intense quirk control was mentally draining. Kendo thanked him for the advice, promising to keep it in mind. Training began soon after. Kendo, Momo, and Izuku sparred in hand-to-hand combat, carefully testing each other's techniques. Nearby, Kirishima and Tetsu clashed enthusiastically, their hardened bodies resonating with each impact. Meanwhile, Ida, Okako, and Shoto focused on refining their quirks in their own ways. Aizawa and Khan observed silently from the sidelines, watching every movement. All Might eventually excused himself to grab snacks and drinks for everyone in Gym Gamma. They trained until their time was up before finally heading home. As the students departed, Khan's gaze lingered on Izuku, which Aizawa noticed immediately. He wondered about Khan's interest but sensed no ill intent. Aizawa asked Khan what had caught his attention. Khan mentioned that Himiko had been wanting to meet Midoriya. Aizawa recalled that Izuku was the one who had found her in that alley years ago, and Khan chuckled, noting that even as a child, Izuku had acted like a hero. He felt the future was in good hands. When Monday arrived, it was time for the students who opted into the dorm system to move in. Izuku carried a large stack of boxes into his assigned room, which was simple yet comfortable, featuring a bed, a cabinet, a desk, a personal bathroom, and air conditioning. He looked around, feeling the space was barren without personal touches, and decided it was time to fix that. He opened one of the boxes with a grin, revealing his hero merchandise. Izuku began hanging up hero posters, mostly of All Might, placing figurines of his favorite heroes on the shelves, and arranging various hero-themed knickknacks around the room. Slowly, the empty dorm room began to feel like home. Once he finished decorating, he stepped back to admire his work. The room was dominated by hero memorabilia, nearly all of it related to All Might, with posters, figurines, and collectibles filling the shelves and walls, each placed with care. Next, he displayed his Shinobi memorabilia, carefully curated and notably lacking anything truly lethal. He mounted several replica kunai on the wall, meticulously painted to resemble the real thing. His actual kunai remained hidden away, sealed within a storage seal he always kept on him. A standing weapon rack followed, holding fake swords adorned with insignias representing different shinobi villages and clans, including the 𝗬𝗓, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐲, and 𝗬𝗓𝗏𝐷𝐾. On a nearby shelf, he arranged several authentic tea sets he had collected over the years, placing them beside a few of his hero figurines. He then took out a sealed jar of his personal tea blend and set it beside a newly unpacked electric kettle. A plaque made from the headbands of various hidden villages was mounted on the wall, neatly aligned. Finally, he reached for his personal favorite, a replica of Minato Namikaze's 𝗬𝗓𝗓, something he had discovered in the chamber when he was just a child. It served as a reminder of where his journey toward becoming a hero had begun. He carefully placed it on a customized coat rack, ensuring the fourth Hokage insignia on the back was fully visible, displayed proudly. Just as Izuku finished putting away the last of the boxes, a knock echoed through the room. He blinked and glanced at the clock, noting it was 5 a.m. Wondering who would be knocking this early, he walked over and opened the door. To his surprise, Momoyorozu stood there, holding a basket filled with snacks. She calmly asked if it was wrong for a girlfriend to visit her significant other. Izuku's face flushed, and he quickly assured her that it was not a problem, stepping aside to let her in. As she entered, he gestured toward a seat and offered to brew some tea. A few minutes later, he returned with a steaming cup, handing it to her. Momo thanked him, expressing that she genuinely wanted to see him. Izuku smiled softly in response. Izuku understood Momo well enough to sense her sincerity. The two spent the early morning engaged in quiet conversation about their classes, the latest rumors, and the thoughts and feelings of their classmates. Momo noted that Mina had been quite vocal lately, trying to uncover everyone's romantic lives. Thankfully, their relationship was already known, so Mina wasn't bothering them as much as the others. Izuku pondered if Mina had discovered that Soto was in a relationship. Momo paused mid-sip, surprised to learn about Soto's girlfriend. Izuku, clasping his hands together apologetically, mentioned that it wasn't his place to share others' private lives, but he could reveal a little. He recalled seeing Soto with a girl from his family's bakery, which seemed like a date. Momo's expression softened at the news, realizing it explained Soto's absence from the dormitory roster. He likely preferred to spend time with his beloved. Curious, Izuku asked who else wasn't joining the dorms. Momo thought for a moment and listed Tsuyu, who needed to care for her siblings, Soto, and Koji Koda, who was also not listed. Izuku remarked that it was fewer than he expected. He then stood up to prepare breakfast, determined to make something more substantial than just snacks and tea. As he glanced at the clock, it read 6:28 a.m. In the Heights Alliance dormitory kitchen, Izuku moved with practiced ease, soon assembling a hearty breakfast of eggs, fried rice, grilled salmon, miso soup, mixed fruits, and dried seaweed. The aroma of freshly cooked food filled the quiet space. Momo's eyes lit up as she enjoyed the meal, exclaiming how delicious it was. Izuku smiled, recalling the countless afternoons spent in the kitchen with his mother, learning to cook. As they savored their breakfast, footsteps echoed into the kitchen, drawn by the enticing scent. Uraraka peeked in, asking about the wonderful smell, while Ashido eagerly joined, expressing her hunger. Izuku welcomed them to take a seat, assuring them there was plenty to share. As everyone settled around the table, he inquired if anyone else had moved. In yet. Ashido explained that the rest would arrive after class, with movers bringing their belongings. Uraraka mentioned she could move in quickly since she didn't have much, while Ashido proudly shared that her parents had sent her things that morning, lamenting that others were missing out on the delicious cooking. In the classroom, excitement buzzed as students discussed moving into the dorms. Kaminari expressed his eagerness, and Kirishima agreed, emphasizing how manly it was to train at UA whenever they wanted. Just then, Aizawa entered with Eri, announcing that there would be no heroics class that day to allow everyone time to move in. The room filled with cheers and excited whispers. As the day progressed, anticipation grew until it was finally time to head to the Heights Alliance dormitory, a 7-story building. The boys occupied the 2nd to 4th floors, while the girls were on the 5th and above. Each floor had 5 rooms, accommodating up to 30 students. The ground floor featured a common room, kitchen, dining area, communal baths, and extra bedrooms, 2 of which were assigned to Aizawa and Eri. Kaminari questioned the number of rooms, and Aizawa explained that they needed space for emergencies, a setup consistent with other dorms, including general education. Izuku studied the posted room layout, noting his room was on the 4th floor while Momo's was on the 7th. He casually thought about giving her a seal. Soon, the dorms were filled with a lively chaos as students helped carry heavy items like cabinets, beds, and sealed boxes. Izuku assisted alongside Okako and Momo, while other physically fit classmates contributed as well. The hired movers commented on the students' strength, acknowledging that they would sleep easier knowing these kids would become heroes. Okako used her quirk to float boxes into Shoto's room, only to find it empty, wondering where his larger belongings were. After delivering the boxes, the students retreated to their rooms to arrange furniture and unpack. Meanwhile, Izuku returned to the kitchen, wearing a bright apron that read "Kiss the Cook" as he prepared dinner for the entire class. He thought about how everyone would be exhausted after moving and organizing, and he wanted to help. He cooked curry, miso soup, fluffy white rice, and a custardy flan for dessert, laying out various 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐻 for those who preferred stronger flavors. He remembered that Bakugo liked it spicy, while he wasn't sure about Todoroki, who preferred cold soba. As he finished setting the table, Momo entered the kitchen, greeting him warmly and inquiring about dinner. Izuku played along, welcoming her home and explaining he was preparing a meal for everyone. Momo lifted the lid of the pot, inhaling the heavenly aroma and recognizing it as his mother's recipe. Izuku proudly shared that he had asked for a copy of her cookbook when the dorm system was announced. Momo gently reminded him that he could have gone home anytime, but Izuku expressed his longing for everyone to experience his mother's cooking, especially for her. He sheepishly mentioned it as training for their future together. Momo froze for a moment, her heart skipping a beat at the thought of a shared future. They stood there, blushing and gazing into each other's eyes, until the moment was interrupted. Mina's voice interrupted the moment, her grin unmistakably mischievous. The couple quickly returned to reality. Izuku responded hastily, insisting they weren't doing anything. Momo cleared her throat, regaining her composure as they rushed to finish setting the dining table, with more students arriving, drawn in by the delicious aroma of dinner. The dormitory began to feel alive again. After the awkward moment when everyone caught the couple lost in their thoughts, the class finally began to eat. Mina expressed her delight at the meal, exclaiming how delicious it was. Zero, in disbelief, remarked that he had expected takeout. Kaminari added his relief that at least someone could cook. Mineta, with a mouthful of curry, complained about Izuku's achievements, lamenting that he had not only won over Yororozu but could also cook. Kirishima declared his longing for seconds as he piled more rice and curry onto his plate. Laughter filled the dining room as the students enjoyed their meal, conversing and relaxing, something rare after all they had endured. Suddenly, the door slid open, and Bakugo entered, his usual scowl in place. Kirishima greeted him cheerfully, inviting him to join them for dinner, praising Izuku's curry. Bakugo vehemently refused, insisting he wouldn't eat anything made by Deku. Izuku calmly mentioned that it was his mother's recipe, causing Bakugo to freeze in surprise. After a moment of silence, Bakugo grabbed a plate and filled it with rice and curry. Izuku pointed out the spice bottles, suggesting they were for those who enjoyed it hot. Bakugo then dumped an excessive amount of 𝗵𝗃𝐁 onto his food, nearly obscuring the curry. Mina clapped her hands, suggesting a room contest after dinner, which everyone agreed to enthusiastically, except for Bakugo, who took his plate and retreated to his room to eat alone. The room tours began shortly after. On the second floor, 𝗂𝐵's room practically glowed, while Tokoyami's was dark and gothic. Ida's room was filled with neatly organized books and an abundance of glasses. Uraraka stared in confusion, questioning the glasses. Ida explained that he anticipated hero training would ruin his eyewear, so he prepared backups. Izuku pointed out that reinforced goggles would be a better option, but Ida seemed unbothered. They continued the tour, with Kaminari's room resembling a gamer's paradise and Zero's decorated with Southeast Asian-inspired decor, complete with a hammock. On the third floor, 𝐻𝑜rge's room was minimalist, featuring a futon and a few personal items, while Ojiro's was similarly plain, equipped with a punching bag and weights. Kirishima's room overflowed with training equipment. When they reached Bakugo's room, no one volunteered to enter, and Mineta's room was also skipped unanimously. Finally, they reached the fourth floor, starting with Izuku's room. The moment the door opened, everyone froze in awe. The room was packed with hero merchandise, posters, figurines, and collectibles. What surprised everyone was the Shinobi memorabilia. Kaminari marveled at the replica kunai and shuriken mounted on the wall, while Hagakure admired the display rack. Mina pointed at the coat rack, asking about the fourth Hokage, and Ojiro inquired where he acquired all of it. Izuku explained that most items were custom-made, with the cups and tea sets being souvenirs. He admitted he didn't know the meaning of the fourth Hokage design, crafting a flawless lie. The last room on the boys' side belonged to Shoto, who opened the door to reveal a space that looked nothing like a dorm. Tatami mats covered the floor, and traditional Japanese furniture filled the area, with sliding doors leading to a balcony. Uraraka asked if this was part of his plan of attack, and Izuku recalled Shoto mentioning he slept better surrounded by tatami mats when they were younger, surprised by the transformation. Next came the girls' area, with Mineta not joining them. Instead, Zero had secured him to the wall beside the elevators for everyone's peace of mind. The dorm tour continued smoothly. On the fifth floor, they first visited Mina's room. Izuku observed the pink and purple furniture, heart-shaped accents, and bright decorations, noting her distinct preferences. Kaminari commented that it was very much on brand for her, and Mina proudly declared that it screamed her personality. They then moved to Toru's dorm room, which was filled with stereotypically girly items, pink furniture, cuddly stuffed toys, and a neatly arranged makeup set on her desk. Izuku inquired about its purpose, and Toru cheerfully responded that a girl could dream. He encouraged her that with her quirk being light refraction, she should be able to control it one day, to which Toru dramatically gasped, declaring she would go full glam when that day arrived. Ascending another floor, they reached Jiru's room. As the door opened, Izuku's eyes lit up at the sight of what resembled a compact recording studio, with musical instruments lining the walls and neatly arranged cables. He approached one of the guitars and strummed a simple melody. Jiru was impressed, not knowing Izuku could play, while Momo added that he had experience with guitars. Mina leaned in with a playful grin, teasing if Izuku had ever given Momo a personal serenade, to which she confirmed without hesitation, leaving the room in silence. Toru remarked on Izuku's romantic side, while Jiru expressed surprise at his character. Kirishima enthusiastically declared it was very manly, causing Izuku to rub the back of his neck, feeling warm. Next was Okiko's room, which was simple and functional, with minimal decoration. She shyly explained that she hadn't brought much with her. Izuku nodded, his thoughts drifting to a 13 figurine and an autographed poster he wanted to give her. Finally, they reached the 7th floor, where Momo's room awaited them. Upon opening the door, everyone froze again. A massive bed dominated the space, taking up nearly 40% of the room, with the rest filled with a cabinet, a desk with a laptop, a bookshelf filled with neatly arranged volumes, a makeup desk, and several framed photographs, all high quality and refined. Mina exclaimed in surprise at the size of the bed, while Kaminari questioned how Momo ended up with such a cramped room. Momo calmly acknowledged that it was indeed filled to capacity and that she had expected it to be small. She glanced at Izuku, who blushed at the attention. Kaminari pressed for an explanation of how she managed to get the bed inside, to which Momo replied that it was too comfortable and attributed it to hard work. Back in the common room, Eri sat at the table, quietly working on homework she had received from Nezu. Nearby, Aizawa stood with a cup of black coffee. Izuku stepped out of the elevator and frowned, expressing concern about the drink's healthiness. Aizawa glanced at the cup and acknowledged his underground work environment. Izuku reiterated that it still wasn't healthy, but Aizawa chose not to argue, knowing Izuku had a point. He then asked if Izuku had eaten dinner, to which Izuku confirmed that Aizawa had enjoyed the meal prepared by someone skilled. Mina greeted Eri cheerfully, and Eri responded softly. Izuku noted that he had rarely seen Eri smile since he had entrusted her to UA. Once everyone gathered in the lobby, Aizawa stood to address them. He reminded those staying in the dorms that cleanliness and food maintenance were their responsibilities and that they would receive an allowance for daily necessities and groceries. He warned them not to harm each other and instructed them to report any appliance malfunctions or building damage immediately, stating that curfew was at 10. He then picked Eri up to carry her off to bed. Mina clapped her hands, excitedly announcing it was time to determine who had the best room. After the votes were counted, Shoto emerged as the winner. Izuku walked over to the fridge and retrieved the flan he had intended to share with Momo, handing it to Shoto as his prize. Several girls gazed at the creamy dessert with envy. Shoto thanked Izuku, noting how well it complemented the tea he had received. He smiled faintly, unaffected by the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the girls. The group spent the rest of the night playing games and enjoying each other's company, laughter echoing through the common room until the clock struck 10. One by one, they returned to their rooms. Izuku had just settled into bed, sheets pulled up for a much-needed rest, when a small cloud of smoke filled the room and he vanished. He reappeared in a familiar space, surrounded by the scent of expensive linen and faint floral perfume. Momo greeted him with a warm smile. The week flew by, and classes resumed as normal. The students quickly fell back into their routines, some waking early for morning training before class, and after lessons, they returned to training, following the same setup as the previous week. Before anyone realized it, the day before the sports festival had arrived, and classes were cancelled for preparation. Faculty and support staff worked tirelessly to ready the arena, handling security sweeps, emergency planning, camera placements, sound system checks, and countless other technical details. Most of Class 1A chose to relax during their free time. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Ida headed straight for the gym to train, while a few boys claimed the large television in the common room for video games. Izuku and Momo planned to visit a scenic area on Mount Myaboku, hoping to watch the sunset together later that evening. That night in the dorms, some students were unwinding in the lounge before bed. Mina expressed her excitement for the next day, nearly bouncing in place. Kirishima shared his enthusiasm about being part of the sports festival, declaring it would be a manly event. Tokoyami added a dramatic flair, saying it would be a mad banquet of darkness, while Dark Shadow proclaimed their new moves made them unbeatable. Zero leaned back on the couch and turned to Izuku, asking if he had prepared a speech yet. The room fell silent, all eyes on Izuku, who froze, his expression blank and mind racing. Jiru flatly pointed out that he had forgotten. Izuku sighed and decided to ask AI for help, showing no shame in his admission. The next morning arrived, marking the day of the sports festival. Izuku and Momo stood at the front entrance of the massive arena, waiting patiently. Thanks to the Yororozu family's influence, they had secured VIP booth tickets, and Inko had been invited to join them. Izuku pointed out a familiar luxury vehicle pulling up, and their parents stepped out. Momo politely welcomed them to the UA Sports Festival, and her father inquired about her adjustment to dorm life, to which she responded positively. Izuku observed the high-class demeanor of Momo's family in public, contrasting it with their more relaxed nature in private. As he scanned the area, he noticed only curious stares, no hostility or danger. Suddenly, Inko rushed forward to wrap Izuku in a tight hug, expressing how much she missed him and inquiring about his well-being. Izuku quickly reassured her, mentioning Recovery Girl's presence and humorously stating that grandkids would come after marriage. Mrs. Yororozu teased Izuku about thinking ahead, causing his face to turn red. Mr. Yororozu adjusted his glasses and wished both Izuku and Momo good luck, assuring them that their parents would always be proud, regardless of the outcome. The adults then departed, accompanied by a discreet but substantial group of bodyguards. Izuku quietly noted the presence of many heroes, assuring Momo that their parents were safe. Momo acknowledged his words but expressed lingering concern. Recalling their recent targeting, Izuku's expression hardened as he vowed not to hold back if they were threatened again, his resolve clear. As they made their way inside the stadium toward their waiting room, Izuku's shadow clones moved quietly throughout different cities, disguised as ordinary civilians, patrolling key areas to silently reinforce the heroes assigned to the sports festival, just in case. Inside Class 1A's waiting room, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Everyone was busy with last-minute preparations. Okiko paced nervously, Kirishima hyped himself up with loud shouts and exaggerated poses, Ojiro quietly stretched in a corner, and A'Ama admired his reflection in a handheld mirror, while the more stoic students waited in silence for the signal to move. The door swung open, and Ida announced that it was almost time for them to be called. He scanned the room for Izuku and Momo, who had just entered after greeting their parents. Izuku sat down on a nearby bench, closed his eyes, and took a slow breath, mentally rehearsing the speech he had prepared. A shadow fell over him as Shoto approached and quietly expressed that he wanted to say something to Izuku. The roof was a topic he shook off. He acknowledged the strength of his opponent, expressing a longing to face them at their best in the upcoming competition. The atmosphere in the room gradually shifted to a focused silence as he declared his intentions. He wanted to measure the distance between their abilities, knowing they had trained together for a long time. He was aware of his opponent's capabilities but not the full extent of their strength. With determination in his eyes, he made a bold declaration of his intent to compete fiercely and showcase his growth. Izuku stood up, accepting the challenge without a moment's hesitation. He also wanted to see his opponent's best and knew it would require him to push himself to the limit. His gaze swept across the room, meeting the eyes of his classmates one by one, urging them to demonstrate their worth and show everyone why they deserved to be there. He emphasized the importance of giving their all, reminding them that their presence on the field was a symbol of safety for others. Momo complimented Izuku on his speech, asking if it was part of his preparation for later. Silence fell over the room as Izuku froze, realizing the impact of his words. He muttered to himself about how cool it sounded before expressing frustration at not having thought of it for the actual speech, which sparked laughter among his classmates. Even Bakugo, usually scowling, appeared slightly amused. Outside in the arena, the crowd's roar was overwhelming. Food stalls filled the walkways, heroes and police patrolled the grounds, and excited spectators occupied every seat in the massive stadium. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐶's voice boomed, welcoming everyone to the prestigious UA Sports Festival and encouraging the crowd to cheer. The audience responded enthusiastically, and 𝗵𝐼𝐶 introduced himself as the host, joined by 𝐈𝐧𝐿, who expressed his reluctance to be there. As the introduction continued, the crowd erupted in applause for Class 1A, who stepped onto the field with confidence. 𝗵𝐼𝐶 noted their popularity, while 𝗧𝗂𝐁 whispered to 𝐈𝐧𝐿 about the target painted on their backs. Class 1B followed, and while their applause was less thunderous, they remained unfazed by the comparison. A smug blonde boy from Class 1B expressed his eagerness to prove their superiority, while another student excitedly anticipated the competition. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐶 announced the general education classes, who filed out with a sense of confusion about their purpose. 𝗧𝗂𝐁's attention was caught by a familiar purple-haired student, admiring his determination. The introduction of the support course students brought cheers and curiosity from the crowd, with one student proudly presenting her gadgets while another joked about their potential for failure. Finally, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐶 introduced the business course students, whose applause was noticeably softer. Discussions about potential publicity opportunities arose among them, with some names already recognized for their achievements. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐶 dramatically introduced Miss Midnight as the on-field referee, and her confident entrance drew mixed reactions from the audience. With a WHP crack, Midnight commanded silence and welcomed everyone to the festival. She announced that the first event would begin with a speech from the representative who scored highest in the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya. Encouragement from his friends filled the air as Izuku took a deep breath and stepped forward, his heart racing. Meanwhile, in a distant bar, a voice instructed Tomura to use the festival as an opportunity to study their adversaries, ensuring he would be prepared for their next encounter. Back in the arena, Izuku stood before the microphone, scanning the crowd filled with classmates, spectators, and heroes. He spotted Eri in the faculty booth, which inspired him as he began to speak. He acknowledged the differences among people, emphasizing that some are born with advantages while others face challenges. However, he insisted that none of that mattered at that moment. He encouraged everyone to grit their teeth and strive to become symbols for society, framing the festival as a chance to start that journey. The crowd listened intently as he declared the UA Sports Festival an opportunity for everyone to showcase their abilities and stand for what they believed in. They were not to be trifled with. He turned slightly, addressing the hero students. He encouraged his fellow hero students to use this moment to demonstrate that the future was bright, that there was hope, and that they were the coming storm. Then he looked beyond them, urging those who wished to enter the hero course, from the general course, the support course, or even the business course, to prove without a doubt why they, too, could be heroes. Izuku raised his left fist into the air, mirroring All Might's iconic gesture, and inspired everyone to push their limits and go beyond, declaring a rallying cry that echoed through the stadium. The crowd erupted in cheers, the energy surging as the UA Sports Festival officially began. Mr. Yororozu commented on the speech, suggesting it was clear he wanted to be an underground hero. Inko replied cheerfully, speculating that he might have used AI for the speech but noting that her little Izuku could still improvise. She had seen him practicing in front of the mirror and believed he had winged it halfway through. Mrs. Yororozu remarked that it sounded exactly like Izuku to get the ball rolling and then follow his heart. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐶's voice boomed across the stadium, praising the student representative's opening speech. He jokingly asked 𝐈𝐧𝐿 if he had taught Izuku that, to which 𝐈𝐧𝐿 grumbled in annoyance at the jab and the attention it brought. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐶 continued, teasing the audience that this was just a small taste of what was to come, and now that the contestants were pumped up, the show was going to get even better. Midnight leaned toward Izuku, thanking him for the inspiring speech. Izuku hesitated, questioning if she meant rousing, but she insisted she meant exactly what she said. He stepped down from the podium and returned to his spot in line, where his classmates praised his performance. Kaminari exclaimed how awesome the speech was, while Kirishima called it manly. Momo softly congratulated him, patting his head, and Izuku joked about it. Being nice to have a taller girlfriend, which Zero teased him about. The group fell silent until Mineta finally muttered his jealousy. Midnight raised her WHP, signaling the crowd to quiet down as she prepared to explain how the events would unfold. A massive wheel rose behind her, covered in countless symbols and icons. She introduced it as the Wheel of Action, explaining that whatever it landed on would be the game they would play. Izuku thought it was clever, wondering if they had prepared for every possible scenario. As the wheel spun and gradually slowed, it finally came to a stop, announcing the first event as an obstacle race. Cheers erupted from the crowd as Midnight explained they would be running a 4-kilometer track filled with obstacles, allowing quirk usage as long as no one directly injured another student. She emphasized that it was a free-for-all, and the first 42 students to finish would advance to the next round. The students gathered inside the tunnel leading to the track, stretching and warming up. Present MIC shouted for everyone to get ready, reminding them that only 42 would move on, while the rest could still participate in recreational games. The giant screen began counting down, and with the final call of GO the students surged forward. As they exited the narrow passage, it caused a bottleneck. Todoroki acted quickly, freezing the ground and surrounding students while using bursts of fire to propel himself forward. Bakugo roared, blasting over competitors with explosive force. Present MIC announced that Shoto Todoroki had taken the lead, closely followed by Katsuki Bakugo. Starting near the back, Izuku ran up the walls, lightly stepping off the shoulders of other students like a foothold, apologizing as he passed them. Momo followed closely, doing the same. Present MIC announced that Midoriya and Yororozu were finally out, tailing the leaders. A second later, the rest of the students broke free from the congestion. Mineta bounced forward on his sticky spheres, grinning as he closed the distance, but was abruptly halted by a robot from the first obstacle that sent him flying off the track. Present MIC announced that Todoroki had reached the first obstacle, the Robo Inferno. Shoto weaved through the robots, positioning himself to block others until a massive shadow loomed ahead. He muttered to himself, recalling what Midoriya had faced, and then froze a giant robot solid in place, finding it easier than expected. The crowd erupted into cheers. Bakugo shouted at Todoroki, determined not to let him get away, as he blasted over smaller robots, narrowly dodging the zero-pointer's fists with precision. Izuku complimented Momo on her speed as he redirected robots into each other, causing accidental friendly fire. Momo calmly explained that she had an epiphany about her quirk, creating grenades almost instantly and tossing them beneath a zero-pointer, knocking it off balance. Several students attempted to run beneath the frozen giant, but Shoto warned them without turning around. Moments later, the zero-pointer collapsed, and Tetsu and Kirishima were the only ones caught beneath it. Kirishima exclaimed that if it wasn't them, others would be in trouble, and Tetsu agreed. Present MIC laughed, noting how the students were really going plus ultra. Aizawa dryly replied that they came in like that. Shoto exited the first obstacle and reached the second, where Present MIC rhymed about whether Todoroki would stumble or conquer the fall. A massive crevice stretched before them, with ropes spanning the gap and scattered stone platforms below. Shoto slid across using ice alone, careful not to burn the rope, while Bakugo yelled for him to get back. Izuku and Momo sprinted forward, gripping the rope effortlessly, while Ida rocketed across using his exhausts. Tsuyu crawled steadily, and Uraraka floated across alongside a pink-haired girl covered in gadgets, gliding smoothly with the help of an invention. The pink-haired girl proudly declared that their quirks were the perfect combo. Present MIC's voice echoed across the stadium as Shoto reached the next section, announcing the third and final obstacle, the minefield. He warned that stepping on one of the mines would result in a flashy explosion, but they weren't strong enough to seriously hurt anyone. Izuku questioned how explosions could be non-painful as he stepped off the rope. Shoto moved carefully through the minefield, deliberately avoiding quirk usage to prevent creating a safe path for those behind him, while Bakugo followed suit, knowing that using explosions would trigger chain reactions. Present MIC shouted in excitement as Midoriya and Yororozu charged through at full speed, seemingly undeterred by the obstacles. Aizawa explained that the two had excellent situational awareness, noticing slight discrepancies on the ground that indicated where the mines were located. They moved as if they could see their opponents. Izuku, maintaining a calm demeanor, decided it was time to increase his pace. Momo, determined not to let him pull ahead easily, matched his speed. Mini rocket propellers formed at her calves, granting her a sudden burst of acceleration. 𝗵𝗲 announced that Yororozu and Midoriya had found their second wind, rapidly closing in on the leaders. This update put Shoto and Bakugo on high alert. Shoto, feeling the pressure, thought about not holding back any longer. Ice formed beneath his feet while flames propelled him forward in unison. Bakugo, frustrated, blasted his way ahead, not caring that his explosions cleared obstacles in every direction. As Shoto and Bakugo reached the tunnel leading to the finish line, Izuku and Momo caught up to them. 𝗵𝗲 excitedly proclaimed that they were neck and neck in the final stretch, with the first one out of the tunnel set to win round one. The crowd roared in anticipation. Inside the tunnel, chaos ensued. Shoto froze sections of the passage, only for Bakugo to blast through them moments later. Momo countered with her own explosive tactics, while Izuku skillfully slipped through openings before they fully formed. Flashbangs detonated, and sleeping gas hissed as ice walls appeared and vanished. Each of them adapted quickly to the changing environment. In a final gamble, Shoto combined his ice and fire, creating a sudden steam explosion that erupted from the tunnel exit. The stadium fell silent, and then a figure burst through the steam. 𝗵𝗲 announced that Midoriya had taken first place, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Shoto emerged in second place, followed closely by Bakugo in third. Momo exited last, maintaining her composure. Izuku approached her, tilting his head in curiosity. He asked why she had slowed down, noting that she could have at least secured second place, or even first with her boosters. Momo smiled knowingly and explained that she had noticed he wasn't fully committing, so she felt no need to push herself. She added that she remembered an important detail from previous years. Bakugo trembled with frustration, not just because he placed third, but because Izuku and Momo seemed unfazed. They were still holding back, and he felt insulted. He silently vowed to show them why no one should underestimate him, especially that 𝗵𝗲𝗄. Izuku, remaining calm, mentioned that he was saving his strength for the third round, emphasizing the importance of not holding back in tournament-style events. Momo, with a knowing wink, hinted that the next event would surely surprise him, leaving Izuku perplexed as he couldn't grasp her plan. As the last student crossed the finish line, 𝗵𝗲 announced the conclusion of the first event of the UA Sports Festival, with 42 students advancing to round 2. For those who didn't qualify, recreational games would be held later before the main event. He gestured dramatically for Midnight to take over. Midnight congratulated everyone who advanced as the wheel of action began to spin again, building excitement for the next challenge. The wheel slowed and then stopped, revealing the next event, the cavalry battle. Midnight explained that the cavalry battle was a team-based event, with teams consisting of a maximum of 4 members and a minimum of 2. Each team would wear headbands representing points, with the goal of stealing headbands from other teams while protecting their own. The value of each headband increased with rank, starting with 42nd place at 5 points. Izuku realized that his headband would be worth 210 points, while Momo mused that he might have forgotten there was always a twist. Just then, Midnight revealed that first place would be worth 10 million points, causing Izuku's stomach to drop as every eye in the arena turned toward him with intense focus. Determined, Izuku called out that if anyone wanted it, they should come and get it. Midnight responded with approval, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Observers noted that Izuku was becoming more animated, showcasing sides of both him and Momo that had never been seen before. In the teacher's viewing area, Eri sat between Vlad King and his adopted daughter, Himiko. Himiko expressed her enjoyment of the first yes, while Eri, smiling softly, agreed. Himiko's thoughts darkened momentarily at the mention of overhaul, but she quickly returned to the moment, apologizing for her distraction. Outside the arena, 3 pro heroes watched the broadcast, recognizing Izuku as the boy from last year's sludge villain incident. They discussed the challenges he faced as a target in the spotlight of heroism. Back in the arena, Midnight continued her explanation, stating that each team would consist of 1 rider and the others acting as support. If the rider fell and touched the ground, the team would be disqualified. The screen displayed All Might as a rider, followed by a giant red X when he hit the ground, prompting a humorous remark from Kaminari about the animation. Midnight cleared her throat and informed the students they had 15 minutes to form teams. Izuku approached Momo first, asking if she wanted to team up with him. Momo, thoughtful, declined, expressing her longing to test her abilities against him and wishing him luck. Understanding her reasoning, Izuku responded warmly and wished her the best. As Momo moved off to find her own team, Izuku turned to Ida, only to receive a similar response. While scanning the field for options, someone stepped up beside him. Uraraka greeted him with a bright smile and asked to join his team. Izuku hesitated, noting that they would be a prime target, but Uraraka confidently assured him they could succeed together, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. Izuku nodded in agreement and asked who else they should invite. Before they could decide, a loud voice interrupted, announcing that a pink-haired girl wanted to join their team. She introduced herself as myheroacademia, a student from the support course and an inventor extraordinaire. Izuku found himself captivated as Hatsune excitedly presented a collection of gadgets. A fleeting childhood memory surfaced in his mind: pink hair, smoke, and a notable explosion. He examined a compact jetpack, reminiscent of a certain pro-hero, and felt a twinge of concern. He wondered if it would cause any trouble. Hatsune, filled with confidence, assured him that she had tested everything herself. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku decided to join in. He glanced around, realizing they needed one more member for their team. His gaze fell upon Tokoyami, who was leaning against a nearby wall, deep in thought. Izuku called out to him, inviting him to join their group. Tokoyami stepped forward, his cloak billowing dramatically behind him, and declared their intent to embrace the challenge ahead. Dark Shadow enthusiastically echoed the sentiment, ready to take on their opponents. With their team assembled, they moved to their designated starting positions, anticipation building as they awaited the signal to begin. As Izuku scanned the field, he noted one particular team that stood out: Momo, Todoroki, Ida, and Kaminari. He recognized them as a significant threat and resolved to keep a close watch on their movements. Midnight's voice rang out, announcing that of the 42 contestants, only 16 would advance to the grand event. The atmosphere in the stadium was electric with excitement. She urged everyone to give their all and to push beyond their limits. The crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer, chanting the familiar phrase that inspired them all. As the countdown reached its end, the cavalry battle commenced, and the competition was officially underway.